The great beings conversed excitedly among themselves. Meeting a friend, craftsman master, is meeting a friend, so we're just going to wait here and do nothing. From my perspective, we should go to the original stars first, and perhaps we can get something precious. The original stars will stay open for 1,000 eras. It's only just begun. We have plenty of time. That's right, we don't need to rush now. Let us ask craftsman master to help us make a true treasure, and then we'll go to the original stars. We can get more valuables with the true treasures. Let us go. No, let us wait. The great beings of other races from various territories in the universe were quite disappointed and started to go back to their residence. All 500 of the great beings kneeling at the foot of the mountain were upset as well, but they continued groveling and didn't dare stand up. They believed that there were great beings watching their every move, reporting back to craftsman master. Sincerity was of the utmost importance. If someone wanted to be a disciple, one might be eliminated if he wasn't sincere enough while groveling. Let us go, Luo Feng, said Chrysalis Knight. We might need to wait for thousands of years for craftsman master. Okay, Luo Feng nodded, smiled, and walked back with Chrysalis Knight. He stood in front of the door and looked up at Craftsman Mountain. Meeting a friend, thought Luo Feng. Does that mean craftsman master is not here? His eyes gleamed a great opportunity. He had been waiting for half a year, but it was still impossible for him to get the black medal with craftsman master guarding the Craftsman Mountain. Craftsman Mountain is the sanctuary of the entire planet, and craftsman master lives here. Luo Feng thought only craftsman master and his disciples can live on the mountain, while other great beings were not allowed without permission. Which means there are only a few great beings on Craftsman Mountain. As for his disciples, no one is a universe master, based on the information I gathered. Craftsman master had 182 disciples in total. Some disciples were universe knights, and some were undying, although craftsman master only picked those who were highly talented. None of his disciples had reached the level of universe master. One of the reasons was that it was exceedingly difficult to become a universe master. Another reason was that his disciples devoted most of their time and energy to making weapons, and hence, they didn't get enough training. Nobody can stop me if there are no universe masters, thought Luo Feng, but I still need to be careful. It won't be easy to get something from craftsman master. Luo Feng was afraid that craftsman master might come back if he didn't act in time, so when it turned dark, he sent Masha Body carrying his original earthling body. Masha Body was the best at fleeing and hiding. The original earthling body had the same level of combat power as remote ocean body, which was why the remote ocean body was waiting at the mountainside and observing how everything went, while the original earthling body and Masha Body started to climb the hill. Masha Body shrank to the size of an ant and stood beside a stone on the hillside of Craftsman Mountain. He looked up at the towering Craftsman Mountain. Craftsman master, Masha Body said, stepping forward. So he teleported himself to the depths of Craftsman Mountain. He was able to teleport himself and match the space ripples without being noticed by universe knights. He arrived at the closest spot to the valuable after just 2 teleportations. Hong Long Long. On the hillside of Craftsman Mountain were numerous gigantic caves billowing steam exceeding temperatures of 1,000,000 degrees. The steam flowed around Craftsman Mountain, and the energy contained in the steam was equivalent to that of a star. Every cave glowed red in color. Masha body, under a rock, didn't he care much about the steam. The energy of stars was nothing to him now. Space Seal, Masha body thought, around 1/10 of Craftsman Mountain is enveloped by the steam, and it is under Space Seal. It means this is the center of Craftsman Mountain. As Masha body watched, two towering beings suddenly walked out of one of the caves. One of them was around 70 feet tall with 4 claws, various patterns coated his naked body. The other was around 300 feet tall and had thick arms. The two of them walked out together, and Luo Feng could tell, from their power, that they were both undying. "It's too hot inside," the 4-clawed creature exclaimed. "We couldn't even stand it for a second. How are we supposed to make top-tier treasures if we don't have enough time?" "We're just not strong enough," replied the other. "Look at our universe. Night-level brothers, they're able to make weapons at the center, and they can keep trying, especially our 9th brother. I really admire 9th brother. Not only is 9th brother a universe overlord, but he also has true treasure armor, and he has an energy life form of the fire category. He is able to go deep into the center to make weapons, and he has been bestowed some precious material used by our teacher. See, he has already made a senior true treasure, and he is second only to our teacher on the craftsman star." The towering creature shook his head and exclaimed, "It'll be much better if we can become universe knights. It's not that easy." The two undying fighters were not alerted to Masha body's presence after all. There was no reason to expect that anyone would trespass on Craftsman Mountain. Masha body heard their conversation easily. "The center," he thought. "It seems most of their brothers are staying at the mountain center." He looked at the cave, and the center of the mountain is the center of the Space Seal. "I can feel that the 4th black metal is at the center of the mountain. I need to be careful. I must not be discovered by the disciples of Craftsman Master." Masha body was careful. Although he was proficient at stealth, many of Craftsman Master's disciples were universe knights or even universe overlords. So, inside the space-sealed area, teleportation was not allowed. Masha body instead performed his inherited technique, domain, and went into a cave. The two undying fighters outside the cave never noticed a thing. It was blistering hot inside, and Masha body moved forward carefully. The cave was surprisingly deep, and the deeper he went, the hotter it got. Some rocks inside the cave glowed red with the heat. It was so scorching in here that Luo Feng thought sector lords might be killed instantly by the temperature alone. Hong Pa. Hong Pa. Hong Pa. Upon hearing a series of rhythmic sounds, Luo Feng turned into a stone and rolled inside. Some of the patterns on the stone allowed for sight, and Luo Feng observed the distant places using them. The fire was surging at the top of the fire. Life forms of other races of all sizes used hammers to pound the metal, producing the sounds he had heard. Hong Pa. "They're all undying." Masha body thought, "My black metal is down there." So he performed domain again and traveled almost 6,000 miles down. He moved still deeper with domain and was able to avoid attracting the attention of the great beings of other races who were making the weapons. Luo Feng noticed something special about how the disciples of Craftsman Master made weapons. Those who were at the top of the flames used a strange type of hammer, while those in the middle of the flames were universe knights who used hammers of different sizes and needed to wield them using their godly power. As for the bottom of the fire, there were only 3 universe knights. One of Them was the ninth brother those two undying fighters had talked about. Apparently, the fire intimidated all ordinary universe knights. "It's right down there," whispered Luo Feng. "My black metal is right down there." He hid beside a rock, camouflaged as a small stone I can sense clearly that the black metal is above the three universe knights at the bottom. "They might notice me if I go there. What should I do?" Luo Feng grew anxious. He could sense that the black metal was around 180 miles away from him, and the three universe knights at the bottom were also around 180 miles away from him. That meant the black metal was close to the three universe knights. "Just wait," Luo Feng told himself. "I bet they won't keep making weapons here for long." Luo Feng watched the three beings in silence. Although Luo Feng didn't know anything about weapon making, he was still amazed at how the three universe overlords made the weapons. It was an art. The three universe overlords only used strange hammers at different sizes, but the hammer wielded by that ninth brother was unique. It looked fierce enough to shatter the universe, yet as mild as a breeze. All the materials it touched mixed with each other perfectly, and the scene was breathtaking. After more than a month, the ninth brother ceased his work and announced, "Haha, the top-tier set treasure is finally finished. If the material were good enough, I could be made a true treasure. Congratulations, ninth brother. Congratulations." Haha, he laughed in triumph. "Now, I'll go and have a rest." "Sounds good. Let us go together." "Let us go." With that, the three universe overlords finally went to rest. They flew out of the flame-like beams of light. After they disappeared, Luo Feng turned back into a human form, robed in black. "Finally," he said, looking down at where the black metal was. In the twinkling of an eye, the black-robed figure of Luo Feng transformed into a rush of black current and condensed into a stone. Thereafter, he fell directly toward the bottom. As the stone fell, it bumped its way down into the deepest depths of the mountain. Pa! The stone rammed into the red-hot stone wall and finally came to a halt. Then the stone transformed back into the black-robed form of Luo Feng. "I've arrived," he said, taking in the view before him. He could not help exclaiming, "So beautiful." This was the bedrock of the mountain. He could see a strange, black matter about 6 miles ahead. It hung suspended in the air, standing then 10 feet tall and in the shape of a gourd-class object. As this black gourd hovered in midair, its mouth facing upwards, it spurted endless flames that spread outward, nearly filling up the entire mountain. Disciples of Craftsman Master, who were undying beings and universe knights, created weapons forged by the heat of these endless flames. As the black gourd hovered in the air, there were invisible connections all over the place, like lengths of chain that could not be seen by the naked eye, connecting the mountain with virtual space. Although these chains were invisible, there were traces of flames strung onto them. They came from the surrounding space and moved inward, directly into the gourd's mouth. "There are a total of 36 virtual chains," said Luo Feng. He frowned inwardly. "This black gourd seems to merge with the limitless space here, and through this limitless space, it absorbs and stores energy from the flame continually. Is that how it maintains its ability to produce eternal flames?" Luo Feng was master of Star Tower. Star Tower absorbed energy from the vast universe to continue revolving, and so, looking at this black gourd based on what he knew, Luo Feng was able to make a similar judgment quickly. Unquestionably, the flames near to the gourd's mouth will require the power of a universe overlord to ward off, he said. These endless flames spread out. Almost 100 miles away, every individual flame is strong enough to annihilate. An eternal star with such energy is being released continuously. There must be a source where it comes from. Luo Feng could sense that the energy of these endless flames was being continuously transmitted into the black gourd through the 36 virtual chains. Space transmission, wondered Luo Feng. What method is Craftsman Master using to maintain such an energy-consuming process? As a master craftsman of true treasures, he wouldn't be so foolish as to use up his own energy so relentlessly. There must be a source, like Star Tower, to maintain such strong energy. Luo Feng's eyes lit up as the realization dawned upon him. Of course, the Craftsman Star, only the Craftsman Star, can do that. Craftsman Star is the greatest true treasure that Craftsman Master ever created. With its massive size, it can absorb the limitless energy in the atmosphere of the entire virtual space. Could it be that the star absorbs and internalizes the surrounding energy, then transmits the energy to the gourd? This gourd, it could be a part of the Craftsman Star. After a few seconds of observation, Luo Feng had deduced the truth. Craftsman Master had made the Craftsman Star for two reasons. One was to build a protective home for himself. The other was to construct a primary tool for creating true treasures. The entire Craftsman Star would be used to absorb limitless energy and continuously churn out flames, which were drawn to the black gourd for the forging process. Killing two birds with one stone, said Luo Feng. Just by modifying the massive Craftsman Star, he was able to achieve this effect. In fact, with Craftsman Master's ability, it would be a piece of cake. He stared at the black gourd. I can sense that the black metal board is inside that black gourd. What should I do? Take the gourd away. The thought crossed his mind, but he banished it instantly. It was a laughable idea. The black gourd was a part of Craftsman Star. It was a subject with a master. Craftsman Master would certainly know if he were to take it away. More importantly, Luo Feng was not the master of Craftsman Star. If he wanted to take the black gourd, a component of it, he would have to take the entire Craftsman Star. Given the weight and power of Craftsman Star, he might as well have tried to move Thousand Treasure River. Even a Universe Master wouldn't have been able to make it budge in this way. It was just like Star Tower. If it were to completely unleash its power, even a Universe Supreme Master would not be able to take it away. I'd better not move the black gourd, Luo Feng told himself. I should not act rashly. The gourd's mouth will always be open to spurt out flames, but if I follow the path of the flames being drawn into the gourd's mouth, there's no reason I should meet with any obstructions. Still, Luo Feng was not so sure. He wondered whether the gourd was empty on the inside or filled with even more terrifying flames. Heck, I'm going to go all out, he said. The black metal board is inside the gourd. I have to go in. The temptation was just too strong. In an instant, the black-robed form of Luo Feng's godly body split into two. One was his Masha body, the other was his original earthling body. Masha body shall try first. So, right away, he used his talent technique domain. In the blink of an eye, he was taking the path into the gourd through the gourd's mouth. Hung. Stepping directly into a bed of red-hot, endless flames, Masha body did not even have a moment to look around, nor did it have even a moment to react. Before it was annihilated, not even a strand of hair managed to make contact with the flames. Poof. Moshe's body was gone in an instant, up in flames, faster than it took a single strand of hair to burn. The moment a godly body entered, it was annihilated immediately, without a split second to react. Luo Feng studied the black gourd suspended in the air by the 36 virtual chains. Instantly, his body unleashed some godly power that rapidly converged to restore Moshe's body. Moshe's body might have been similar to his original earthling body in size, but qualitatively, there was a substantial difference. Only a small amount of godly power was required to restore his Moshe's body. "Time to let my original earthling body try," said Luo Feng. "This godly body of mine is comparable to an ordinary universe knight." Luo Feng frowned as he took out a world ring and tossed it over to his Moshe body. At the same time, he also went into the world ring. "Go." Moshe's body immediately took the world ring and used the talent technique. Domain again. So. Instantly, they made their way to the black gourd's mouth. Inside the world ring. Hong Long. Luo Feng looked up at the sky to see the countless cracks on this side of the world. The next thing he knew, the world around him collapsed. Having briefly witnessed how terrifying the flames were, it was obvious that the material used to make the world ring was starting to melt. Then everything on this side of the world collapsed. The next moment, Luo Feng found standing right in the heart of the flames. "This is the inside of the black gourd," he said. The moment he appeared in this flaming space, the first sensation he felt was scalding hot. He was reminded of how it had felt when he had first scalded himself as a child. Yet, given his willpower today, Luo Feng was able to suppress this bit of pain without difficulty. "Black metal board," he said. Luo Feng felt as though every cell of his body was boiling. The feeling was insane. He lowered his gaze to the bottom of this flaming space. There were many various materials here, and all were very precious and unique. All were able to put up with the high temperature without any trouble, and among them was the black metal board. At the foot of Craftsman Mountain, everything was peaceful, just like any other day amid the countless buildings left behind by various great beings from all over the universe. Remote ocean. Luo Feng stood at the door of his courtyard. Moshe's body was annihilated in an instant. He thought its consciousness did not even have time to react. My original earthling body only managed to lower his head, though it was only a split second. His consciousness was allowed a moment of thought. Remote ocean. Luo Feng sighed to himself. "This is so nerve-wracking," he whispered. "No wonder universe overlords can only resist the flames from outside. The flames on the inside of the gourd are far more frightening than those on the outside." Luo Feng turned to go back into the house. He sat down cross-legged to think in silence. The flaming space within the black gourd contains extremely precious materials. However, these may only be a portion of the materials Craftsman Master owns. Luo Feng understood that every type of material had different characteristics. Not every material was suitable to be stored within such a scorching hot place. This would be determined by the great being's natural instincts. Truly precious materials would be carried about by great beings so that they could safeguard them. My remote ocean body is much bigger than my original earthling body. The power of its godly body is much stronger, so I suppose it may be able to hold on much longer. Craftsman Master has 3 formidable disciples, the one called Ninth Brother and 2 others who are currently not around. I cannot miss such perfect timing. Let us give it a shot. Luo Feng made up his mind. He divided some godly power and directed it to converge with his Masha body, then Masha body brought his remote ocean body over to Craftsman Mountain, where they snuck in once again. Masha body snuck into the bedrock of the mountain easily for the second time, then stopped a distance away from the black gourd suspended in midair. "Are the flames really that powerful?" he muttered. "I only need a small amount of time to grab the black metal board and fly out quickly." With remote ocean body, Masha entered the black gourd once again inside. Masha body was annihilated in an instant. As expected, the world ring melted, and the side of the internal world collapsed. The moment remote ocean body appeared, he lowered his head and accelerated toward the bottom in one swift dive. Black metal board. Chi chi chi. Endless, red-hot flames annihilated the godly body of remote ocean body in a frenzied craze. By the time he had managed to cover only about half the distance, before remote ocean body was able to get to the bottommost area of the flaming space, where all the precious materials were, it was destroyed. In a secret region, 3,000 light-years from Craftsman Star, a universe planet ship hovered in midair. In the control room, an adorable golden, horned beast, only 3 feet long, lay sprawled on the sofa. Its eyes were full of frustration, and it was mumbling under its breath, "I knew it wouldn't be so easy. I knew it. Those frightening flames were much too powerful, just like how a pinnacle emperor can easily subdue an official level undying with one hand. Craftsman Star has annihilated my godly body effortlessly." Remote ocean body was massive, it continued, but it only took a split second for it to be destroyed. The difference is much too great. No matter how much energy my godly body has, it is bound to burn. This power is more terrifying than the attack of a universe overlord, more powerful than the greatest attack by Chi Blood Palace leader. I'm sure it far surpasses the limit of defense of ordinary true treasure armor under such force, just as how Golden King armor's power was greatly reduced. To weaken it by 1/10 would be considered a blessing. Golden Horned Beast shook its little head and continued mumbling. Even if the power could be weakened to 1/10, persevering would still be impossible in those endless flame. The fire within Black Gourd is more powerful than any other flames in the outside world. The outside world needs universe overlords who have ordinary true treasure armor in that gourd. Isn't it a must to depend on force armor? With my force armor, the strength of the flames could be reduced to 1/10,000. That would make things much easier, but if I fail, I would lose force armor, too. Golden Horned Beast lay sprawled in the same spot, letting out low growls. Intermittently, I knew it. It is not that easy, not that easy. So, to bring force armor, or not to go, or not to go. Luo Feng sat down on the sofa with a wine glass in his hand. Golden Horned Beast was also lay sprawled on the sofa. Both sat there, deep in thought. A spaceship floated in a space more than 3,000 light-years from Craftsman Star. Should I go or not? Luo Feng wondered. He had sent remote ocean body out before. He didn't mind a slight energy loss, and he wouldn't care about the Golden King armor. However, after experiencing the power of the flames, and seeing the 3 universe overlord disciples of Craftsman Master standing outside the flames wearing ordinary true treasure armors, Luo Feng had confirmed that ordinary true treasure armors were not enough. Should I use my force armor? Luo Feng frowned. Star Tower and force armor were the most important true treasures he had. The force armor would still be a great boon to him, even he became a universe master in the future. Luo Feng thought about it for more than 6 hours. Numerous ideas popped up in his head, but all were vetoed. "I'll go," he finally decided. After a short while, Masha body took off with golden horned beast body and remote ocean body. Luo Feng had 6 true treasures in total: Tower Pearl, Star Map, Shi Wu Wing, Force Armor, Golden King Armor, and 9 Tiger River. He sent the golden horned beast carrying 3 true treasures: Force Armor, Shi Wu Wing, and 9 Tiger River. The Force Armor was for golden horned beast to resist the fire, and the Shi Wu Wings and 9 Tiger River were to be used to escape. As for Golden King Armor and Star Map, they were useless under these circumstances. Although Tower Pearl was helpful, it was used for Star Tower to recognize Luo Feng as his master, and he couldn't lose it compared to Force Armor. The supreme true treasure Star Tower was far more important to Luo Feng, thus, he wouldn't risk it. "If I fail and lose my Force Armor, losing my Shi Wu Wings and 9 Tiger River will be the least of my worries," Luo Feng thought. Compared to Force Armor, 9 Tiger River and Shi Wu Wing were worthless. Inside the vast space in Craftsman Star were space whirlpools beyond count. Masha body floated in the sky and looked at the Craftsman Star in the distance. "I must get the 4th black medal," he said. "If Craftsman Master is there, I want to be able to get it. Fortunately, he happens to be outside, and the 3 Universe Overlords are resting. I might need to wait for an eternity if I miss this chance. I must go," he thought. "Even if I fail and lose the Force Armor, there is still a chance I can get it back when I become stronger in the future. After all, Craftsman Master won't be able to use it. Even if he does get it, it won't be difficult to get it back, and besides, Masters with Shan Ke might also interfere. The Force Armor was made by him, and it won't be a problem for him to get the armor back." After taking this all into consideration, Luo Feng decided to go. His Force Armor was important to him, but the 4th black medal was even more so. Once he got it, he was likely to make his golden horned beast body reach the perfect life gene level, after which he could perform the inherited technique known as I Am the Universe. "My power will surge with this move," he said. "Even if I lose my Force Armor and get killed, my boundless remote ocean body will create more bodies. There's nothing to worry about." Although his Force Armor was significant to Luo Feng, it wasn't vital. Still, if it weren't for the 4th medal of the 9-volume manual, he wouldn't have risked it. Masha body teleported himself to Craftsman Star and entered the Craftsman Mountain. After another teleportation, he was experienced. Now he had used his inherited technique domain to enter the cave before, and now went deeper inside. After performing domain 100 times, he arrived in the deepest portion of the mountainside. A 3-foot-tall golden horned beast floating in the air gazed at the black gourd connected by 36 chains. The gourd's mouth expelled endless flames, which were so powerful that they might turn an ordinary treasure into ashes. The golden horned beast body had performed deities of the earth, beast god transformation, and inherited technique amplification, and had reached his limit. He had even hidden a world ring that contained the remote ocean body and Masha body. "I'm consuming the godly power while the remote ocean body is supplying godly power," he said. The golden horned beast body, remote ocean body, together with Force Armor, I'll definitely get the 4th black medal now. The golden horned beast body shrank to the size of a fist. So he flew toward the mouth of the gourd. The black gourd was 10 feet tall, and its mouth was about the size of a human head. He entered the gourd inside. The golden-horned beast body immediately felt the horrifying heat of the flames. The black gourd was used to extract fire for craftsman master to make weapons. The flames that spewed from it made up only a small portion of the fire that raged inside here. The flames were much stronger, perhaps enough to annihilate a top-tier set treasure. Hung. The flames were endless. The golden-horned beast became 3 feet long and drove the force armor by, burning his godly body, which maximized his defense. Ha ha ha, nice. The force armor is indeed impressive, although the fire is mighty. It's weakened to only 1/10,000th of its original power. It's still consuming my godly body, but it doesn't have any real effects now. Perhaps only 20% of my godly body will be gone when I get the black metal and leave. Actually, his godly body was already being consumed quickly, but Luo Feng remained fairly relaxed. So the golden-horned beast dove down. The godly body was also consumed gradually. 99.9%, 99.7%, 99.5%, 98.7%. However, after a short while, the remote ocean body started to transfer godly power from the world ring to restore the golden-horned beast body, and it went back to 100%. The remote ocean body had the same amount of godly power as the golden-horned beast body did. So Luo Feng kept diving down. The space inside the gourd was not large, having a diameter of around 6,000 miles, and the golden-horned beast body reached the bottom quickly. However, once he hit the bottom, he started to succumb to the heat. The flames at the bottom of the gourd were more sizzling than in any other area. Apparently, it was the essence of the fire. The flames glinted purple. 97%, 94%, 91%, 88%. His godly body was being quickly consumed. No, I need to hurry. The golden-horned beast reached the bottom where there were lots of materials. He grabbed the 4th black metal. Wang. There was dimming black light on the black metal and the material at the bottom. The golden-horned beast wasn't able to catch the black metal with all the integrated black light. Hell. The golden-horned beast looked down. The fire was worming its way inside the bottom of the gourd through the engravings in the black light. Energy accumulated at the bottom. Apparently, it was an engraving seal used to store the energies, and the materials were sealed under it. Trying to stop me by using an engraving seal without a master, he said. Break. His Sherwu wing slashed the black light. Pooh. The black light was cut in half. His hoof grabbed the black metal, and he swallowed it. The godly power recognized him as his master like before, and the information contained in the black metal was transferred to him. Go. The golden-horned beast didn't dare hesitate. His godly body was down to only 62%, and the remote ocean body was at only 68%. So the golden-horned beast shrank to the size of a fist and flew out of the gourd. Through its mouth, he landed on a rock. Finally, I got it, the golden-horned beast said, elated. Hung. An enormous amount of power suddenly arrived, frightening golden-horned beast. No cutting the engraving seal alerted the craftsman master. He came back to his home to see what happened. You dare to break my engraving, an ancient voice roared. Hung. A gigantic arm descended through all the fire, and the golden-horned beast was seized. The golden-horned beast felt the pressure pressing down on him. His godly body was quickly consumed. 50%, 42%, 36%. Supply remote ocean body supply. Golden horned beast grew anxious, his godly body was quickly restored by the energies from the remote ocean body when the palm stopped exerting power. Remote ocean had already used up his power entirely, and the power in the golden horned beast body was only at 42%. You survived my attack. The rocky arm grasped the golden horned beast. There was a rumbling sound. He was craftsman master, and the conception contained in that move was enough to annihilate an ordinary universe overlord. You withstood my grab and have only stolen a material that is of no use. Anyway, said craftsman master, I'll spare your life. Hong long long. The space was reversed. The golden horned beast felt the space and time around him changing, and he was already out in the space surrounding the craftsman star when he began to see things clearly again, in front of one of the giant space whirlpools. There are 98,200 wormholes, said the giant form of craftsman master. Standing 6 million miles tall, 2 of them lead to places in the land of extremis. The giant threw the golden horned beast into one of the giant space whirlpools, one bearing a tablet reading, Land of Extremis on it. I've given you a chance to survive, the voice said, entering into Luo Feng's mind as the golden horned beast was tossed through the space whirlpool. Golden horned beast was thrown into the space whirlpool, and craftsman master, the mountain giant who was as tall as tens of millions of miles, stood quietly in the air, watching the space whirlpool that would lead to the land of extremis. Craftsman master was a mountain giant, millions of miles tall, with many gigantic glass arms sticking out of it. At one look, it would seem to have at least 100 gigantic arms. Furthermore, the stone face of the mountain bore an enormous pair of eyes. Golden horned beast, he said, don't blame me if you are trapped in the land of extremis for trillions of years. Craftsman master gazed at the space whirlpool and continued, all of these are teacher sitting mountain guestess instructions. Craftsman master could not help letting out a soft sigh. Poor fellow. Sitting mountain guest's wish would always be craftsman master's command. He would carry out his orders without fail. Given his capability, his skills in making weapons, and his massive, mountainous godly body, he really had nothing to fear when facing a universe supreme master. Firstly, he was capable and had a massive godly body in addition to a flying palace-type true treasure, craftsman star. He was able to fend for himself when facing other universe supreme masters. Secondly, he had an extensive network of friends on the level of universe supreme masters. Alone, a few were very close to him. He was also close to the human race, the demon race, and several other races, as many would frequently employ his help in making true treasures. So, if any other universe supreme masters dared to command him about, he would dismiss them without a second thought. But things were different with sitting mountain guest. Craftsman master treated sitting mountain guest with the utmost respect. Back in his younger days, he was passionate about making weapons and was very gifted in this aspect during the earliest stage of the birth of the universe. When very few life forms existed, craftsman master was already a universe knight. Once, while making weapons, sitting mountain guest happened to sit by his side and watch him work. At that time, he was furious. How could his skill of making true treasures be seen by other great beings who might pick up his skills secretly? He was fuming, but there was nothing he could do. Sitting mountain guest was already a universe supreme being at that point in time. His power to control the surrounding universe could have rendered craftsman master immobile. Thereafter, sitting mountain guest gave his 2 cents worth on craftsman master's weapon-making skills, commending his merits, but also pointing out his shortcomings. He even gave pointers on how improvements could be made to boost his weapon-making skills. Craftsman master had been appalled during that period. The lonely sitting mountain guest had resided on craftsman master's planet, where craftsman master was still a nobody and had yet to earn his reputation by remodeling a flying palace-type true treasure. Occasionally, sitting mountain guest would give him some pointers. This had allowed craftsman master's skills to increase by leaps and bounds. Even his law comprehension showed tremendous improvement. Eventually, he achieved a breakthrough and attained the universe master level. His skills in making weapons also reached a very high standard. Your skills have already attained an extremely high level, sitting mountain guest had said. My guidance is no longer useful. What happens next will be up to you to discover and experience. Sitting mountain guest had left him thereafter from the beginning to the end. Sitting mountain guest had not mentioned anything about making him a disciple. He also had not taught him any self-cultivation techniques, nor had he given craftsman master any true treasures. Sitting mountain guest's help was merely staying on his planet for a longer time to guide him in improving his skill in making weapons. Still, craftsman master had always used the salutation of teacher. Sitting mountain guest in his heart, he thought of sitting mountain guest as his teacher. There were a few occasions where he asked sitting mountain guest to be his teacher, but sitting mountain guest was unresponsive when sitting mountain guest approached him with instruction. This time around, he would certainly perform the task to his very best and absolutely without a trace of delay. Poor fellow, but you are one lucky fellow, craftsman master lamented with a sigh. Teacher, sitting mountain guest has set a test for you to train you. I think it means that he thinks of you as his disciple. However, teacher, sitting mountain guest has very high expectations. If you are unable to make it out on your own, you will be trapped in the land of extremists for all eternity. Craftsman master let out yet another sigh. Hua! The next instant, that massive being vanished into space and went back to craftsman star. A moment later, the 3 disciples of craftsman master flew down toward the foot of craftsman mountain, where over 500 universe knights and undying beings, all of whom were gifted with talents in making weapons, were kneeling in. Wait! Teacher has returned, shouted one of the 3 disciples. Teacher has returned, announced another. You should all start preparing quickly. Soon, teacher will be testing you. Only those who pass the final test get to become teacher's disciples. Upon hearing the shouts, everyone looked far into the distance with surprised and delighted expressions from the buildings. The universe knights of the many races rushed out at top speed. Hurry up, craftsman master is about to make an appearance. Hurry up! The chance to enlist craftsman master's help in making true treasures is finally arriving. Hua hua hua! Thousands of universe knights came forth in large numbers. Remote Ocean Luo Feng said, Chrysalis Knight, craftsman master, is about to appear. Remote Ocean Luo Feng, Remote Ocean Luo Feng. Chrysalis Knight went to Luo Feng's abode to look for him, but he could not find him anywhere. He could not help but let out a sigh. In the ENFA secret region, a lone universe planet ship cruised through space. Luo Feng's original earthling body sat in it, and beside him, a remote ocean body appeared earlier on, to ward off the blow craftsman master had dealt to golden horned beast. Remote ocean body had supplemented golden horned Beast's godly body with more power, thus using up all his godly power. He was annihilated. As a result, naturally, another remote ocean body would be formed. "Where is it?" Luo Feng muttered in alarm. "My golden horned beast body, where has it gone to?" Normally, I am able to connect with my golden horned beast body through our consciousness, but I cannot sense its location. Luo Feng was taken aback. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Even on the original star, the two bodies had been able to sense each other's whereabouts. Where did golden horned beast body go? Luo Feng wondered aloud. The land of extremis, where is it found in this universe? Luo Feng was growing increasingly perturbed. Even in his current standard, he still felt that the universe was a difficult book to read. There were always mysterious lands seemingly popping up out of nowhere. Going through that gigantic space whirlpool, golden horned beast suddenly found himself in the middle of a starry sky. He looked around, feeling at a loss. This place, where am I? Golden horned beast looked off into the distance. In the bright, starry sky, looking afar, there was the star level and a star traveler level. He could even see a gigantic, red star. Given golden horned beast's eyesight, the vast, limitless galaxy he saw seemed like an ordinary starry sky, but golden horned beast body was keenly aware that this place was nowhere near ordinary. He was unable to sense the space ripples. He also could not sense his god country or the virtual universe. How is this possible? Where are the space ripples? Golden horned beast let out a low growl while, suspended in midair, he studied his surroundings. There are no spaces sealed, so where have all the space ripples disappeared to? Here in this vast starry sky, it was as though it was perfectly natural for space to be without a single trace of ripples. It was as if this place was completely isolated from the original universe. I cannot sense the virtual universe, and I cannot sense my god country. I was unable to connect to the virtual universe when I was in the original star, too, but this is only the second place in the entire universe where I have been unable to connect to the virtual universe. Golden horned beast surveyed his surroundings. He was quite aware of the capabilities of the virtual universe, and a place that could cut off all contact with the virtual universe was certainly no ordinary realm. What about the space whirlpool? Golden horned beast looked around. He had arrived here immediately after stepping through that space whirlpool. Thereafter, the space whirlpool had disappeared. Why did it disappear? Could it be that the space whirlpool on the Craftsman star can be transmitted to different spots randomly? Luo Feng was baffled. Back when he was at the ancestral god secret region, he had met with a spate of random occurrences involving space whirlpools where he was transported to the core lands of certain places, but Masha body had eventually undergone an evolution. Luo Feng's Masha body appeared in midair while golden horned beast body hid within the world ring. This land of extremis, what secret does it hold? Why do I not see any form of danger here? Luo Feng scrutinized his surroundings, but because he could not sense his god country, there was no way he could utilize god country transportation. Hence, his injuries would not be able to recover. Teacher sitting mountain guest, what does he have in mind for me? Luo Feng wondered. Luo Feng was no fool. While planning a way to steal the fourth metal board, he had not confirmed whether there was any relation between Craftsman Master and Teacher sitting mountain guest. However, when Golden Horned Beast was caught while trying to escape, Craftsman Master had shown up. Craftsman Master's appearance wasn't a surprise. What was surprising was the minor punishment he had meted out. He had not even taken back the metal board. Nor had he taken any of Luo Feng's true treasures before tossing him into the space whirlpool leading to the land of extremists. What a weak race, the audacity to steal. Surely, Craftsman Master knew that for a being to come out of the Black Gourd alive, he must have a formidable true treasure armor, thought Luo Feng even. Though he knew this Craftsman Master still did not take any of my valuables. How could he be so benevolent? Even a benevolent master would have killed me right away, and if he intended to punish me instead, there are many ways to do. So why would he desert me in the land of extremists? Super great beings kill one another on the original star for the sake of obtaining top-tier true treasures, yet Craftsman Master is unable to see a valuable true treasure right before his eyes. No, I am truly a fool. This must have been teacher Sitting Mountain Guest's arrangement. Luo Feng was grateful to Sitting Mountain Guest for this, but he was doubtful of his intentions and motives. Sitting Mountain Guest usually showed much indifference to Luo Feng, but when he had instructed Luo Feng to obtain the first 3 black metal boards, Luo Feng had to obtain the 3 boards in 3 different stages, one when he was at Sector Lord level, the second when he was at Undying level, and the third when he was at Universe Knight level. They were clearly 3 different tests. Back when I was seeking the Green Knight and the Purple Knight, I eventually ended up being sent to Ice Hell, Luo Feng recalled. If not for Master of Sky Wolf, I'm afraid I would have been there a long time. I would have had to kill a colossal number of great beings in Ice Hell to make it out alive. Is this like teacher Sitting Mountain Guest's motive back then? Luo Feng could only speculate, as Sitting Mountain Guest's arrangements were usually more casual and impromptu. Even if Luo Feng was able to escape, thanks to Master of Sky Wolf and Primal Chaos City leader, Sitting Mountain Guest would not intervene. What about this time? What is his motive this time? If it weren't for Master of Sky Wolf and Primal Chaos City leader, I would have been trapped in Ice Hell for a long, long time. Luo Feng looked up at the vast, starry sky in this mysterious land of extremists. I can't sense my god country, nor the virtual universe. I can't even determine its universe coordinates. There is no way I can seek help, and if my godly body is depleted, I can't go to the remote ocean to recharge. The moment I fail, Luo Feng said to himself, my force armor, 9 Tiger River, and Sherwu wings will be gone. I can't afford to worry. Regardless of what Sitting Mountain Guest has in mind, he is training me, and I have improved my abilities so rapidly, all thanks to him. Regardless, capability is the fundamental concern. Luo Feng speculated no more. So immediately, he transformed into a beam of light and flew off at top speed. He continued accelerating and soon reached the speed of light. Luo Feng's eyes widened. I have reached the speed of light. No, I am starting to exceed the speed of light. Why am I still not entering the dark universe? While in the form of light, Luo Feng was dumbfounded. What is this place? Is this really the original universe? Could it be that there is another universe that is similar to the original universe? He wasn't able to feel his god kingdom, and neither could he enter the dark universe and reach a speed faster than light, and there were no space ripples. Where am I? Luo Feng was still flying at high speed through space, using his inertia. He looked around at all the stars gleaming. Wait, he said, this doesn't feel right. I'm already faster than the speed of light, and I should only be able to see the front. Luo Feng looked back, and he could still see the scene distinctly, which baffled him. He permeated his godly power and sensed light speed I'm moving too fast, he said, so light speed in the land of extremis is different from that in the original universe. Light speed in the original universe was 186,000 miles per second, while light speed in the land of extremis was 100 times faster. The speed of godly power. Luo Feng frowned. So, a beam of godly power spread, which made Luo Feng exclaim, the fastest godly power is 186,000 miles per second in the original universe, but light speed in the land of extremis is 18 million miles per second. So, Luo Feng accelerated and flew across the sky 2 times light speed in the original universe, 3 times light speed in the original universe. He kept accelerating. The laws of the universe were sharply different in the land of extremis. Luo Feng felt like he had around Swishan Ku, but also as if he were in the primal universe. Swishan Ku was a universe supreme master, and he was able to change all the laws in his surroundings, while the primal universe was an entirely different universe with some fundamental differences. Luo Feng kept speeding up, and the pressure on his godly body kept surging. The Masha body was 100 times stronger than an ordinary pinnacle emperor, and he was able to withstand the pressure. 100 times light speed in the original universe. I can speed up no more. Luo Feng wasn't able to accelerate any further, even after burning his godly power. He remained at 100 times the speed of light in the original universe. He was at light speed in the land of extremis. Hua! Suddenly, the view behind him became dark, and Luo Feng was only able to see the starry sky in front of him. I didn't enter the dark universe even after hitting the speed limit. It seems that there's no dark universe in the land of extremis. Luo Feng was perplexed. Let's see what kind of place land of extremis is. He continued flying 100 times faster than light speed in the original universe. Inside Luo Feng's God Kingdom, the remote ocean was churning, and Luo Feng sat on the square in front of his God Kingdom. Although I'm trapped in land of extremis, I have gained more than I lost. At least I got the 4th black medal of the 9-volume manual. Luo Feng smiled. The 4th black medal had been hidden in the mountainside of Craftsman Mountain, and the information contained in the black medal was already transferred to him when the golden horned beast swallowed the black medal. He gathered the practice methods of the first 5 volumes. However, a lot of information was missing in the 4th black medal, and when combined with the first 3, they gave the practice methods of the first volumes. I've obtained the first 7 volumes of the 9 volumes manual. Perhaps the last black medal can give me the last 2 volumes. I'll start practicing now. And so his original earthling body started the 6th volume of 9-volume manual. Masha body kept flying, moving 100 times faster than light speed in the original universe as the golden horned beast inside the world ring started to practice the 6th volume of the 9-volume manual. Even if he failed to finish the 6th volume and his body turned into ashes, Luo Feng's godly body was strong enough to be immortal. His body could be recovered as long as there was a portion of it left. The ashes would be gathered, which meant he was able to practice the 9-volume manual in land of extremis without having to worry about failure. He kept flying at the same speed for more than a year and finally flew into a galaxy. Luo Feng exclaimed, "One star is jade, one is yellow and white, and one is rainbow-colored." When he reached the center of the galaxy, an old voice came out of the yellow star, and it reached Luo Feng's surroundings several seconds later. "There is An intruder from another race in the land of extremists. We've been alone for a long time, Demon Sword Knight, replied a wicked voice. From the rainbow-colored star. We haven't seen any other races for more than 60,000 eras, said a cold voice. From the jade star. Luo Feng was disturbed. Hong. A trace of invisible godly power penetrated Luo Feng as a soul attack, but Masha body wasn't afraid of soul attack. He has an energy life form, and he doesn't fear soul attack, the wicked voice echoed through the sky. Let me crush him, said the cold voice. My turn, said the old voice. Luo Feng looked into the distance, and 3 beings flew out of the stars. They reached the speed that was 100 times that of the light speed in the original universe and dashed toward Luo Feng. My Masha body isn't good at fighting, he said. Hua. A 3-foot-long golden-horned beast floated in the sky with his wings open. And Masha body went into the world ring. Oh, a space beast, said one of the 3 beings. A golden-horned beast, said another. Much better, the green being had a voice that was apathetic yet filled with aggression. The golden-horned beast floated in the sky and recognized all 3 of the universe overlords. They were renowned universe overlords who had vanished from the universe a long time ago. They were Demon Sword Knight, Su Tian Knight, and Feathered Dark Horde leader. The golden-horned beast's voice resounded through the sky. Demon Sword Knight, Su Tian Knight, and Feathered Dark Horde leader, I can't believe you 3 are still alive. They slowed down and stopped in an area tens of thousands of miles away from Luo Feng. All 3 great beings were surprised. Somebody still remembers us, said Su Tian Knight. We aren't forgotten, Feathered Dark Horde leader said at the same time. Demon Sword Knight gazed at the golden-horned beast indifferently and demanded, tell us now, what has happened in the past 200,000 eras. Su Tian Knight and Feathered Dark Horde leader also stared at the golden-horned beast. Demon Blade Knight, the golden-horned beast growled, you speak as if commanding a slave. I don't like the way you talk, although I empathize with you and I'm willing to tell you what has happened. The way you talk has disappointed me. Damn you, Demon Blade Knight's eyes glinted coldly. If you don't want to talk, then I'll beat the truth out of you. Hung. His godly body started to burn. Hua. A streak of jade light streaked through the sky and charged at the golden horned beast. Luo Feng hadn't expected Demon Blade Knight to be so angry. He would have gladly answered him if Demon Blade Knight had asked nicely. From the bottom of his heart, Luo Feng was willing to have a conversation with those universe overlords. Unfortunately, Demon Blade Knight didn't view him as his equal. Charge, Su Tian Knight said, and instantly slammed Luo Feng with a staff that grew 6,000 miles long. Ha ha ha, Feathered Dark Horde leader guffawed, and his voice pierced the golden-horned beast body. Although Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness were at the universe overlord level, he was still affected. The golden-horned beast started to burn his godly body, and he shook his wing to try to dodge the blade. Chi. The blade slashed toward the golden-horned beast. Pung. The staff hit the head of the golden-horned beast. Demon Blade Knight and Su Tian Knight cooperated with each other perfectly, and Feathered Dark Horde leader was affecting Luo Feng's mind and willpower constantly. The golden horned beast was weaker than those universe overlords, and his godly body was still injured from the encounter at Craftsman Mountain. He could only stand there and be beaten by them. His wing is a true treasure, Sation Knight shouted. And he's wearing true treasure armor, Feather Dark Horde leader added, he's able to resist all the attacks from us, he must be wearing a senior true treasure armor. Kill him. Get the true treasures. The true treasure armor is mine, and you can have the others, Demon Blade Knight said coldly. Both Sation Knight and Feather Dark Horde leader were a bit angry, but they knew that Demon Blade Knight was stronger than them. Besides, they still hadn't found a way to get out of Land of Extremis. Sation Knight and Feather Dark Horde leader nodded. Okay, said Sation Knight. Okay, agreed Feather Dark Horde leader. Golden Horned Beast, we don't care what's going on outside, we want your true treasures more. Then Demon Blade Knight looked at the Golden Horned Beast and said, die. Howl snarl. Hua hua. Endless golden water spread and enveloped the sky for tens of millions of square miles. 9 strange beasts swam in the water, and the Golden Horned Beast stood in the middle. Feather Dark Horde leader, Sation Knight, and Demon Blade Knight were all shocked. A domain-type true treasure, they said as one. Want my true treasures, said the Golden Horned Beast under the pressure of the Golden River. The 3 universe overlords couldn't so much as touch the Golden Horned Beast. The Golden Horned Beast glared at them, infuriated. Let's see who dies first. The water in 9 Tiger River flowed through the sky and trapped the 3 universe overlords. They quickly slowed down. What should we do? He has a domain-type true treasure, and we can't even get close to him, said Sation Knight, sounding anxious. Demon Blade Knight, however, frowned. Feather Dark Horde leader, can you attack you using your illusion and slow him down? No, I can't, answered Feather Dark Horde leader, sounding helpless. He has incredibly strong willpower and a strong mind. I can only affect him to a very small extent. He is still able to fly and dodge perfectly. Under soul illusion, some top-tier techniques might not be perfectly performed, however, it would still be easy to fly. Forget it, Demon Blade Knight said, we can't kill him, as he has a domain type true treasure. Let's spare his life and leave. Okay. I guess we have to do this. Sation Knight, Demon Blade Knight, and Feather Dark Horde leader started to fly back to their planets. Want to flee? Asked a furious voice, and the Golden Horned Beast started to chase Demon Blade Knight. Humph, you dare to chase me even after I spared your life? Demon Blade Knight glared at the Golden Horned Beast coming after him. Perhaps I might not be able to catch you in your domain, but don't blame me for killing you, since you delivered yourself to me. Sounds like my life is in your hands, said the Golden Horned Beast. Ha ha ha. Hilarious. Demon Blade Knight, let's see who'll die. The Golden Horned Beast shook his wings and dashed at Demon Blade Knight. Under his burning godly power, his Sherwoo wings slashed Demon Blade Knight. And the 9 strange beasts in the 9 Tiger River also encircled Demon Blade Knight. The 9 strange beasts were mighty and were able to severely injure secondary universe knights with the help of the Golden Horned Beast's godly power and amplification. As for universe overlords, though they were not able to hurt them, they could suppress their speed. You must be seeking your own demise, Demon Blade Knight said with disdain. He had scorned the Golden Horned Beast since the moment he first saw him. You're too weak to fight me, and the only reason you're still breathing is your background, coming from the Space Beast Alliance and being bestowed an incredible true treasure. You couldn't hope to fight against me. Hong 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 hong. The noise was deafening as Demon Blade Knight and the golden horned beast began to fight within the Golden River. The golden horned beast was only able to concentrate on one enemy at a time. Cetyon Knight and Feather Dark Horde leader watched the fight from a distance, relaxed. "He's just playing with fire," said Cetyon Knight. Not only did the golden horned beast not flee with his domain-type true treasure when he had the chance, but he dared to try to fight. "Let us see how Demon Blade Knight crushes him," said Feather Dark Horde leader. The fight continued 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Although it was a fierce battle, it was the golden horned beast who was haunting Demon Blade Knight. The golden horned beast kept being hit, but he didn't back down. He continued bringing the fight to Demon Blade Knight. Cetyon Knight and Feather Dark Horde leader watched, stupefied. This Demon Blade Knight has burned 1% of his godly body at this point, Cetyon Knight said with shock, but that golden horned beast's force doesn't change at all. His godly body isn't weakened at all, even after burning for such a long time, said Feather Dark Horde leader, also stunned. Demon Blade Knight ceased being aloof and disdainful. Instead, he was distressed and furious. His godly body hasn't changed at all after being hit for such a long time, but how no wonder it's a senior true treasure armor. He sensed that the golden horned beast was weak, and he even thought that the golden horned beast had triggered its third form. However, even the second form of a senior true treasure armor could weaken attacks to 1/1000th. Even senior true treasures are useless. Break. A jade blade light tore through the golden river and slashed the golden horned beast. Poo poo poo. Poo poo poo. Poo poo poo. There were 9 attacks in total, and each successive attack was more powerful than the previous one. The 9th attack consumed 2% of Demon Blade Knight's godly body. Now 8% of Demon Blade Knight's godly body had been consumed. What Demon Blade Knight was terrified. He glared at the golden horned beast. His godly body isn't weakened at all. Hell. The golden horned beast howled and shook his wings. His wings tried to strike Demon Blade Knight again. Demon Blade Knight was in a fluster now. The technique in his attack is only mediocre, he said. Apparently, his law comprehension is not deep enough to drive the third form of a senior true treasure armor. Besides, I have a senior true treasure godly blade, and I just performed the ultimate technique. I've perfected an eternity in the land of extremists. Even a universe overlord with a senior true treasure armor should be severely injured. Hong. The golden horned beast dashed toward Demon Blade Knight again. Demon Blade Knight, I already told you, the golden horned beast shouted. Let us see who will die. Demon Blade Knight's eyes glinted with fear as he finally understood the golden horned beast's plan. Damn it. Demon Blade Knight tried to fly away. Hua hua hua. Under the pressure of the golden waters, he wasn't able to fly fast enough. The golden horned beast was 100 times faster than him, and he caught up with Demon Blade Knight instantly. Even if my godly body only has 42% left, it's a godly body with 600 million times that of a sector lord. It's millions of times stronger than yours. Besides, my force armor is a pinnacle true treasure. Even if you have a senior true treasure blade, and even if your technique is powerful, the force armor can weaken it to 1/10,000th. I might not be able to kill you, but I can slowly consume your body. You can't even run away under the influence of 9 Tiger River. You can only die The golden horned beast held Demon Blade Knight had lost all his pride and only wanted to fly away. Sation Knight and Feather Dark Horde leader both understood what was happening, and they immediately left the domain of 9 Tiger River. "Quick go," said Sation Knight, "go." "What a terrific golden horned beast," Feather Dark Horde leader said in amazement. "The technique he used to defend against us was clumsy," Sation Knight said. "It was like a technique from a secondary universe." Knight, "I thought is true. Treasure armor only reached the second form, and I thought there was no doubt that Demon Blade Knight's ultimate technique would severely injure that golden horned beast, but neither of us was correct. Demon Blade Knight's godly body was sharply weakened, but that golden horned beast's godly body didn't change at all." Both Feather Dark Horde Knight and Sation Knight were thrilled. "He's dead," Sation Knight said. "Demon Blade Knight's definitely going to die," agreed Feather Dark Horde Knight. Feather Dark Horde Knight and Sation Knight exchanged eye contact. Both of them knew now that the golden horned beast couldn't be killed. Demon Blade Knight couldn't run away under the pressure from the domain type true treasure. If he kept burning his godly body would keep being weakened and he would fall at some point. But if Demon Blade Knight stopped burning his godly body, he would be 1,000 times weaker, and 9 Tiger River would be able to keep injuring him. Demon Blade Knight would die no matter what. Demon Blade Knight transmitted his voice reluctantly. "Golden horned beast, spare my life, please." "No chance," the golden horned beast roared. "Wait for your demise. You're pushing me." Demon Blade Knight was infuriated. "Yes, I am. Weren't you trying to kill me? Your law comprehension is indeed deeper than mine, but you'll die anyway." The golden horned beast kept charging Demon Blade Knight, who had no way to escape under the pressure from 9 Tiger River. This was what made domain type true treasures so precious. This one could trap the enemies when the user was at an advantage, help the user get away when he was at a disadvantage, and slaughter weaker opponents all at once. You, Demon Blade Knight roared in exasperation. "Wait for your death," the golden horned beast said, and kept charging. Even if Demon Blade Knight was many times better at fighting than the golden horned beast, his godly body was being weakened continuously. But he didn't dare stop burning his godly body, as if he did, his defending power would tumble. His godly body would then be consumed even faster. 60%, 50%, 40%. His godly body kept being weakened, and so did his power, and as he lost his power, his godly body was consumed more quickly. "Golden horned beast," Demon Blade Knight roared, "if I'm resurrected by turning back time, I'll become a universe master and kill you. Then I'll kill you again," the golden horned beast bellowed. "Remember, it's me who'll kill you. Don't look for the wrong one. Unfortunately, you're a universe overlord. Perhaps it will be difficult to resurrect you. Just wait for it," Demon Blade Knight shouted. He was from 9 Territory Alliance, and there wasn't a Universe Supreme Master in that alliance. Once a Universe Overlord was killed, the 9 Territory Alliance would need to ask for help from other powers or some lone Universe Supreme Masters, which would be costly. Demon Blade Knight wasn't sure whether the 9 Territory Alliance would be willing to pay the price. 32% Demon Blade Knight could feel his godly body being weakened, and he got more infuriated. If he didn't self-destruct, he would be knocked out, and his soul might be controlled. But if he did self-destruct, he would die, and perhaps he would remain dead forever. "I'll definitely die if I don't self-destruct," but at least I might still have a chance if I do so, he said. God damn you, golden-horned beast, Demon Blade Knight roared. Ah! Hung. Demon Blade Knight blew himself up with a cry. The energies from the explosion swept across Nine Tiger River and annihilated it after producing tumbling waves. Humph, the golden-horned beast said, looked at it coldly. I was planning to have a conversation with you, but you insisted on robbing me unfortunately. For you, your valuables are mine now. He waved his hands, the two valuables flew toward him. They were a green armor and a jade true treasure godly blade. He only had two true treasures. The golden-horned beast took the true treasures. Sation Knight and Feather Dark Horde leader witnessed what happened and sighed. A universe overlord had just died. Hua hua. The waves were churning, and the golden-horned beast stepped on the waves and transmitted his voice, saying, Sation Knight, Feather Dark Horde leader, are you still going to be my enemies? Sation Knight and Feather Dark Knight looked at one another and communicated their thoughts through their gazes. They were a little fearful of this golden-horned beast, but it was only a feeling after all. They were far away, so golden-horned beast's Nine Tiger River would not be able to exert its power over them without the oppression of Nine Tiger River. They would be able to accelerate easily to a speed 100 times of the speed of light of the universe. Then golden-horned beast would never be able to give chase, but who would be willing to live like a homeless dog always on the run? We had no intentions of becoming your enemy, but Demon Sword Knight was so bent on killing you that we could only act according to his wishes, Sation Knight said in his elderly voice. Golden-horned beast looked at the two faraway figures, and with much vigor, he inquired, would you be able to tell me how you got here, this land of extremis? How well do you know it? Feather Dark Horde leader's spine-chilling voice said, since time immemorial, many great beings have fallen into this land of extremis. The majority were on adventures in secret regions, but were accidentally transported here. There is a long list of ways how one can be transported here. There are also great beings who were drifting through the universe when they were suddenly swallowed by the seemingly normal starry sky, only to arrive here at the land of extremis. There is no regular pattern, Sation Knight continued in his elderly voice. Golden-horned beast remained silent. After a moment of silence, he asked, has anyone made it out before? Feather Dark Horde leader, Demon Sword Knight, and I do not have other bodies, Sation Knight. Once we entered land of extremis, if we were to self-destruct, our bodies would be disintegrated to naught. That is why we do not know anything about the outside world. We knew that Songhua Knight, with his ability to divide his body, had one of his bodies in the outside world and the other in the land of extremis. That was when his body in the outside world realized that there were great beings in the land of extremis who also had bodies in the outside world. Songhua Knight, golden-horned beast said, where is he? He made a final decision to abandon his godly body, along with a true treasure he had brought here, explained Sation Knight. He self-destructed. Are there others being trapped in the land of extremis? Golden-horned beast asked. Yes, said Sation Knight. There are quite a few, Feather Dark Horde leader said. Where? Golden-horned beast asked, watching the pair in the distance. They are somewhere in this vast, starry sky, but you want to know where exactly? Feather Dark Horde leader said, great beings often drift about and change their locations. We are unable to tell for sure. How big is the land of extremis? Golden-horned beast asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Land of Extremis has a diameter of close to 100,000 light-years, said Feather Dark Horde leader. It resembles an ordinary star sky, he sighed, and continued, yet everyone is restricted to flying within this domain of 100,000 light-years. Even if one does manage to venture outside of this domain, the result is always to unknowingly be returned to the same place. It is like a maze. We are trapped in here eternally. Luo Feng was appalled. A diameter of 100,000 light-years, a maze. If it was like a maze, then the great beings must still be exploring. Obviously, they had been flying around for a long time. This is like a gigantic prison cell, said Feather Dark Horde leader. We great beings are the prisoners, imprisoned here for life. There is no escape. Feather Dark Horde leader looked at Golden Horned Beast. You are a golden horned beast. You must have the ability to divide your body. If you abandon your true treasure, you can self-destruct and leave. Sutian Knight added in his elderly voice, Golden Horned Beast, I advise you to self-destruct. After all, you have another body. If you are trapped in here for all time, you will experience the pain of imprisonment, for life is for your true treasure. So long as you are alive, you will be able to escape from danger alive. Roar. Golden Horned Beast let out a roar that resonated through the entire sky. Su Tian Knight, Feather Dark Horde leader, self-destruction is never an easy choice to make. I will take my leave first. Hua. Golden Horned Beast and a sea of rolling golden waves vanished. A black figure transformed into a ray of light and disappeared quickly into space. He became a ray of light that shot off into the distance and out of sight. Demon Sword Knight has fallen, Sutian Knight sighed. Who can he blame but himself? Feather Dark Horde leader sneered. He often abused his power and made us his victims. Hump for him to succumb to Golden Horned Beast. It is just his luck. In the starry sky, Masha body sat cross-legged on a meteorite. He transformed into a beam of light and rode off to roam the starry sky. To be able to kill a universe overload, Luo Feng mused. Luckily, this is Land of Extremis, where there is no way to contact the outside world and no way to call for help. Otherwise, how would a universe overlord perish so easily? Universe overlords were difficult to kill when an unfavorable circumstance occurred. The first thing one should do would be to escape. Should one not manage to escape, then stalling for time to devise a plan and immediately calling for help would be the next step. If Demon Sword Knight had been fighting against Luo Feng on the original star, the direst situation would be to sustain injuries, and he could count on the other great beings of the Nine Territory Alliance to come to his rescue immediately. But here in the Land of Extremis, there was simply no way to call for help. That was why Demon Sword Knight had to lose his life. Among the many universe overlords within my human race, there are some who have yet to kill universe overlords, yet I have killed one now. Haha. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Upon killing Demon Sword Knight, Golden Horned Beast's godly body had merely fallen below 42% to 41.9%. Hua. Sitting cross-legged on the meteorite, he continued speeding through the star sky. In the twinkling of an eye, 2 months passed in Luo Feng's God country, in front of a golden palace in the vast sky above the remote ocean. Luo Feng stood up. Finally, a success. Spending 1 year or so on training, he had finally managed to accomplish the 6th and 7th volumes of the 9-volume manual. Of course, he had his original earthing godly body to thank for that, as its small size helped speed Things up golden horned beast body must still be stuck at the 6th volume and only at the beginning stage of the 6th volume. Obviously, its massive size would impede the evolution of its godly body. Back when I was training for the first 5 volumes, my godly body genes were 48 times stronger after merging with 100 blood river crystals by default. Blood river crystals should generate an increase of 100 times, but it seems like the more I advance, the more the multiplying effect starts to gradually weaken. Now, I have only achieved an increase of 3,000 times. I am now going to work on 2 more volumes. My godly body is around 9,800 times stronger. There is no attaining the perfect gene level. Luo Feng sighed. The blood river crystals would no doubt help to increase his life gene level, yet for his original earthling body, the increment in theory and in actuality did not correspond to 100%. The first 7 volumes of the 9-volume manual had brought his genes up 192 times, but with 100 blood river crystals, there was only an increase of 50 times more. 9,800 times, he said. Out of all the unique life forms that were unique in the universe, there were only a few who could get this strong. I should be satisfied. Moreover, there is still the 8th volume and the 9th. I don't believe that even after I reach the 9th volume I will still be unable to attain the perfect gene level, and my golden horned beast body can take this opportunity to reach the perfect gene level in one stroke. Luo Feng had not lost hope. Golden horned beast body had already exceeded 6,000 times previously. The 6th and 7th volumes were strong, and the blood river crystals were compatible with golden horned beast. So long as there were no accidents, he would be able to attain the perfect gene level. That is when golden horned beast will become invincible. At least by that time I would be able to put my incredible talent technique, I am the universe, to good use. Luo Feng could not wait for that day to come. Calculating the time required, he estimated that golden horned beast would take at least 100 years to complete the 6th and 7th volumes. Well, it is only 100 years. It will pass in the blink of an eye. In the vast, starry sky, black-robed Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the meteorite. It felt like he was moving very fast, but in contrast with the vastness of the sky, he might as well have been casually strolling. Hua! Suddenly, countless space ripples were seen. What? Luo Feng, sitting on the meteorite, being driven by inertia, went right through the layer of ripples. There were no obstructions in his way, yet the moment his godly body grazed the ripples, he felt an intangible force brush past his godly body and permeate his world ring. There, it grazed his golden horned beast godly body. It was unstoppable. He had been completely grazed by the ripples. The feeling that he got when being grazed by the ripples was unbearable. It felt like layers of knives slashing his godly body. When he made it past the layer of ripples, his Masha body was left with only 30 of its godly being. Such frightening space ripples. What exactly is that? This starry sky has changed. Luo Feng was shocked to discover that after passing through the ripples, the space before him was completely different. The sky before had been like any other in the universe, where the distances between the stars were generally far, and the star traveler levels were average. Yet on this side of the sky, it had a beauty that was out of this world. The distance between stars was nearer together. They were connected to depict a beautiful picture. Luo Feng was vaguely aware that the countless planets combined to paint a picture that contained some form of secret law engravings. A hidden starry sky exists in the land of extremists, Luo Feng wondered aloud. Sitting on the meteorite, he cruised along at a leisurely pace, and soon, he was nearing the first star traveler level, which was the one closest to him. He was approaching a khaki-colored planet that appeared ordinary, but Luo Feng faintly sensed something. This khaki-colored planet, with no signs of life and a diameter of 13,000 miles star tier gold, it actually contains the mineral veins of the star tier gold. Luo Feng's face turned pale, looking at the star traveler level, without any living beings. He was shocked. What an impressive energy reserve. If I were to swallow this star, my golden horned beast's massive godly body would be able to recover to 80%. Luo Feng could not help feeling incredulous. Star tier gold, although it was only a G-grade metal, was unique. It was said that when a great star level collapsed to become a black hole, it would produce a piece of metal. Star tier gold. Star tier gold was, hence, a product of the tearing of the star level. Although it was only a G-grade metal, its functionality made it very precious. Luo Feng had yet to come across such a thing, where a precious metal could form mineral veins that occupied almost an entire planet. Even the godly body of a universe overlord as big as 600 miles, upon swallowing this star, would be able to recover to 80%. Hua! Luo Feng disappeared in an instant, and Golden Horned Beast appeared. So, Golden Horned Beast flew off the meteorite and sped toward the khaki-colored planet. A moment later, when he was about to arrive at the khaki-colored planet, Golden Horned Beast chanced upon another golden planet that was quite close by. Casually, he exerted his godly power, and what he sensed gave him a shock. What, that golden planet contains void rock mineral veins? What an alarming reserve in terms of value. It is definitely comparable to the star tier gold of this planet. Hong. Golden Horned Beast landed on the khaki-colored planet, raised his head to look at the countless planets, and decided, I shall investigate these two planets. They have precious mineral veins, and this mysterious space has countless planets. Does it mean that all of them contain precious mineral veins? Silence. It was dead silent in this mysterious space, and the Golden Horned Beast was the only living creature here. No matter what, I'll recover my godly body first. I can only better handle the danger when I become stronger. The Golden Horned Beast was suddenly enlarged, and he became 60,000 miles long. He floated above the space, and the space only had a diameter of 12,000 miles. The Golden Horned Beast was much larger than the planet. Inherited technique, swallow. The Golden Horned Beast opened his mouth, and the space around the planet was completely twisted. He was able to swallow the entire planet if he wanted, but he felt like it would be a waste if he just destroyed a star filled with star tier gold. He controlled how fast he swallowed the star tier gold. Masses of star tier gold flew out and went into the mouth of the Golden Horned Beast. His gaping mouth swallowed the gold like a black hole. Star tier gold and rocks kept being absorbed by the Golden Horned Beast, and the gold godly power kept recovering the Golden Horned Beast. After a short while, half of the star tier gold was swallowed by the Golden Horned Beast, and his godly body recovered to 60%. I'll go to another planet, he said. The Golden Horned Beast flew to the closest planet and started to swallow the void rocks floating in space. He finished half the void rocks. He started to go to the third planet, and found that on the third planet was the precious, bright barium swallowing Crystal Lake, bright barium swallowing crystal, was a black, liquid metal-like. Mercury, there were 3 enormous lakes on the 3rd planet, making up 90% of the planet. The golden horned beast finished an entire lake, and his godly body was completely recovered. Incredible, he floated around the 3rd planet and gazed out into space. I can sense the precious substances in the 4th planet. There is some more. There are 12 planets in the galaxy, and there might be valuables on every planet. The golden horned beast gazed in the distance. What about other galaxies? The galaxies were all close to each other. The images that were formed amazed Luo Feng. The space was like an enormous engraving in the sky. Though it was mysterious and beautiful, it was quite boring here. There were no other creatures. The golden horned beast flew to the 4th and 5th planets and started to inspect them. He wanted to dig out the secrets in this space. Hong. A powerful force emanated from the planet 3rd closest to the star, and the force permeated at a speed of 20 million miles per second. After a short while, the golden horned beast on the planet 5th closest to the star was alerted. Godly power, it's very strong. It must be coming from a universe night. The golden horned beast raised his head and looked to the planet 3rd closest to the star. He waved his wings and flew toward it. As he sped up, he saw another towering being flying toward him. The golden horned beast kept his godly body at 60,000 miles long. Another being with a godly body 60,000 miles long was flying toward him. This is. The golden horned beast looked at the universe night of other race in surprise. He was a being with black scales and 6 gigantic hooves. A space beast known as a trembles were at the 2nd highest level among space beasts, only beneath the 12 pinnacle bloodlines. The golden horned beast and the tremble were flying toward each other. Golden horned beast, said the tremble. Tremble, the golden horned beast replied. They met each other halfway. Why are you also here? The golden horned beast asked. Because of you, the tremble growled. I'm here under the orders of the Space Beast Alliance to receive you. Come with me. What? The golden horned beast was dazed. Luo Feng was completely bewildered. He had assumed that this space beast was also trapped in the land of extremists, but it sounded like he was here to retrieve him. Does this space belong to our Space Beast Alliance? The golden horned beast asked. Of course, the tremble nodded his head, which was covered in armor. This space is used by our alliance to cultivate precious materials. I know that. You've swallowed some mineral veins. They belong to our alliance, and they're off limits to individuals, but relax, the alliance won't punish you, as you don't know the rules. Besides, you've been wandering in the universe for so long and just came back. Our alliance won't punish those of the same race. The golden horned beast blinked. So, that's what the land of extremists is. Yes, this is the space controlled by the greatest being in the Space Beast Alliance ancestor. It's the holy grail of all space beasts. The tremble said ancestor is one of the greatest beings in the universe, and he changed the operation law in this space. Ancestor Luo Feng quickly inferred that the ancestor was a universe supreme master. We're still in the original universe. Yes, the tremble explained. However, the space is isolated from the outside. Only those wormholes can be utilized for transportation to keep other races out. There are 2 areas: outer space and inner space. The outer space is the area where the other races are trapped in for an eternity. As for the inner space, it's hidden inside the outer space. You must be broken the Space ripples before you got in, only space beasts are able to get in without being killed. The other races aren't even able to find this place, not to mention enter it. The golden horned beast understood everything now. Land of Extremis was only the periphery of the sanctuary of the Space Beast Alliance. How did you get in? The golden horned beast asked. Neither teleportation nor God country transportation is allowed here. How did you get here? We space beasts rarely come here, because we're usually at the center of the space, the center of the sanctuary of our alliance, Space God Mountain. The Tremble said, I've got an order to receive you, and that's why I was transported to that planet. One planet in every galaxy in this space has a wormhole inside, and they all lead to Space God Mountain. There's a wormhole in every galaxy. The golden horned beast was shocked. That's right, the Tremble said. Ancestor is almighty, and it's easy for him to create wormholes. Let us go. The supreme beings in the Space Beast Alliance are waiting for you. Okay. So. The two towering beings flew toward the planet third closest to the star. The Tremble reduced his size to 60 miles long. Golden horned beast, can you make your godly body smaller? The Tremble said. Sure. The golden horned beast became 60 miles long, matching the size of the Tremble. They flew toward the planet while talking, then they shrank to several feet long and entered the center of the planet. This is the wormhole, the Tremble said. We can get to Space God Mountain through it. Let us go, the golden horned beast answered expectantly. He looked at the space whirlpool in front of him. It had a diameter of only a few dozen yards. The Tremble and the golden horned beast flew into the space whirlpool. It was a vast space containing numerous space whirlpools. All the whirlpools had a diameter of dozens of yards. However, there were too many of them, and one couldn't see the end of the space. At the center of those whirlpools was a towering mountain. The golden horned beast and the Tremble exited the space whirlpool at the same time. The golden horned beast was shocked by the scene before him. The space whirlpools were dispersed throughout the space, surrounding the gigantic mountain like flowers. A black mountain. It was a mountain several light years tall, a gigantic mountain that could rival Star Tower and the five-color Aurora Lake. The black mountain was floating. He could sense the dimming force, and there were some space beasts flying around. See, the supreme beings of our alliance, universe masters, and the greatest ancestor. They all live there, the Tremble growled, and his eyes glinted with pride. This is the sanctuary of our alliance, Space God Mountain. The golden horned beast was amazed. There are countless great beings in Space God Mountain, as well as countless valuables and inheritances. The Tremble growled. It's got everything, and it's even connected to the universe. It's a universe that only belongs to us space beasts. A universe, the golden horned beast gasped in astonishment. Yes, the Tremble answered proudly, a universe that only belongs to us. Go to Space God Mountain. Every space beast vagabonding in the universe needs to go to Space God Mountain. As long as you're recognized by Space God Mountain, you'll be one of us. The mountain will eliminate any other races. After all, some space beasts have had soul transfer done on them. It's difficult to differentiate, but nothing can be hidden in Space God Mountain. No, the golden horned beast was terrified. Go, the Tremble urged him, looking at the towering mountain. There are several universe masters waiting for you. See, great beings are coming to receive you. More than 10 powerful golden horned beasts flew toward him from afar, emanating a powerful energy. "They're the great beings of you golden-horned beasts," said the Tremble. Luo Feng had roamed the universe for close to 100,000 years, but this was the first time he had come across other golden-horned beasts. It was also unique that 10 of them were universe knights. The dozen enormous golden-horned beasts approached at high speed. Their resounding voices were transmitted loud and clear. "Brother! Welcome home, my brother! Our brother who has been roaming the universe, welcome home!" The golden-horned beast version of Luo Feng, along with his companion Tremble, had no choice but to also approach them. Tremble said in a low voice, "I have fulfilled my orders in bringing him here. Now that all of you are here, I will hand things over to you. You may leave. Leave it to us. We will take care of everything," the dozen golden-horned beasts said in unison. Tremble nodded slightly and smiled at golden-horned Luo Feng before he transformed into light and took off. Golden-horned Luo Feng was then surrounded by the group of golden-horned beasts who were all quite warm and friendly. They had all roamed the universe as loners for a long time before being invited into the alliance, and so, these seniors were sincere and compassionate toward a member of their own kind who had just returned to join the team. "I am Fan Knight. I am Mountain Engraving Knight. I am Mercapto Gold Knight." Each golden-horned beast introduced itself. Every name was very different, as these golden-horned beasts all had their fair share of life encounters. As they roamed the universe, they had chosen names to identify themselves. It was nothing uncommon, as knights often had different names. Facing the group of golden-horned beast knights who were all oozing with enthusiasm, golden-horned Luo Feng could only reciprocate. "I am Golden Feng Knight," he said. "Haha, Golden Feng Knight, welcome home." It is very rare for someone to only return to Alliance for the first time after attaining the Universe Knight level. To be able to cultivate yourself independently, to attain the Universe Knight level. Golden Feng Knight, my brother, your talent is impressive. With the help of our alliance, you will become stronger. Golden-horned Luo Feng listened on, replying with occasional responses. Inwardly, he was enjoying himself in this atmosphere. These golden-horned beasts were supposedly cold and murderous, yet their so-called murderous nature was only displayed against hostile races. When they met with other space beasts, they were warm-hearted and affectionate. When they met with their own race, they would feel an even stronger cordiality for one another, as they all shared the same bloodline. Rumor has it that the Space Beast Alliance is very mysterious, thought Luo Feng internally. They are all very united. No wonder. Golden-horned Luo Feng gave a discreet sigh. They have been alone for too long, so when they meet their own race, every one of them will treat each other like kin. Let us go, go, go. Universe Master must be getting impatient. Let us talk no more. We should hurry back. The dozen golden-horned beasts led the way for golden-horned Luo Feng, and one could see a group of golden-horned beasts roaring at one another as they ascended into the star sky. Then they took off for the faraway space god mountain. Golden-horned Luo Feng and the dozen golden-horned beasts cruised through the sky together, but he was secretly worried. Based on what Tremble told me, in Space God Mountain, everything hidden will be exposed. Will I be exposed too? Luo Feng was also aware that this territory of the Space Beast Alliance was under the control of its noblest being ancestor, but there was no backing out. Now, Mercapto Gold Knight, said Golden-horned Luo Feng as they flew in midair, if I were to meet our Universe Master, which universe master would it be? There are a number of universe masters who are curious about you, one of them answered, but, first and foremost, you must meet the two universe masters who are of the same bloodline as us, the golden-horned beasts. They are Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master. Two of them. Golden Horn Luo Feng was surprised. We golden-horned beasts have a bloodline that is characterized by strong capabilities, Fan Knight said proudly. For the 12 pinnacle bloodlines, every one of them only has one universe master, but our golden-horned race we have two. Golden Horn Master is the most senior universe master of our golden horned race, while Xianmia Master is a newly appointed universe master who has become a universe master 1,000 centuries ago. Golden Horn Luo Feng listened obediently as they flew. They engaged in conversation while maintaining a speed that was 100 times the speed of light. Very quickly, they arrived at their destination, the vast and boundless space God Mountain. Space God Mountain. Golden Horn Luo Feng gazed at the mountain attentively, but all he could see was a boundless mountain covered with pitch-black stones. It was not ordinary black, but rather a hue that resembled a black hole, exuding a sense of emptiness. It was as though every stone represented a black hole. Space God Mountain was extensive beyond description, and it was divided into numerous domains. Constructing so many of these gigantic godly palaces would have been more tedious than constructing the godly palaces for humans. Space ripples. It was the first time Golden Horn Luo Feng felt a space ripple here. Places with space ripples allow one to teleport. One of the Golden Horn beasts answered, this is how Ancestor enables us to get to different places quickly. However, there are many restricted lands that do not have space ripples. Follow me. We're going to the palace of Golden Horn Master. The dozen golden-horned beasts led the way with great enthusiasm as they flew. In the sky of Space God Mountain, Space God Mountain towered at a height of countless light years. Even the huge body of a golden-horned beast, when compared to the Space God Mountain, was like comparing an earthworm to a star. So, sometimes they teleported, but sometimes they advanced normally. This pattern went on for 6 minutes, and finally, they arrived at a towering, gigantic palace hall, engraved with countless golden-horned beasts' embossments. This palace was around 60 million miles high. It emitted an intimidating vibe, which led Luo Feng to a verdict instantly: this should be a flying palace type. True treasure. This is Golden Horn Master's flying palace type true treasure. Its power is extremely strong, Fan Knight said. Proceed, let us go in. There were several undying golden horned beasts flying and playing with one another in the open square before the palace. When they saw Golden Horn Luo Feng approaching, every one of them looked over with eyes filled with curiosity. Everyone knew the number of golden-horned beasts in the Space Beast Alliance was small. Practically everyone knew each other, but no one knew this newcomer brought in by the dozen golden-horned beasts' knights. The undying golden-horned beasts conversed among themselves in hushed tones. Could it be his first time coming to the Alliance? He just got escorted in here. The aura of his godly body is so strong, it is stronger than the godly bodies of many other universe knights. On the other hand, were Capto Gold Knight, Fan Knight, and the other golden horned beast knights led Luo Feng straight to the doors of the palace. This might be Golden Horn Master's palace, but there were no guards at the doors. Come on in, my child, a booming voice came from inside. Golden Horn Luo Feng felt the tremors running through his veins. He obeyed. He Suspected the voice would be that of Golden Horn Master. Golden Horn Master was the oldest and most senior universe master of the Golden Horned Beast race, so it was understandable for him to call the younger ones who were returning to the race his children. After all, Luo Feng was much younger by unknowable centuries. Go in. Move. Fan Knight and the others went in with Golden Horn. Luo Feng Four Hooves took great steps as they made their way into the spacious godly palace. Their footsteps were very fast, they could cover at least 1,000,000 miles per second. They advanced straight to the center of the palace and stopped. We're here to pay our respects, Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master, Fan Knight and the dozen other golden horned beasts said, greeting them respectfully. I'm here to pay my respect, Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master, Golden Horn. Luo Feng said, followed suit. Then he lifted his head and saw that high above stood a towering golden horned beast with gigantic wings, covered with scaled armor. This was a most intimidating being, with an aura that could be likened to an endless universe. The being was looking down at him. On its left stood another golden horned beast. It wore dark red armor. The basic features of a golden horned beast would be to have 5 sharp claws, but this beast in dark red armor sported an extremely long and golden middle claw. As it looked down at Luo Feng, there were indistinct traces of an endless whirlpool, as though its gaze could have annihilated the universe in a fleeting moment. Luo Feng immediately concluded that this noble being in the dark red armor was the newly appointed universe master known as Xianmia Master. Fan Knight, you all may take your leave, Golden Horn Master ordered in a measured pace. Yes, said the dozen golden horned beasts as they bowed in respect and flew off together. In the great hall, there remained only Golden Horn Luo Feng and the 2 universe masters, Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master. Golden Horn Master looked down and exclaimed in a resounding voice, what a strong godly body, for you to have roamed the universe alone and achieved what you have now. That is quite unexpected. You are even comparable to quite a number of universe overlords, said Xian Mia Master in a voice that was gentler. Golden Horn Luo Feng listened submissively. On the surface, no one could tell that he was undying. Firstly, his godly body was indeed strong. Secondly, the space law took metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as the upper law, so he was considered a space knight. Godly bodies could easily manifest themselves into any one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, or even manifest into complete space. As for golden horned beasts, most would normally manifest their space godly powers into the gold element. To achieve the level you are at, all by yourself, you are indeed outstanding, Golden Horn Master said with joyful eyes. I was discussing with the other universe lords about how we could carry out some unique training for you. With the Alliance's guidance, you have high hopes of becoming a universe master. Xianmia Master, standing beside Golden Horn Master, began to laugh. Haha, if you become a universe master, then the golden horned beast legacy shall have 3 universe masters. We will be ranked first on the 12 lineages, alongside Qiuhe Beast. Qiuhe Beast, one of the 12 pinnacle lineages. Luo Feng listened attentively. Inwardly, he sighed. If I made it this far without any great being's guidance, then the elaborate training that the Space Beast Alliance could provide would certainly raise my chances of becoming a universe master. No wonder the Space Beast Alliance is giving me so much attention. What a pity I am capable enough to hope to Become a universe master, but I am a human, not a golden-horned beast. Space God Mountain houses many inheritances and countless valuables, said Golden Horn Master, to boost your blood lineage, godly body amplification technique, or soul amplification technique, all are available. Golden Horn Master gazed at Luo Feng and continued, the ancestral God School S God. Inheritance token, the general inheritance token, and even the beast God. Inheritance token are certainly available to you, too. Actually, the general inheritance token differs from the other amplification techniques only because it has an additional set of powerful and unique techniques, that's all. Luo Feng understood what he was trying to explain. He remembered that the Demon Note General Inheritance token consisted of two aspects. One was the soul amplification type of technique, and the other was the Demon Note secret technique. The Hong Alliance also had the godly body amplification technique and soul amplification technique. These required contributions, however, and Luo Feng did have enough to exchange for them. It would require a long time to cultivate and master the techniques, which was why Luo Feng intended to first obtain the fourth black metal board before returning for training. Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master suddenly turned to look at one another. Golden Horn Luo Feng also sensed something amiss. He raised his head to look at the two universe masters. My child, ancestor has orders. Golden Horn Master's voice resounded loudly. He beckons you. Gold Horn Master moved forward, stepping down from where he had previously stood. Meet the ancestor. Luo Feng was truly terrified. The 9 superpowers were classified as superpowers because they had a universe supreme master, like gigantic axe founder within the human race. Although Luo Feng belonged to the human race, he still hadn't met him. The only universe supreme leader he had met was Zhua Shanku, and now he was going to meet the greatest being in Space Beast Alliance. Hong Long. Golden Horn Master stepped on the floor and walked to Luo Feng's side. Don't worry, and don't be scared, Golden Horn Master said, looking at Luo Feng gently. There are many universe knights within our alliance, but most of them haven't met the ancestor yet. You are to be received by the ancestor right after you came back. You're lucky. Xianmia Master also walked down. If ancestor values you, he said, you'll get many more resources. Ancestor has the greatest power within our alliance. I'm just a bit intimidated, Golden Horned Luo Feng murmured. It would be weird if you were not. Let us go. Then Golden Horn Master constrained Luo Feng by manipulating the surrounding time and space, and flew out like a beam of light, followed by Xianmia Mater. Flying, teleporting, and flying. Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master led Luo Feng and reached the peak of Space God Mountain after almost 20 minutes. There was an independent mountain at the peak. The mountain was around 60 million miles tall, and it looked blurry. There were countless beast sculptures, including all the races within the Space Beasts. There were 12 universe knights guarding the mountain down there, and each of them was from a pinnacle bloodline of Space Beasts. Golden Horn Master, Xianmia Master, the guards, gave a salutation and cleared the way. Apparently, they had been informed ahead of time by ancestor. Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master were walking in the front, followed by Golden Horned Luo Feng. They walked along a mountain road. This is Ancestor Mountain, Golden Horn Master said slowly. It's a terrific, true treasure. Indeed, it is, Golden Horn Luo Feng said. He could feel the energy coming from Ancestor Mountain, which made it difficult for him to even stand up. Straight, but it made sense, as a true treasure used by a universe supreme. Master was certain to be mighty, although it was inferior to Star Tower, it was definitely much more powerful than Thousand Treasures River. We must walk on the road, otherwise, we'll be attacked. A simple attack from the Ancestor Mountain can kill a universe knight easily, so don't trespass. Without permission, Golden Horn Master instructed Luo Feng as he walked forward. They arrived at the deep of Ancestor Mountain very soon. Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master lowered their heads almost at the same time to show respect. Ancestor! Ancestor! Ancestor, said Golden-Horned Luo Feng. He didn't see him. He looked to the distance, and that was when he saw a dimming soft body showing up slowly. A gigantic head showed up from the mountain. It looked like a dragon's head, but it was topped with 9 horns like crowns. The head itself was thousands of miles long, and a part of a claw showed up in the forest afar. Luo Feng could see that there were 9 toes on the claw. Although he could only see a small part of Ancestor, he speculated that he was tens of thousands of miles long. Ancestor, Golden-Horned Luo Feng said, keeping his head low. Ancestor raised his eyelids and glanced at Luo Feng. Is this the exceptional talent you deem worthy of our alliance? Yes, Xianmia Master replied respectfully. Ancestor, Golden Horn Master said, raising his head, although this child just came back, he has an incredibly powerful body. Besides, Flamestar told us before that this child was able to seize a component of Blade River Luo. Though we don't care about that component, it still shows his power. Ha ha ha. There shall be a 3rd universe master among us golden-horned beasts. Golden-horned Luo Feng kept his head low. The component of Blade River Luo, he had exchanged it for 9 Tiger River. You two can go back first, Ancestor said. Okay, Xianmia Master reply. Golden Horn Master asked with thrill, Ancestor, are you going to train him yourself? He has an exceptional talent among the golden-horned beasts. Don't fool us. Yes, Ancestor replied. Golden Horn Master was exhilarated. He turned his head to Luo Feng and said, Golden Feng, Ancestor is going to train you himself. You're fortunate enough to have that treasure, this great opportunity. Yes, Golden-Horned Luo Feng said, listening carefully. Let us go. Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master left. The giant head of Ancestor stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng remained standing to one side. Impressive of you to kill Demon Blade Knight, said Ancestor. Luo Feng understood that Ancestor completely changed the operation law in the land of extremists, and naturally, nothing could be hidden from him. He said, just luck. Do you really think you can fool me? Human Ancestor's voice resounded through in the space. He was recognized. No wonder you're peerless in the human race, Ancestor said slowly. Luo Feng, you're a human, not a space beast. You cannot attain the resources of my race. I understand. Golden-Horned Luo Feng went into the world ring, and Masha body appeared in his place. Ancestor must have known about his Masha body, since the land of extremists was under his control. Luo Feng turned back into his human form and gave a salutation. Ancestor, I was trapped in the land of extremists accidentally, and I couldn't escape it. I could only wander around, and I was led here. I didn't mean to deceive you. I did soul transfer on a golden-horned beast body when I was weak. Please forgive me. Your hometown was almost destroyed by a golden-horned beast, Ancestor said. It was lucky that you did the soul transfer. Indeed, you didn't mean to come here, so I don't care about that. Actually, before becoming undying, the Space Beast Alliance didn't care about space beasts no matter what happened to them, and the Alliance would only guide them home after they became undying. Luo Feng was shocked by Ancestor's insight. Even among humans, only a few knew about what had happened on Earth with the golden horned beast. How did Ancestor know about it? You didn't come here by chance, Ancestor said slowly. Instead, you came here because of your master, Shuishan Ku. Luo Feng was dazed. Shuishan Ku. Shuishan Ku values you more than his second disciple, Flame Emperor, Ancestor said. He asked me to open the center of my alliance. There's no need to thank me. If you make efforts, there will be rewards. Your master, Shuishan Ku, has paid a sufficient price. Luo Feng now understood that everything had been planned by Master Shuishan Ku. You're following the path of Beast God, Ancestor continued. In the universe, I'm the best at cultivating great beings, following the path of Beast Gods. As for the ancestral God school, they only know a little about Beast Gods. Space beasts are the heirs of Beast Gods. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Heirs? Luo Feng had already been baffled at how Golden Horned Beast was able to easily merge with so many Blood River crystals and wield the power fully. And now, he knew that space beasts were the heirs of Beast Gods. Well, he thought a secret, definitely a top secret in the universe. I opened the most important place of my alliance to you, said Ancestor. I bet you can understand it. He looked down at Luo Feng. However, don't think it's easy. Your master has made a requirement that if you can't meet the requirement, you'll be trapped forever. Luo Feng blinked his eyes. Shuishan Ku has a ridiculously high requirement. Ancestor studied Luo Feng. In my opinion, you won't be able to do that even after billions of years. Luo Feng frowned. This came from Ancestor, a Universe Supreme Master. A Universe Supreme Master knew exactly how many miracles Luo Feng had achieved. And he knew that Luo Feng had only been practicing for less than 100,000 years. However, he still dared to say something like that. Shuishan Ku's requirement was incredibly tough. I even bet him that if you can succeed within 100,000 eras, I'll give you a true treasure series most suitable for those following the Beast God path. However, if you fail, your master will give me a pinnacle true treasure. Again, Ancestor looked down at Luo Feng. I can tell from your eyes that you're determined and confident, and I know that you have always made miracles. However, you'll be desperate when you know your master's requirement. I even think that you'll be trapped forever unless you're willing to self-destruct and leave. Luo Feng clenched his fist. Just wait and see. Even if you are a Universe Supreme Master, I'll show you. You're underestimating me by saying that I can't succeed within 100,000 eras. Luo Feng considered for a moment, but on second thought, what challenge has Master Shuishan Ku given me that he is willing to risk a pinnacle true treasure, and Ancestor is willing to risk a set true treasure? Go in, Ancestor's voice boomed. I bet you're not going to succeed in 100,000 eras. Luo Feng disappeared. Luo Feng felt the ever-changing nature of time velocity. It was as though he were passing through the universe path leading back to the primal universe. Hua. The surroundings zoomed into clarity. Where am I? Luo Feng looked around and saw towering trees and plants. Those ancient trees were at least 60 miles high. So he shot up into the air and hovered above the forest. High up in the sky, he surveyed the surroundings. At first glance, there was a vast plain a distance. Away from this forest, within his field of vision, he could only see two vast domains, the forest and the plain. On these two domains, he saw numerous, enormous, towering sculptures representing the legendary 8 natural beast gods. Every one of these natural beast gods had its own set of sculptures that were doing various things like sleeping, roaring with their heads raised, playing, and in many other poses. There were many different types of natural beast god sculptures, and each of these had an intimidating presence. It was as if the actual beast gods were present. "Where am I?" Luo Feng said again. "The Space Beast Alliance's ancestor told me that he would grant me access to the Space Beast God Alliance's restricted land. Is this it?" Luo Feng looked around. Could this be their restricted land? Suddenly, Luo Feng's face contorted in surprise. No time velocity. He had just connected with his original earthling body via his consciousness, and he quickly realized that there was a huge difference in time velocity between the different spaces. The two consciousnesses were in the magnitude of. This difference was overwhelming, and it gave Luo Feng quite a shock. Merely 1 second in the primal universe had gone by, yet Luo Feng had spent a good 100,081 seconds here, meaning to say that the ratio of time velocity was an alarming 1/10,081. How is that possible? How can the ratio of time velocity be so exaggerated? Luo Feng found it unbelievable. That means that spending 10,000 years here would only be spending 1 year in the primal universe. Even if I were able to purchase a time palace for my human race, the normal ones can accelerate time velocity by 10 times or several dozen times. Valuables like time palaces could only be made by universe masters who had complete space law comprehension, yet the time palaces created were no different from a place for cultivation. The only difference was that time velocities were much faster in time palaces. 10 years of cultivation in a time palace would equate to something like a month on the outside world. According to what Luo Feng knew, a time palace was very costly. Normal ones that accelerated time velocities by 10 or a few dozen times were considered average, but those with acceleration of up to 100 times cost a fortune. For those with an acceleration of 10,000 times, humans would not possess such time palaces. An elderly voice resonated throughout the entire place. Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned his head abruptly. In the distance, he saw some black clouds approaching, and the clouds gave off an overbearing force that suppressed the entire world. When these clouds neared him, they transformed into a golden horned beast, and this beast transformed again, now taking the form of an elderly human wearing a white robe and 9 sharp horns on its head. "Ancestor?" Luo Feng asked hesitantly. "This is my other body," Ancestor said, stepping out into midair. "The place you are in now is a universe owned solely by my Space Beast Alliance." "Another universe?" Luo Feng was taken aback. He had learned during his chat with Tremble that the Space Beast Alliance owned a universe. Luo Feng found it likely, as the Space Beast Alliance was comparable to the Hung Alliance in terms of capabilities. Since the human race owned the primal universe, it would not be unheard of for the Space Beast Alliance to own one too. And here, right in the middle of this universe, is the Beast God sector. Ancestor continued, watching Luo Feng. "This is a place specially for training the great beings among beast gods." "Beast God sector," Luo Feng said. He gazed into the vast, boundless world, thinking about how intimidating the numerous beast sculptures looked. They exuded a powerful energy that felt much more oppressive than the Shi Luo Duo sculpture had back then. This is the actual restricted ground of my Space Beast Alliance, said Ancestor. Even the geniuses of my Space Beast Alliance may not have the chance to enter. Your teacher sitting mountain guest has been very willing. When it comes to you, he even approached me personally to ask for my help, but I doubt you will be able to succeed within 100,000 centuries. 100,000 centuries in the Beast God sector is only 10,000 years on the primal universe. Ancestor smiled. 1 year in 1 century. I'm afraid you have yet to experience it. Yes, Luo Feng said. He was full of admiration for this form of time velocity. May I ask what request teacher sitting mountain guest asked of you? Luo Feng pressed Ancestor for answers. What do I need to achieve to make it out of here? He gave a simple request. Ancestor looked at Luo Feng, then revealed. Defeat me, then you can go out. To defeat you? Luo Feng's eyes widened. How could he defeat the ancestor of Space Beast Alliance? Defeat a universe Supreme Master? You've got to be kidding. Ancestor smiled. I will maintain my power and strength at the same level as your godly body, he said. My godly body will be using the same strength as yours, so if you are able to defeat a similar godly body such as mine, you are able to make it out of here. How is that possible? Luo Feng shook his head vigorously. You are a Universe Supreme Master. Your techniques and methods are all out of this world. Even if a Universe Master were to be here, he would not be able to do this. Let us not even mention Universe Masters at all. Another Universe Supreme Master might not even be able to do this. Right, a Universe Master would not be able to do this, Ancestor told Luo Feng, but another Universe Supreme Master would be able to, because this is only another body of mine. The best he could do would be to suppress a Universe Master, but to suppress a Universe Supreme Master, this body is not enough. Does that mean I have to become a Universe Supreme Master to get out of here? Luo Feng shook his head. Impossible. How outrageous could this possibly be? No matter how confident Luo Feng was, he would not dare to say that he could become a Universe Supreme Master within 100,000 centuries. He had not expected Teacher Sitting Mountain guessed to be foolish to such an extent. Regardless of how conducive this restricted land of Space Beast Alliance might be, it did not have the conditions to groom him into a Universe Supreme Master. Moreover, there was certainly no way a Universe Supreme Master could be cultivated. Cultivation of the Beast God path, Time-Space path, and many other such paths could only lead up to the Universe Master level. This was the limit. There was simply no proper way to become a Universe Supreme Master. If one wanted to become a Universe Supreme Master, the only way was to depend on oneself. This was what Sitting Mountain Guest had told Luo Feng in the past. Do not worry, said Ancestor. Your teacher has given you a glimmer of hope. He smiled again. Luo Feng let out a silent sigh of relief. Maybe the request would not be quite so outrageous. When you are at the undying level, said Ancestor, I can only utilize the pinnacle technique at a Universe Master standard. When you have attained the Universe Knight level, I can use the ultimate technique at a Universe Master standard. When you have become a Universe Master, that is when I can use my most powerful technique. Whether you are undying, a Universe Knight, or a Universe Master, this body of mine will maintain the same level of godly body as yours, Ancestor reassured him. I will also act according to the level of your law comprehension. The more it increases, the more techniques I will get to use. Luo Feng stood stock still. The pinnacle technique at a Universe Master standard. Of course, Ancestor said as if reading his thoughts. Pinnacle technique. The pinnacle technique I will use is definitely the closest to ultimate. Luo Feng sank into despair. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. He was merely an undying being, yet he had to battle the space beast Ancestor. Although Ancestor would only be using a pinnacle technique close to the ultimate technique at a universe master standard, it was nonetheless akin to an ultimate technique. Defeat. How could I, a mere undying being, create an ultimate technique of a universe master? Luo Feng shook his head. This must be a joke. Undying, to create an ultimate technique of a universe master, it was unheard of, impossible. If I were to achieve a breakthrough and become a universe knight, then Ancestor would be using the most powerful ultimate technique of a universe master, thought Luo Feng, judging by Ancestor's techniques. I'm afraid the most powerful ultimate technique of the universe master level that he will use would be much stronger than that of Primal Chaos City leader. Luo Feng could not help sinking deeper into despair. When I have become a universe master, Ancestor will not hold back anymore. He will give it his all. Hopeless. Upon comparison, being at the undying level would have been more hopeful. As just an undying, he had to create an ultimate technique of a universe master. This must have just been a dream. Ancestor was still smiling as he continued. That is why I think you won to be able to succeed, even if you have eons of time. That is why, when your teacher, Sitting Mountain guest, made a gamble with the stipulation of 100,000 centuries, I was full of confidence that I would not lose the bet. Ha ha ha. If you want to achieve this, you have two paths to choose from. One, at an undying level, you can create an ultimate technique of a universe master. 2. You can stay in my beast god sector long enough to become a universe supreme master. There are only two paths, continued Ancestor, so to become a universe knight or a universe master or anything else, don't think anymore the moment you lose focus on trying to increase your law comprehension, the amount of time you will require and use up will continue to accumulate from undying to pinnacle universe knight. This law comprehension alone will take a long time, making it even less possible for you to succeed within 100,000 centuries. You only have two paths. Either of them is somewhat possible. To become a universe supreme master, there is a trace of possibility. To be an undying being that creates an ultimate technique of a universe master, there is also a trace of possibility. Ancestor never lost his smile. While talking to Luo Feng, he added, of course, it will only be a trace of possibility. I, for one, think that you will not be able to achieve any of these at all. I think you will be trapped in the beast god sector forever. Luo Feng felt helpless. It was little wonder that Ancestor, who stood high at the pinnacle of the universe, would dare to take up such a gamble. It was no wonder he was so confident. A trace of possibility perhaps, but only on a purely theoretical scale. In reality, the chances might not be more than one out of countless eons. Beast God sector is open to you, said Ancestor. You can use it for your cultivation. Ancestor gestured to indicate the surroundings. In the distance, Luo Feng could see that the numerous sculptures and part of the plains were glowing brightly. A domain even further away was glowing so brightly that the rays seemed to shoot up into the sky. Sculptures, ground, faraway mountains, and cliffs, said Ancestor. Some of these have law engravings, and some have secret techniques. There are all kinds of techniques, like the godly body amplification technique, soul amplification technique, battle technique, close combat technique, soul attack Technique, spiritual force weapon technique, you can have everything you want. Under the sun power levels range from strong to strongest, we even have as many as dozens of sets of ultimate techniques of universe masters learn to your heart's desire. Everywhere in this beast god sector is open to you, Ancestor reiterated with a smile. You can research every secret technique, develop your talent, and then create a miracle. Haha, if you want a challenge, I am ready to oblige. Anytime, of course. If you do become a Universe Supreme Master, there is no need for a challenge anymore. You have already succeeded. Enjoy looking around, enjoy learning. I will be waiting for your challenge. Ha ha ha. 100,000 centuries. Interesting, interesting. Ancestor laughed again, then vanished into thin air. Luo Feng landed. After Ancestor left, he landed beside a lake and sat down with his legs crossed. He calmed himself down, after which, he opened his eyes and started to think about the challenge. Masters Washan Ku paid a huge price to get this chance for me. However, how can I beat Ancestor in any body by becoming a Universe Supreme Master? That's too far from me. Creating Universe Master level ultimate techniques. Luo Feng shook his head. I have low law comprehension, and it's barely at Universe Night level. I need law comprehension if I want to create techniques. How am I supposed to create them if I don't even have that? Even if I use my beast God conception, it's still only slightly better than my law comprehension. Luo Feng shook his head. Law comprehension and beast God conception were the two bases of techniques he needed to complete the law comprehension. As for beast God conception, he had to at least memorize it. Unfortunately, I have both low law comprehension and beast God conception. How is it possible for me to create Universe Master level ultimate techniques? Luo Feng looked around. Masters Washan Ku arranged for me to be here. Does that mean that the beast God sector can help me achieve that? Luo Feng got up and flew to the gold beast God sculpture. Beside him, gold beast God was the manifestation of space law and gold law, and Luo Feng was following his path. Who? Luo Feng landed in front of a towering gold beast God sculpture. It was a giant lizard with a horn on its head. He had 4 claws, and the one at top left was tearing the ground. His tail was lashing. There were complex engravings on his scales, and the engravings were different from those on Luo Feng's beast God. The engravings made the sculpture tranquil and peaceful, as if the gold beast God were taking a walk with his claw clenching on the ground. Luo Feng looked at the sculpture, perplexed. I feel like it must be the law, but why are the engravings different? Even after studying it for a while, Luo Feng couldn't understand it. So Luo Feng flew up in the sky and flew to another gold beast God sculpture. After all, gold beast God was the one he was most familiar with. Another gold beast God sculpture also felt like the embodiment of law, but that gold beast God looked fierce, as if it were about to attack, and the engravings on the scale were also different. One gold beast God sculpture after another, each one was different: angry, tranquil, joyful, crazy, indifferent, and roaring. The engravings on the scales were different based on their varying emotional statuses. Some of the beast god sculptures were using their claws to attack, while others were using their tails or horns. Each part of their bodies seemed to be able to attack. After he finished checking the many gold beast god sculptures, Luo Feng started to check the thunder beast gods and light beat gods. These sculptures were much more forceful than the ones left by Shi Luo Duo. Luo Feng even felt that those sculptures were in his small sculpture S class. 8 inborn beast gods, each of them has so many sculptures, and they seem to represent everything about the merge law. Luo Feng was amazed. After finishing all the sculptures, Luo Feng started to tour the beast god sector on the plains, in the ancient trees, on the cliffs, on the peaks of mountains, at the bottom of lakes. There were engraving sculptures everywhere, and he could feel the power coming from the sculptures. When he got close to them, some of them were just basic engravings, while some included detailed descriptions of the engravings. They had been left by many generations of space beasts, strong and weak alike. There were even dozens of sets of Universe Master level ultimate techniques. As for Universe Master level pinnacle techniques and Universe Knight level techniques, these were present in innumerable quantities. Some were about close combat using weapons, some were about spiritual force weapons, some were about illusion, some were about amplification. They dazzled Luo Feng. My soul amplification technique is only 32 times, said Luo Feng, although the golden horned beast has an amplification type technique, deities of the world. It is only an elementary technique with the limit of 36 times. Most of the limits in the amplification techniques here are over 80, and some are even over 100. Luo Feng was satisfied with those techniques. The more techniques he remembered, the less he needed to work. He could certainly hit the perfect limit in the beast god sector. Of course, techniques didn't guarantee success. Countless beings received the inheritance of deified generals, but only a few of them could finish it. Inside the beast god sector. The beast god sector was vast. Luo Feng looked in the distance and exclaimed, "The techniques are ingenious. The ultimate techniques of Universe Masters are indeed unfathomable, and these are the techniques of Primal Chaos City Leader. Unfortunately, I'm somewhat perplexed." Even with the explanations, Luo Feng's law comprehension was so low that he was still baffled. He didn't understand anything. "I can't even understand the ultimate techniques of Universe Masters with detailed descriptions," he said. "How am I supposed to make them masters?" Shan Ke, you're too confident of me." Luo Feng felt helpless. It was, however, a land full of valuables as he read the conception of inborn beast gods under different sculptures. Many of the questions Luo Feng had had for years were solved. He felt that different engravings had varying levels of power. All of them were the embodiment of laws, and all of them contained secrets. "I think every sculpture is a set of supreme techniques," Luo Feng murmured. "Besides, there should be connections among the sculptures. I'm just not strong enough to see through them." Luo Feng didn't realize this until he had finished reading the adequate techniques. He soon discovered that most of the creators of the techniques had descriptions at the back that were inspired by the beast god sculptures. These sculptures were exceptional. "How can I be inspired? Many of those who created these techniques are Universe Masters." Luo Feng shook his head. "Masters was Shan Ke," he whispered. "You may lose your pinnacle true treasure." But suddenly, he had a revelation. "Wait." Luo Feng quickly stood up. "Although Ancestor is incredible, Masters was Shan Ke isn't stupid," he murmured. "He knows me much better than Ancestor does. If he was confident enough to make that bet, it means I must be likely to succeed. But how? There must have been a way, but he couldn't think of anything. After 3 days, Luo Feng still hadn't come up with anything. "For what it's worth, I've got 100,000 eras, which equates to 1 billion years. I don't need to rush, I'll just practice. The 9-volume manual. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Yes, I can practice the 9-volume manual and let the golden horned beast reach perfect life gene level. Last time, I got the inherited technique. I am the universe. Perhaps I can get another one this time. Even if I can't, golden horned beast will be able to perform. I am the universe. The move consumes such a large godly body. Perhaps other ultimate techniques are not as demanding. Besides, it was bestowed through my mind, and that power is much more powerful than universe masters. I am the universe is supposed to be an ultimate technique of universe masters. Luo Feng rejoiced. Yes, of course, the inherited technique. I am the universe ancestor only asked me to defeat his body, but he didn't forbid me from using inherited techniques. Luo Feng smiled. Like that bark mirror emperor who is only undying his inherited technique is at the universe overlord level. I've reached a perfect life gene level, and I am the universe is much more impressive. Ha ha ha. 100,000 eras, said Luo Feng. I don't need 100,000 eras. 100 years is all I need. Luo Feng looked forward to the result. He could sense that his inherited technique I am the universe was powerful enough to meet the criteria. Hung hung. My golden horned beast will perform I am the universe, and then he can definitely beat the ancestor body who only performs universe master level pinnacle techniques. Luo Feng gained some confidence. He had read the details of many techniques in the Beast God sector, though they were too intricate for him to understand. He felt that I am the universe was weaker than any of them. Luo Feng started to devote his time to this new pursuit. The tail, claws, wings, back, and head merged with at least 10 blood river crystals, and the amplification could reach 10 times. As for other parts, they had merged with 100 blood river crystals, and the amplification could reach 100 times. After practicing, the life gene level of the golden horned beast kept being improved. 7,000, 7,500, 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 9,500. After finishing the 6th volume, the life gene level of the golden horned beast reached 9,000 times. Almost, said Luo Feng. 7th volume. The golden horned beast continued with the 7th volume and gradually improved his life gene. Eventually, after 62 years of being in the Beast God sector, the golden horned beast had reached the perfect life gene level. Limpid water on the lake was flowing, and fog permeated above it. Luo Feng sat beside the lake with his legs crossed with a 6-foot-tall golden horned beast. Perfect limit. Remote ocean reached the level before, but when he became a boundless remote ocean, the new remote ocean body only has a life gene level of 1,000 times. Finally, the golden horned beast body has reached that level. Luo Feng smiled and waited for the sharp change. Once the life gene hit the perfect level, the body would experience a sharp change. Last time, the universe origin law arrived and led Luo Feng to a mysterious space, after which remote ocean body became 55,000 miles tall. What? Luo Feng frowned. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. No change. Why is there no change at all? Luo Feng was dazed. His golden horned beast had reached the perfect gene level, yet nothing had happened. There wasn't any change to his godly body. Neither was his mind led to the mysterious place. Luo Feng stood up. Could it be because his eyes went wide, and his face fell? Because he realized it is another universe here, instead of the original universe. Luo Feng knew that he was in a different universe, but the merge laws gold. Wood, water, fire, ground, wind, light, lightning, time and space were all the same as those in the original universe. The law techniques were also similar. Universe level, domain level, and sector lords were the same in the primal universe as in the original universe. The original universe was the largest universe. Billions of races resided within it, the primal universe and the universe of the Space Beast Alliance. Meanwhile, were much smaller. However, the laws and the cultivation of great beings were the same here. Different universes only had differences in time, flow and environment. Luo Feng had assumed that once he reached perfect life gene level again, the golden horned beast would evolve again and he might enter the mysterious space in the universe again. I was wrong, he concluded. There are significant differences between the universes. There is no change at all in the universe of the Space Beast Alliance. After reaching perfect life gene level, Luo Feng shook his head. What should I do? With each passing moment, he grew more and more upset. Although the golden horned beast had reached the perfect life gene level and quality-wise, he had reached the basic requirement for performing I am the universe, he still didn't he have enough quantity. A godly body that was more than 55,000 miles tall could only perform that 10 times. The golden horned beast was only 600 miles. Almost 1/100th of 55,000 miles. If the golden horned beast body tried to perform I am the universe, his godly body might be completely consumed before he could even truly attempt it. I can't use the inherited technique I am the universe to defeat the ancestor body. Luo Feng frowned. So what should I do? This put Luo Feng in a quandary. His godly body was too small to perform the inherited technique. His only option was to create one, but how was he supposed to create universe master level ultimate techniques with nothing but his law comprehension and beast god conception level? It sounded ridiculous. What should I do? Luo Feng kept thinking, but no answer came to mind. He was not even a universe knight. How was he supposed to create universe master level ultimate techniques? The idea of becoming a universe supreme master ridiculous. Inside the vast beast god sector, at the peak of one of the mountains of a long mountain range, sat ancestor in a white cape. Beside him was an elderly being with transparent horns and wearing a cyan cape. Sitting mountain guest, it seems that your disciple has run into trouble, ancestor said with a smile. Don't worry, said sitting mountain guest as he looked out into the distance. Ancestor and sitting mountain guest had put their bodies in the beast god sector. After all, it was the universe under ancestor's control, just as the primal universe was under primal chaos city leader's control. Primal chaos city leader was invincible in the primal universe, and in this universe, a body of ancestor could be invincible with the help of energy from the universe origin. When someone became a universe supreme master, he was able to make a body randomly. As such, sitting mountain guest wound TB trapped in this universe, as he could randomly make a body. Your impressive, ancestor exclaimed. Your second disciple's life gene level reached almost 10,000 times with your help, and your third disciple has reached the perfect life gene level. You're much better at cultivating disciples than me, especially when it comes to improving life gene level. Sitting mountain guest shook his head and smiled. It's against the universe operation law, and there's a huge price to pay. I'm only able to cultivate 2 disciples. Ancestor nodded. They were unrivaled in the universe. Amplification and life gene level meant Nothing to them, as they were perfect otherwise, they wouldn't be called Universe Supreme Masters. Everyone who reaches the perfect life gene level can be bestowed a gift from the universe origin ancestor exclaimed after his godly body reaches the perfect level, his mind can be bestowed with an all-powerful inherited technique. Unfortunately for your disciple, this is my universe. Ancestor glanced at sitting mountain guest and continued, my universe is far inferior to the original universe. I can't bestow on him an inherited technique or help his godly body evolve. He sipped at some wine made from dew. Without an evolved godly body, his godly body is not able to perform the most powerful inherited technique even if he bestowed one. Besides, he wasn't even bestowed with the inherited technique. I might have actually lost the bet if he were in the original universe, but in my universe, I can control all the factors, and the only thing your disciple can rely on is the beast god sector. You sound quite confident, sitting mountain guest said as he sipped the wine. The wine is good, could you give me a few bottles later? I made the wine by devoting lots of energy and time by setting numerous special environments. Ancestor looked at sitting mountain guest and smiled. Regardless, you're going to lose a pinnacle true treasure to me. Some wine is the least I can do. Sitting mountain guest shook his head. Remember, old beast god 100,000 eras. It's been less than a century. Don't be too cocky. So, you're confident, said ancestor continued. Do you think your disciple can become a universe supreme master within 100,000 eras, or do you think he can create universe master level ultimate techniques as an undying fighter, or do you think he can create universe supreme master level techniques as a universe knight? According to the bet, once Luo Feng became a universe knight, ancestor body could use the ultimate techniques of universe masters. The ultimate technique ancestor body would use was definitely one of the best among the ultimate techniques used by universe masters. Only universe supreme master level techniques could defeat that. The only thing I can tell you, sitting mountain guest said, is that my disciple is likely to succeed. Of course, if he fails, that only demonstrates that he is not strong enough. Likely what a joke. Ancestor still refused to believe it. 100,000 eras equate to only 100,000 years in the original universe, said sitting mountain guest. Just wait and see. Don't let anyone in during these years. I don't want anyone to disturb him. Rest assured, I won't disturb him, ancestor said. Where's the wine? Asked sitting mountain guest. Ancestor waved his hands, and exquisite wine bottles showed up and floated in the sky. This is half the wine I have, ancestor said. I'll leave now, said sitting mountain guest, and he took all the wine, gazed for a moment at Luo Feng, who was still contemplating, and disappeared. Likely, ancestor mumbled, looking down. Sitting mountain guest says his disciple is likely to succeed. It is ridiculous if he thinks his disciple can become a universe supreme master. That means he believes that his disciple can create universe master ultimate techniques as an undying fighter. Humphy will have witnessed something truly remarkable if Luo Feng succeeds. If he doesn't, I'll have a pinnacle true treasure. Ancestor smiled, then disappeared also. Luo Feng sat beside the lake for 9 days. He even pondered what his master, sitting mountain guest, and that space beast ancestor were thinking about. However, he couldn't come up with anything. Both ancestor and sitting mountain guest are universe supreme masters. Their power and horizons are at the top of the universe. Ancestor doesn't believe that I can do it, but if master sitting mountain guest made the bet, he must Believe that I'll be able to make it, at least in 1,000,000,000 years. Luo Feng considered this. There's a reason he has me in Beast God sector, Luo Feng muttered. I need to explore the Beast God sector. Luo Feng understood it. The first place he needed to explore was the Beast God sector. Plenty of great beings came to the Beast God sector, he thought. After all, those techniques were left by the Universe Masters and Universe Knights from the Space Beast Alliance. However, those great beings weren't able to create ultimate techniques for Universe Masters, as Undying Ancestor would only have made the bet if someone succeeded. Luo Feng nodded. He extrapolated from that the Beast God sector was far from enough. Beast God sector is the first asset I need to rely on. The second is some of my secrets and, last but not least, time. Otherwise, Master Sitting Mountain Guest Wu Ti have specified a timeframe of 100,000 eras. 100,000 eras equated to 1,000,000,000 years. It was a very long time. Luo Feng knew that if he wanted to succeed, he needed to start from the Beast God sector. He was aware that since Teacher Sitting Mountain Guest had paid a hefty price for him to enter this place, there must be something very beneficial for him in this Beast God sector. Therefore, Luo Feng started looking around the Beast God sector again, this time doing so very conscientiously and meticulously. Firstly, on one of the vast plains, he found some technique sculptures where he acquired 2 types of amplification techniques. One was a soul amplification technique known as 9-peak lock. When mastered to perfection, it could bring about a soul amplification of 9999, which could basically be considered 100 times. The other was a godly body amplification technique called Golden Beast God. When mastered to perfection, the amplification could reach 100 times. Initially, Luo Feng thought it would be very difficult for him to master these techniques. He did not expect to be able to master Golden Beast God from beginning to the end without faltering. It only took him 3 days to master the technique to perfection. Whether it was his Masha body, original Earthling body, remote ocean body, or golden horned beast body, all of these could put this godly body amplification technique to good use. 9-peak lock was about mastering the ultimate control of blurring godly power. It had extremely high requirements of the will and consciousness. However, Luo Feng's will and consciousness were already at a universe Overlord's standard, as universe overlords were almost perfect in terms of soul amplification. It would be a piece of cake for Luo Feng to master this technique. Within just 1 month, he mastered 9-peak lock to perfection. My blurred godly power, my will, and my consciousness are all of universe Overlord standard, so mastering this technique was a breeze, Luo Feng said to himself. This was how capability played a part in determining the level of difficulty of mastering techniques. Out of thousands of Undying Emperors, it was unlikely that even one could have mastered 9-peak lock to pristine perfection. Mastering Golden Beast God took Luo Feng less than a month to master. Thereafter, he continued to look around the entire Beast God sector. In the Beast God sector, there were 64 Beast God sculptures. There were 8 natural Beast Gods, each of which had 8 sculptures. There were tens of thousands of secret techniques, 36 ultimate techniques of Universe Masters, 123 pinnacle techniques of Universe Masters, over 3,000 ultimate techniques of Universe Knights, and tens of thousands of pinnacle techniques of Universe Knights. There was also a large volume of informal law engravings. These informal secret techniques were mostly incomprehensible. Only the thickest and thinnest engravings could be somewhat understood after researching these techniques for over half a year. Luo Feng came to one of the golden beast god sculptures. Raising his head, he scrutinized the sculpture. These techniques are useless to me, he concluded. These were created by other great beings. Even if I were to learn them, they would still be better suited to others. In my hands, the powers will be much weaker. Luo Feng gazed at the beast god sculpture. Many of the techniques I have come across mention that one must be able to comprehend these beast god sculptures to gain understanding. Even universe masters are trying to comprehend these beast god sculptures in the entirety of the beast god sector. The most precious elements are these 64 beast god sculptures. Luo Feng studied on. In the beast god sector, at the apex of one of its mountains, Ancestor stood in a casual manner, overlooking the vast forest afar. His eyes came to rest on Luo Feng, who stood before the golden beast god sculpture. You have actually stood before that golden beast sculpture for more than 3 years, whispered Ancestor. Seems like you have come to realize that these beast god sculptures are my sector's most precious possessions. That's right, all the extraordinary geniuses and superior beings that qualified to be part of my Space Beast Alliance realize that these beast god sculptures are the key. There were many who could realize this, however, those who were able to figure out the secret technique, especially to figure out the ultimate secret technique of a universe master level, were extremely few. Also, those who were able to understand the ultimate secret technique of a universe master level were all universe masters. Ancestor was carefree and at ease. He knew that there were many techniques in the beast god sector that seemed precious, but were actually worth little. The 64 beast god sculptures were the true treasures that were priceless. Luo Feng stood before the 8 sculptures of the golden beast god. Time spent on each sculpture varied. For the shorter periods, he could spend a year or more gaining understanding. For the longer periods, he could spend up to 8 years gaining understanding. As for the thunder beast god, light beast god, and the other beast god sculptures, he spent a much shorter time trying to comprehend them, as ultimately, he would not be traversing along the beast god path. The 64 beast god sculptures took him a total of 52 years to study. The more I look, the more I feel that these are perfect. The golden beast god and the 8 sculptures. Luo Feng felt that, after looking at these 8 sculptures of the golden beast god, he could feel its anger, happiness, tranquility, rage, insanity. All kinds of situations were made familiar to him. Closing his eyes, he felt as though he was looking at the real golden beast god. The lack of one sculpture would render everything incomplete, Luo Feng decided with a slight nod. For any great being, just by looking at the 64 sculptures, there would be a feeling of merging as one with the sculptures. The secret engravings representing the universe path on these 64 sculptures made him feel as though he were becoming one with the sculptures. They could constitute a complete set of super techniques. They evoked a feeling of singularity. Every great being that has come to the beast god sector of the Space Beast Alliance could have been able to feel this, mused Luo Feng, but no one can really figure out the ultimate secret technique, because out of the most powerful 36 types of universe ultimate techniques, some must be acquired through understanding the golden beast god, some must be acquired through understanding the thunder beast god, and occasionally, one must be able to gain the understanding of 2 beast gods put together. Judging from the power these different technique engravings left behind, they All seem to match each other in strength, obviously, the level of each technique would be similar by combining all 8 beast god sculptures to create a super secret technique. This technique should outmatch all the others. After acquiring 2 amplification techniques and studying the beast god sculptures, Luo Feng started to study himself as the subject. I must succeed, he said. First, I have to depend on the beast god sector. Second, I must be different from the rest. Third, I need time. I have studied and now understand the beast god sector thoroughly. As for me to be considered truly different from the rest, I need something that even generations of supreme beings of the Space Beast Alliance apart from ancestor would not be able to compare to. That could be the 9-volume manual, Star Tower, the talent technique, I am the universe, or my endless remote ocean. Luo Feng analyzed his options. The 9-volume manual was one of a kind in the universe. Star Tower was one of the supreme true treasures of the universe. Other than ancestor, the chances of other beings in the Space Beast Alliance possessing supreme true treasures were very low, or at least, there were none that Luo Feng knew of. The talent technique I am the universe had been bestowed by the universe for reaching the perfect life gene level. It could be assumed that many special life forms who were powerful and unique might only have reached a life gene level of thousands of times. Those close to tens of thousands of times were a rare sight, let alone those who had attained perfection. Space beasts were not special life forms unless they possessed techniques such as the 9-volume manual. They would never be able to make it this far. The endless remote ocean represented limitless godly power. What a pity that he was in another universe. There was no way he could absorb godly power from the endless remote ocean. In the primal universe, Luo Feng's original earthling body headed first to Star Tower to study the secret engravings in the sculptures on the countless stars and sky pillars. Unfortunately, these were more profound than the ultimate techniques of the universe masters on the beast god sector. He could not figure them out. Then he placed the contents of the 9-volume manual under scrutiny and studied them with detail. This was a technique solely used for enhancing one's life gene level. In terms of depth, it was comparable to the secret engravings on the Star Tower, which was far more profound than the ultimate techniques of universe masters. Similarly, he could not comprehend the profound knowledge, so he could only train in a methodical manner. As for putting his talent technique I am the universe to use, Luo Feng and his other bodies were unable to use it unless enemies entered his god country. Only then would the endless remote ocean within his god country enable him to use I am the universe talent technique. I am the universe. Hong Long Long. At that moment, the endless godly power of ocean water went ablaze to produce limitless energy in the sky above the endless remote ocean. A huge oval shaped sphere with a diameter of tens of billions of miles appeared. It was a miniature universe. A universe, said Luo Feng. A miniature universe. Luo Feng used his consciousness to enter the miniature universe. He was filled with overwhelming excitement since the day he first acquired I am the universe. This was his first time using it according to what was imprinted on his consciousness. When this incomparably magical talent technique was activated, the rate at which his godly power was used up would be alarming. It was almost as though once activated, the godly power of a golden horned beast's godly body would be completely consumed. Luckily for him, his endless remote ocean was extensive enough. A miniature universe. This vast universe, with a diameter of tens of billions of miles, could contain anything within it. Was only vast nothingness. There was a subtle, chaotic airflow. This miniature universe was none other than Luo Feng himself. How magical, he said in wonder. Absolute control, absolute control. The moment he transformed into this miniature universe, Luo Feng grasped the full understanding of his powers. He could divide out part of his godly body in this universe to fight his enemies, and in his own miniature universe, he could transfer the oppression from the outside into the miniature universe. His power would then be greatly increased, while his opponent faced stronger suppression. This was merely one of the attached abilities. The strongest one was explosion of universe. Luo Feng could not help marveling. He only needed one thought to activate the explosion of universe, during which his miniature universe would collapse. The magnitude of this power was unbelievable. What a transcendental technique, said Luo Feng, to think that I possess such a powerful talent technique and can transform into a miniature universe. Luo Feng could not help but marvel at the same time. His consciousness had started to study his miniature universe attentively. On the thin membrane encompassing the huge oval-shaped sphere, boundless energy took the form of numerous law threads interlacing with one another to form an enormous picture of law engravings that was continuously undergoing transformation into a chaotic airflow. This chaotic airflow then circulated around the enormous picture of secret engravings and coagulated to form the membrane around the miniature universe. The remainder of the airflow would then waft off into the atmosphere and eventually diminish the enormous picture of law engravings. This was the basis for how Luo Feng could display his talent technique, but he was completely clueless, as this was the first time he had laid eyes on this picture of law engravings. The picture of the law engravings, transformed into an oval-shaped sphere, formed by millions upon millions of law threads interlacing with one another. It was inconceivably complicated, forming the law of revolution of this miniature universe, and the amount of godly power that Luo Feng used would be used to supply this entire miniature universe with energy. Technically speaking, it was not a real universe. In a real universe, energy was recyclable and should be inexhaustible, but Luo Feng's energy was continuously used up. Obviously, this picture of law engravings was an extremely simplified version of the primal picture of engravings, which was the truest law of revolution of the primal universe. Yet, even so, it was impressive enough to render Luo Feng tongue-tied. It's too. But Luo Feng couldn't complete his thought. He was completely taken aback by this picture of engravings. Its beauty was astounding, more astounding than any other ultimate techniques. It was even more beautiful than the secret engravings on the numerous beast god sculptures. Luo Feng was filled with amazement. He thoroughly appreciated the intricate and delicate engraving picture of the miniature universe. Time passed, and the godly power, consumed in 90 seconds, was equal to that of the remote ocean body. At the height of more than 55,000 miles, however, remote ocean body could withstand it easily. This. Luo Feng had made the shocking discovery that the engraving picture could be disintegrated, and small engraving pictures showed up after the disintegration. Each of the small engraving pictures was an engraving picture on the 64 beast god sculptures. After the disintegration, 92 small beast god engraving pictures showed up, and many of them were identical. However, they all came from the engraving pictures of the 64 beast god sculptures. The 92 Beast God engraving pictures were like components, making up a single mechanism. After being combined, there were countless threads connecting all the pictures, and the connections were natural and perfect, comprising a miniature universe. How could this be, wondered Luo Feng? 64 engraving pictures combined to form an engraving picture of a miniature universe. Luo Feng suddenly saw a new door open. If he didn't know those 64 Beast God engraving pictures, the miniature universe engraving picture would be too intricate for him to understand. However, now that he was viewing it as Beast God engraving pictures, they were much easier to understand. It was just a combination of 64 engraving pictures. Incredible, said Luo Feng. He was mesmerized. He had not realized, until now, that there was another way to understand the incredible inherited technique. Inside the original universe flew an ordinary spaceship. This disciple of mine has a remote ocean body that has reached the perfect life gene level even before he became undying. Sitting Mountain guest whispered in the spaceship, he must have been bestowed a supreme inherited technique. As for supreme inherited techniques, they hold the top spot among all the techniques in the universe, and all of them are perfect. As for those 64 engraving pictures, they're the perfect embodiment of 8 inborn beast gods. The 8 beast gods stand for 8 merge laws. Universe operation laws can be classified into gold, wood, water, fire, ground, light, wind, lightning, time, and space. However, they can also be classified into 8 merge laws. Sitting Mountain guest smiled. He had already reached the pinnacle level possible in the universe, and he could see everything clearly. All of the highest level techniques can be disintegrated into 64 engraving pictures. As for those that are inferior, they can't even rival 1 beast god engraving picture. They do not qualify. Luo Feng is examining those 64 beast god sculptures, and he knows those 64 engraving pictures. Once he performs his supreme inherited technique, he'll realize the connection between the supreme inherited techniques and the 64 engraving pictures. He'll start with the engraving pictures and create techniques using those pictures. He doesn't even need to understand those engraving pictures. Sitting Mountain guest thought all he needs to do is remember those engraving pictures and their structures, and with the engraving picture he got from his own supreme inherited technique, he can totally try that. Once he succeeds, it will be possible for him to create a simplified technique of a supreme inherited technique, and if he can actually succeed, it means he is a high achiever in engraving pictures. Using those 64 engraving pictures as elements, there were great beings who did that before the grand nirvana. If Luo Feng can also accomplish something in that field, and together with his ordinary law training, he'll make many more improvements. Plus, he is able to better see the origin of the universe. Sitting Mountain guest was making a huge bet. No one had succeeded on the path of engraving pictures since the original universe came into being. The main reason for this was that only a few were qualified to see the 64 engraving pictures. Even those who saw them couldn't understand them. However, before the grand nirvana, some great beings had succeeded, which meant that the method was possible. Different methods supported each other, but they all led to the same end, the origin mystery of the universe. You've come so far after only 100,000 years, Sitting Mountain guest thought. And you survived the life or death inheritance. Now, I'll give you 1 billion years. Let us see whether you can make some accomplishments on engraving pictures. Engraving pictures training had always been a secret. After all, the time of The grand nirvana was immeasurable, and even before the grand nirvana, only a few practiced engraving pictures. Obsessed Luo Feng was completely obsessed. He hadn't expected those 64 engraving pictures to form such an incredible technique. He had always thought that I Am the Universe was so powerful and intricate that he couldn't possibly understand it. However, he could now. It was the combination of those 64 engraving pictures, and some of them overlapped with each other, leading to 92 engraving pictures. Does that mean the combination of those 64 engraving pictures result in significant power? Luo Feng immediately started to study it. At the peak of one of the mountains in the Beast God sector, Ancestor appeared and looked down. Weird, why does he keep drawing engraving pictures? Ancestor watched from a distance and saw one engraving picture after another forming around Luo Feng, who sat in front of a gold beast god sculpture with his legs crossed. He has been drawing the engraving pictures for 10,000 years, said Ancestor, thoroughly confused. Luo Feng found the combination of the engraving pictures to be unpredictable and mysterious. After studying all of them, if he made a mistake, the power would tumble. However, Luo Feng was randomly combining different engraving pictures based on the engraving picture of I Am the Universe, and he had created dozens of techniques. Most, however, were weak, and only one of them could rival an undying technique. It came close to the third move of star map. This thrilled Luo Feng. He now understood that the engraving pictures were a new path, and it might be his only chance to defeat Ancestor body within a period of 100,000 eras. Luo Feng started with a random drawing. There were billions of ways for law threads to be combined for I Am the Universe. He started by randomly copying and simulating without rules, but after 10,000 years of trying, he had successfully created some weak techniques. He also understood the differences between different combinations. Based on his extensive practice, he extrapolated the possibilities, and from the possibilities, he extrapolated his theories. In the first 100,000 years, Luo Feng worked by trial and error. He only created two techniques that could rival the third move of star map. He did, however, discover some patterns after all those trials. Luo Feng decided to concentrate on the 8 engraving pictures of the gold beast god, while temporarily giving up the other 56 engraving pictures based on his 100,000 years of trial and error. Luo Feng was most accurate when randomly combing the 8 engraving pictures of the gold beast god. After 1,000,000 years, Luo Feng started to understand the mysteries of the engraving pictures of the gold beast god. After 10 million years, he completely understood the mysteries and power of the combinations of those engraving pictures. Of course, it was only the tip of the iceberg compared to the engraving picture of I Am the Universe, but finally, Luo Feng completely comprehended it. During those 10 million years, Luo Feng accidentally created an ultimate technique for universe nights. Although he didn't understand the theories behind it, he remembered the way to perform it, just as he did with his inherited techniques. He memorized all the law threads and was able to perform it instantly, which was theoretically impossible. Law threads required users to understand the fundamentals of them in order to be performed, unless they were sculpted in the mind, like inherited techniques. However, Luo Feng didn't need to perform all the law threads. All he needed to do was perform several engraving pictures and combine them. The implications were profound. Luo Feng found the engraving pictures to be mysterious. It might be a unique and unusual way, but it was a highway to the Top. Did Master Sitting Mountain Guest know this before? He wondered. Is that why he led me into the Beast God sector? Why haven't I heard of anyone among us humans who has practiced it? Why have I never heard of this practice? Method. Luo Feng was sometimes baffled by these many questions. For what it's worth, it's an incredible practicing method. Engraving pictures were like components. If the universe was a skyscraper, the components were the individual resources combined to create the whole, and there were many ways to build a skyscraper. So far, Luo Feng had found 900 million ways to combine the engraving pictures, and he could perfectly manipulate more than 100,000 of them. It was a path that was completely new to him, so he could only explore it all by himself. The more he studied it, the more combinations he knew and manipulated. Luo Feng forgot about the passage of time. He was immersed in the engraving pictures of the gold beast god. Time flew by 10 million years, followed by another 10 million years. Luo Feng frequently went to watch the beast god pictures of the gold beast god and studied them. At the peak of the tallest mountain in the beast god sector, Ancestor looked down, frowned. Luo Feng had been in the beast god sector for 180 million years, and Ancestor could tell from the way Luo Feng trained that he was following the path of engraving pictures, a path that led to the top. I might lose this time, thought Ancestor. Sitting Mountain Guest is indeed impressive, he said. He was aware of this way to practice, and he was certain that his disciple would succeed on that path. Ancestor also speculated that the disadvantage of that path was that it didn't have a strong foundation. However, if one was lucky enough to have inspirations, he could create terrifically powerful techniques. Ancestor's face became grave. No way. Ancestor was shocked as he looked down at a faraway spot. How is it possible that he could comprehend the heart of the beast? Weeds grew all over the plain. There was a towering sculpture of a gigantic lizard positioned in a slight squat as though poised for takeoff, and at the back of the gold beast god sculpture, Luo Feng lay on a bed of scales, eyes squinting. He was looking in midair, where countless complicated gold threads of engravings flowed continuously. His hundreds of millions of years of painstaking cultivation were no different from one another. In fact, Luo Feng had fallen into a unique state. He spent hundreds of millions of years studying the 8 pictures of engravings of the gold beast god, where every picture of engravings represented a different aspect of the gold beast god. 8 pictures of engravings. Luo Feng felt as though he was looking at a different face of the gold beast god every day, and day after day, month after month, year after year. The years went by. Luo Feng went on studying these 8 pictures of engravings, and for a good many years, he felt as though he had the company of gold beast god every waking and sleeping moment of his life. Currently, Luo Feng had lost himself to the 180 million years spent on studying these pictures of engravings. He forgot who he was. Now he felt as though he actually was a beast god. Joy, happiness, anger, rage, insanity. He was roaming the universe. He was fighting his enemies in bloody battles stretching to endless voids. The fighting extended to other galaxies until finally, he unwillingly breathed his last. Luo Feng lay unmoving, his eyes gradually closing. Only the gold beast god was real, all else was fabricated. His sleep went on for a whole millennium. During this millennium, even Luo Feng's original earthling body and his remote ocean body went into a deep slumber. No matter who tried, no one at all was Able to contact Luo Feng over the course of 1,000 years, Luo Feng forgot his human memories. He forgot everything in his deep slumber. He thought of himself as a beast god. A millennium went by peacefully, then Luo Feng opened his eyes. "Is this the so-called transformation of things?" asked Luo Feng. "Was it my illusion or was it reality?" The moment he opened his eyes, he was in a trance, stupefied and unable to differentiate whether he was Luo Feng or a beast god, but quickly, he sobered up. Hundreds of millions of years' worth of human memories came flooding back and overrode the memories that he had collected while he was incarnated as the beast god. A beast god, what a magical feeling. Luo Feng lay on the back of the gold beast god sculpture, reminiscing about the feeling of being a beast god, which was still so vivid to him. He felt as though he could go back into that state easily. A beast god was an entirely different existence from that of humans it was in. A state that was detached, free, and true to its own nature. At the apex of the mountain, Ancestor watched the entire episode, shaking his head amidst sighs. He found it all so ironic. "The final bottleneck of the beast god path," he said, "heart of beast god. The most difficult stage to comprehend and the most difficult to find, yet he has mastered it." The beast god path, according to the ancestral god school, was divided into a total of 7 major inheritances. Upon figuring out the entire beast god path, one would have attained the universe master level and become a pinnacle existence in the universe. Yet it was not that simple for one who wanted to become a universe master, just as it was with the golden horned beasts lineage. After countless eras, they only had a total of 2 universe masters. Similarly, the flaming star beasts lineage had only 1 universe master. All of these clearly reiterated the fact that becoming a universe master was difficult to the point of nearly being impossible. There were many levels to accomplish. One of the beast god path's most difficult levels to figure out because of its ethereal nature was understanding the heart of beast god. Upon achieving this level, one could truly become an incarnation of the beast god. This had left many universe overlords wondering, like Shi Luo Duo and the many universe overlords, if they could only be incarnations of pseudo-beast gods, because they were unable to understand the heart of beast god. Without a heart of beast god, there was no way one could truly become an incarnation of a beast god. For Luo Feng, this was an unintentional reward, as he spent such a long time wholeheartedly studying the 8 pictures of secret engravings. Tens of millions of years of dedicated work had led him into a deep slumber where he forgot everything. During his slumber, he dreamed about leading the life of a beast god for a long time. This Luo Feng made a resounding name of himself in less than 100,000 years. Said Ancestor, "In my beast god sector, he has cultivated himself for around 180 million years. He has dedicated himself wholly to studying the secret engravings of golden space without any guidance, solely based on his own experience. He has attained the highest level at the tip of his fingers. He could create techniques at the universe night level. Obviously, he will have become extremely familiar with the gold beast god's 8 pictures of secret engravings, and these 8 pictures are the full representation of gold beast god. Moreover, thought Ancestor, golden horned beasts are descendants of the gold beast god. They can easily understand the heart of beast god for 2 to merge as one. Accomplishing this is expected. Ancestor quickly understood why. It was the process of accumulating richly and breaking forth vastly. Luo Feng had waited patiently, so when he had Everything he needed to know in place, he would achieve success. After all, Luo Feng did spend 180 million years studying these pictures of secret engravings. It only took him thousands of years to attain the pinnacle. Emperor level tens of thousands of years to develop his talent of creating 3 forms of ultimate technique. If he continued to study the laws, given 180 million years, Luo Feng would have cultivated himself to the level of a senior universe knight, all just to defeat Ancestor. So, Luo Feng had not spent an inkling of effort on law comprehension. He gave his all to studying the pictures of secret engravings. Hence, he attained his achievements in this chosen studies, which far surpassed his achievements in law comprehension. After all, law comprehension required many tens of thousands of years to cultivate. Just studying the pictures of secret engravings, he spent 180 million years. That was simply incomparable. This is Ancestor, who had calmed himself previously, suddenly revealed a sharp change in expression. He was unable to believe what he saw as he looked down at the beast god sculpture on the vast plain. Luo Feng was lying down on the sculpture even when he had previously comprehended the heart of the beast god. He had not shown such arrogance and rudeness on the back of the beast god sculpture. After Luo Feng woke from a millennium of deep slumber, he started to study the 8 pictures of engravings of the gold beast god all over again, with the picture of secret engravings of his miniature universe as the final template. He tried to create a technique of his own. He could still feel the aftermath of his 1,000 years of slumber, during which the heart of beast god possessed an indistinct influence over him. Hua hua hua. Countless golden threads floated midair. It should be like this, he said. Yes, like this. It must be by pure luck or coincidence, as Luo Feng himself was unclear of the underlying theories he used when he speedily combined all 8 pictures of secret engravings, other than the majority of the law threads being combined. Based on his strong foundation, there were a few law threads that were combined purely based on his unique instincts, where he was free of inhibitions, and followed his heart's desire without a second thought. It was as though the gold beast god was wandering about the universe, following its heart, killing when it wanted to kill, eating when it wanted to eat, sleeping when it wanted to sleep. When it came to the method of combining the law threads, he was still unsure of. He combined them with such an attitude, following his heart. The most important thing was to feel pleased and fulfilled in the moment. Hung. Suddenly, a golden ray appeared. The golden ray sliced through heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. The frozen space was forcefully pried apart to reveal a ripple gully. Even the ground, under the resonating waves of the light ray, was cut apart to give way to a deep valley tens of millions of miles long. In an instant, the whole surface underwent a fundamental change. Then normality returned. I am left with such little godly power," said Luo Feng. He was dumbfounded as he sat on the back of the gold beast god sculpture. He gazed at the end of the vast land, at the deep valley, until everything returned to normal. What level of technique was that? Luo Feng could not believe he was so powerful. A few thousand years on law comprehension was enough for him to attain pinnacle undying level. If these 180 million years were spent devoted completely to studying law comprehension, for him to master the 6th, or even to the 7th stage of the beast god path was certainly achievable. Yet he had spent this long period of time studying only the pictures of secret engravings. He was certainly successful, and now he could easily create techniques at the universe night level, or, at times, he might even be able to create ultimate techniques at the universe overlord level. He was that powerful, yet in terms of magnitude, his power was far less than that of the light ray. Could it be the ultimate technique of a universe master? Luo Feng still found it unbelievable. If he had not been mastering it, he would not have known after all the studies on the pictures of secret engravings. He knew that while sometimes, with a stroke of luck, the pictures of secret engravings could allow one to miraculously create a set of technique, but the more powerful a technique was, the more it was impossible to depend solely on luck. Foundation was more important. 180 million years. Luo Feng was very accomplished in his studies of the pictures of secret engravings, and could easily create techniques that were at the universe night level, but the most powerful technique that he had created so far was merely the universe overlord ultimate technique, which was 2 levels higher than the ones he normally created. If he wanted to create a technique of a universe master level, he guessed he might need many hundreds of millions of years more. If the day came when he could readily create techniques of universe overlord level however he pleased, then who knew, he might get lucky and happen to create a technique of the universe master level. The foundation required would be higher. The most talented painter, with a stroke of inspiration, could paint a superior picture, but without a solid foundation, even with inspiration, one would not be able to produce a sensational piece of work. Luo Feng had now built a very strong foundation for himself as an individual. In the context of the universe, he could be considered a master, a founder, capable of creating techniques. However, if he was expected to create techniques of universe master level, then to him, it was still something unbelievable. Is it a technique of the universe master level? So Luo Feng jumped up from where he was and flew to a faraway spot on the mountain. On his shoulder was a golden-horned beast. After flying for a short while, he arrived at the mountain cliff where there were 3 technique sculptures, all of which had been left behind by space. Beast universe masters. These 3 were all techniques of the universe master level. I shall carve the engravings of my creation with the use of my power. I should be able to understand it. Luo Feng looked at the stone surface. Godly power was gushing out, and all he could see at that very moment was a huge picture of a technique that was complicated beyond comprehension. Even many universe knights would have felt as though they were reading a heavenly book. Even if Luo Feng were to spend 180 million years, he would still be unable to comprehend this. This picture of technique was simply too deep to be fathomed. It exuded an endless wave of power that corresponded to the magnitude of power coming from the other 3 ultimate technique sculptures beside it. It was not the least bit weaker. It represented hundreds of millions of years of hard work, plus a heart of beast god. At any moment, Luo Feng spontaneously created such a technique. This was a technique he had created with the picture of secret engravings of his miniature universe as a template. It might be considered a simplified version of it. It was simply a near-perfect combination of the 8 beast god pictures of the gold beast god that formed the attack-type technique ultimate level technique of universe master. At the apex of the mountain, Ancestor watched. Tens of millions of years spent on experiencing, learning, and creating, he muttered, and the heart of beast god. If at any point in time, the 8 pictures of secret engravings of the gold beast god are almost perfectly combined, whether in a manner that makes sense or not, such a technique will emerge. At that moment, he transmitted a message to sitting mountain guest who was in the primal universe. Sitting mountain guest, he said, why are you still not on your way here? After only a short while, sitting mountain guest showed up at the peak of the mountain. Did you call me here for drinks? Sitting mountain guest asked as he strolled toward Ancestor. Ancestor pointed in the distance, standing beside the cliff. Look at your disciple. Luo Feng, sitting mountain guest, looked in the direction Ancestor pointed and saw Luo Feng sitting beside a cliff. He appeared surprised and joyful. After gazing for a while, then started to laugh. Old beast god, no one in the universe can rival you on the path of 8 gods. However, this disciple of mine created a technique using the 8 engraving pictures of gold beast god. Do you admit your defeat? How can you say I'm going to lose before he even fights me? Ancestor said. Sitting mountain guest shook his head. Stop quibbling. Ancestor didn't continue about the upcoming fight. Instead, he exclaimed, your disciple is indeed impressive. It's fair to say that he had some luck when creating the technique, but no one in history could practice the engraving pictures so well in only 180 million years without any instructions. Besides, he has comprehended the heart of beast god, and that's why it's easier for him to comprehend the 8 engraving pictures of gold beast god. It's easy for him to create universe night level techniques, and if he is willing to devote his time and energy, he'll be able to create the universe overlord level ones as well. Even real universe overlords needed to spend an overwhelmingly long time to create universe overlord level ultimate techniques. To some extent, even those on the engraving path were better at creating techniques. Luo Feng was at least at the senior universe night level when it came to his accomplishments. Among those who were on the engraving path, the heart of beast god, sitting mountain guest, looked pleased. Then he guffawed. A pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise, indeed. He is a golden horned beast, which makes him a descendant of beast gods. Ancestor exclaimed. His bloodline inheritance is close to gold beast god, and with his research into those 8 engraving pictures, he can finally comprehend the heart of beast god. He is indeed lucky, but I can't say it's because of luck alone. Ha ha ha, sitting mountain guest laughed heartily. Look at you. Ancestor shook his head. No wonder sitting mountain guest was so proud. The accomplishments on engraving path could help law comprehension to a great extent. There wouldn't be many barriers until Luo Feng became a universe overlord, especially with the heart of beast god. It would now be easier for him to proceed along the beast god path. Heart of beast god was the greatest challenge, to turn from a universe overlord into a universe master, and that problem was now solved. Although it was still extremely difficult for him to become a universe master, he at least had a much higher chance. Sitting mountain guest glanced at Ancestor and rejoiced inside. Little do you know that this disciple of mine obtained inherited techniques before, and he can better study the engraving pictures with the instruction from the engraving picture of his supreme inherited technique. Regardless, it's still impressive of him to create a supreme inherited technique and comprehend the heart of beast god in only 180 million years. Sitting mountain guest looked down in front of the cliff. The energy from the sculpture of the engraving picture was equivalent to that of the 3 ultimate techniques of universe masters. I did it, said Luo Feng. It's an ultimate technique of universe masters. Luo Feng stood in front of the cliff for a long time. He felt like he was in a dream. I did it, he repeated, after 180 million years. Luo Feng was confident that he could create ultimate techniques of universe overlords. As for ultimate techniques of universe masters, it would involve some luck. Luo Feng suddenly looked to the sky and transmitted his voice. "Ancestor," he said, "I challenge you." Ancestor, wearing in a white cape, quickly flew in from afar. He landed on the ground and smiled at Luo Feng. "You're going to challenge me," he said. "Yes," answered Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew that even if he lost, he could keep doing research and trying. After all he needed to do was to defeat Ancestor within 100,000 eras. "What weapon should I use?" Luo Feng asked. "Let us use our bare hands, shall we?" Ancestor raised his left hand. This godly body of his had been transformed from other elements. "Hands," said Luo Feng. He was taken aback. "Hands as weapons?" "You've already comprehended the heart of Beast God," said Ancestor, "don't you think your hands are weapons?" Luo Feng was startled. Thousands of years' worth of memories flooded back. For beast gods traveling in the universe, their claws, tails, and horns all contained the beast god conception. Even the spiritual force weapons were the bodies of beast gods. At this moment, Luo Feng felt as though the enormous gap between close combat and spiritual force weapons had disappeared. The techniques he had created could be used both for close combat and as spiritual force weapons. Warrior path and spiritual force leader path, they're the same. Luo Feng was bewildered. "You've comprehended the heart of Beast God." Ancestor smiled. "If you didn't, you had to focus on either the warrior path or the spiritual force leader path. After all, mixing them together is bad for comprehending the heart of Beast God. Besides, beast gods are naturally better at using their godly bodies to fight, which is why those on the warrior path are better at comprehending the heart of Beast God and finally become beast gods." Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City leader had told him this before and insisted that he concentrate on the warrior path. However, for the past 180 million years, he had set aside the warrior path and spiritual force leader path, instead focusing on the engraving picture path. Without realizing it, he had fully comprehended the heart of Beast God. "Do you still need weapons?" Ancestor asked. Luo Feng smiled. "If beast gods can use their claws, then I can use my hands as well." Ancestor stood still. "Attack," he commanded. Luo Feng looked from afar and used the Masha body for the combat. After all, Ancestor would also use the godly body at the same level. Hung. Countless engravings started to flow on Luo Feng's godly body, and he dashed toward Ancestor like a beam of golden light. At this moment, Luo Feng felt the beast god in his body charging his competitor. The attack contained the beast god path and also contained ultimate techniques of universe masters. The attack was fierce and quick, faster than the Sherwu wings. Break. Luo Feng arrived at where Ancestor stood. He grabbed Ancestor as his left hand became a claw, and the engravings on its fingers started to connect with each other. Pung. Ancestor waved his hand, and they clashed. Ancestor took a step back. "Ha ha ha!" Luo Feng felt overjoyed. The memories of the beast god merged with him at this moment. Charge. Claws. Legs. Luo Feng was absorbed in the golden light, and the roaring of beast gods resounded around him. Fast. Sharp. Ancestor was suppressed. Although he tried to resist it, Luo Feng was getting more and more skilled, as if he truly were a beast god. Pung. His fingers were sharp like claws. Pooh. They pierced through Ancestor's chest. Ancestor looked down, smiled, and nodded. He took a step back, and his godly body recovered. "You won," he said. Luo Feng, standing in the golden light, was dazed. Had he actually defeated Ancestor would only perform Universe Master level pinnacle techniques, and though he could only maintain his godly body at the same level as Luo Feng's, he was still Ancestor. After all, it was a surreal feeling to have defeated Ancestor. "Thank you, Ancestor," Luo Feng said respectfully. Ancestor had focused on defense from the beginning of the combat, which was why Luo Feng had been able to make better and better attacks, and thus, fully understand the way beast gods fought. "No need to thank me," said Ancestor, shaking his head and smiling. "I performed the best defense pinnacle techniques of Universe Masters, but I still failed to defend against you. I might have won if I had attacked first. But you will still win over me after several challenges. There's no need to waste time." Luo Feng was full of gratitude. He had benefited so much in the past 180 million years in the Beast God sector. The Heart of Beast God was a pleasant surprise, and the engraving picture path was a brand new path for him. Plus, he had created an ultimate technique of the Universe Master level. Ha ha ha! A guffaw resounded around him, followed by a shadow. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Luo Feng from afar. After 180 million years, this disciple of his had finally evolved. In the past, Luo Feng hadn't had much time to practice. He stood among the great beings, because of the enormous godly body and force armor, but when it came to laws and techniques, he was significantly weaker. Yet his law comprehension and techniques had now reached an incredibly eminent level, even better than many universe overlords. "I've accumulated enough," said Sitting Mountain Guest. "I believe this disciple of mine will have an easy time becoming a universe overlord. Perhaps the only difficulty he is going to have is becoming a universe master." Sitting Mountain Guest was satisfied. Flame Emperor had disappointed him, which was why he had devoted all his resources and time to his third disciple. Fortunately, his third disciple hadn't upset him. The laughter attracted both Luo Feng and Ancestor. Master Luo Feng was dazed by the shadow flying toward him. "Sitting Mountain Guest," said Ancestor with a smile, "don't be smug. Your disciple is indeed impressive. However, don't forget that he has a golden horned beast body, and his soul has completely merged with the godly body. It's almost impossible to tell whether he is a human or a golden horned beast. Who will say no if I insist that he is a golden horned beast? That is between your alliance and the humans," Sitting Mountain Guest said as he landed. "It has nothing to do with me whether this disciple of mine belongs to the human race or Space Beast Alliance. Doesn't concern me at all." Luo Feng stepped forward and said, "Master." "Okay," Sitting Mountain Guest smiled and nodded. He glanced at Ancestor. "Don't forget our bet." Luo Feng's face immediately registered a look of anticipation. Previously, he had heard from Ancestor that the get between Ancestor and teacher Sitting Mountain Guest involved his wager a set of True Treasure series and teacher's wager a piece of a pinnacle true treasure. If Ancestor lost, then he would have to bestow this set of True Treasure series to Luo Feng. This was definitely a great opportunity. For them to use these items as wagers meant the True Treasure series and the pinnacle true treasure must have been of comparable value. His force armor was one such pinnacle true treasure. And Blade River Luo, a top-tier domain-type true treasure with an extremely strong attacking power, was comparable to force armor. It was so massive that its entire birth process had to be divided into several segments to reach completion. Thus, it was quite a sensation. It was little wonder that Flame Emperor had been so reluctant to give up force armor to Luo Feng back then. Such events went to show that true treasures such as force armor and blade River Luo were very precious, so precious, in fact, that great beings like Flame Emperor and Primal Chaos City Leader covet them. Yet only Universe Supreme beings such as Ancestor and Sitting Mountain Guest had the magnitude of boldness to use such precious treasures as the stakes in a bet. You are one of the top 9 powers in the universe. Ancestor of Space Beast Alliance, you can't be that petty, teased Sitting Mountain Guest. I am waiting for that true treasure series of yours. Ancestor cast a look at Sitting Mountain Guest. His expression revealed his heartache. Even a being as great as Ancestor would feel the sting of this loss. Previously, when he had been so confident that he would win the pinnacle true treasure from Sitting Mountain Guest, he had not expected that he would lose the gamble. Fair is fair, Ancestor said. This true treasure series is one I can still afford to lose. According to our agreement, I shall bestow this true treasure series to Luo Feng. Yes, Sitting Mountain Guest smiled and nodded. That's right, bestow it to my disciple. Ancestor turned to look at Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Ancestor, Luo Feng replied respectfully. He did not consider defeating Ancestor something to be proud of. It was, after all, only to fulfill a gamble. If Ancestor were to display his true power, his ability to ensure that whatever order he gave would be effectively enforced would have rendered Luo Feng powerless, with no way to fight back. If one was willing to pay the price, he could even kill a universe master. Look! Ancestor pointed in midair, and a black beast figure suddenly appeared. Luo Feng looked carefully. It was a wild beast that was black from head to toe. It had 4 powerful hooves and claws, as well as sharp fangs that pointed to the sky, and a single horn on its forehead that gave off a shiny gleam. Its body was covered with layers of armor, as though it were filled with limitless magical power. Luo Feng was completely captivated. At first glance, it was truly a stirring beauty. The black wild beast was around 300 feet tall, and it landed right in front of Luo Feng. It was then that Luo Feng realized, to his astonishment, that this was a dead creature. It was lifeless. Ancestor walked over and caressed the leg of the gigantic beast. This is my true treasure series. I named it Beast God Armor. Sitting Mountain Guest looked on with great pleasure, then laughed aloud. Ancestor cast him a glance before turning to look at Luo Feng. Your teacher is gloating, but it's to be expected. Previously, because of this true treasure series, there was chaotic battling all over. Your teacher was so scheming, he launched a sneak attack and immediately fled the scene. I had to pay quite a sizable price to defeat that adverse universe, and finally, I managed to obtain this true treasure series. Listening on, Luo Feng felt his excitement rising. It was as though he had personally undergone this battle of Universe Supreme Masters. This true treasure series consists of a total of 526 true treasures, of which 521 are ordinary true treasures, 4 are senior true treasures, and the remaining one is a top-tier true treasure. Ancestor explained. The sharp fangs and scales on its body, for instance, can be dismantled and used individually, combining everything to form one body. Its power is massive. Luo Feng was shocked. 526 true treasures to form one true treasure series. It was said that Primal Chaos City Leader S1000 Treasure River was formed by 1,000 true treasures put together, and this, in Luo Feng's eyes, did not pale. In comparison, moreover, out of these 526 true treasures, one was at the top tier level. Breaking this down, the horn alone is a top-tier true treasure, said Ancestor, and once combined with the power of a few hundred other true treasures, its power will skyrocket. Ancestor gave a sentimental side by placing this true treasure series on one's godly body. Every part of the godly body becomes a weapon ready to attack. It is definitely the most suitable tool for a great being who wants to cultivate the Beast God path and become a Universe Master. I named it Beast God Armor and had planned to bestow it to one of the Universe Masters from my Space Beast Alliance that I found to have great potential. Ancestor looked at Luo Feng. Now, it's yours. Luo Feng felt his heart pounding faster. Beast God Armor. Thank you, Ancestor, Luo Feng said, showing his gratitude respectfully. Ancestor smiled and nodded, and with one wave, the black beast figure flew over to Luo Feng. A golden horned beast appeared on Luo Feng's shoulder at this moment. His golden horned beast body had temporarily put away the force armor, Sherwu wings, the 9 Tiger River, and the other treasures, storing them in the world ring. It swooped down while exerting its godly power, speedily encircled the black beast figure to brand the beast with its life imprints. Hong. The black beast figure was instantly broken up into several hundred true treasures, all black in color, which flew over to golden horned beast at top speed and settled on him. There, the true treasures fully integrated into golden horned beast's body, covering every inch of him. In an instant, golden horned beast transformed into a gigantic beast that was jet black all over. The scales covering every inch of his godly body were like knife blades. Even his fangs grew tremendously. The 5 sharp horns originally on his forehead had become 6. The middle horn was the longest, with a length of approximately 1.5 feet at this juncture. Golden horned beast still maintained his miniaturized godly body, which was 3 feet long. Luo Feng's consciousness was cheering with joy. Wonderful. Those sharp claws, that tail, that godly body, and those sharp horns. Everywhere, every part of it was a true treasure. This true treasure series was truly deserving of being considered most compatible with the Beast God path. Furthermore, Beast God Armor had incredible defensive power. It was essentially an attack-type true treasure, and its defensive power was comparatively weaker, yet its defensive power would still be on par with ordinary treasures of a top-tier true treasure. Defense Armor. The instant Luo Feng branded the armor with his life imprints, Beast God Armor transmitted some ancient information, including its actual name. Luo Feng was secretly confused. This Beast God Armor was originally named Northern Rock. What a strange name. Many treasures had original names, such as Silver Dragon Phantom and Golden King Armor. However, their new users would normally give them other names, such as Ancient Boat Galaxy and Golden Armor. Beast God Armor's original name had been Northern Rock. Regardless of what its original name was, this Beast God Armor is indeed the most suitable one for my golden horned beast body. Excellent. Roar. Golden horned beast got worked up and could not help letting out a roar of excitement. Ancestor nodded with satisfaction. Luo Feng, come here. Sitting Mountain Guest shouted out. Luo Feng obeyed immediately. Sitting Mountain Guest took Luo Feng aside and changed the universe law of the Surroundings. If Ancestor wanted to listen to their conversation, he could, of course, make use of the universe laws to forcibly suppress this, but Ancestor would not go to that extent. It was obvious that Sitting Mountain Guest had something to discuss with his disciple in private. Teacher, Luo Feng said as he sat down beside Sitting Mountain Guest. Just a short 180 million years to succeed. Well done, Sitting Mountain Guest nodded his approval. You are stronger than your second brother. Luo Feng listened submissively. Back then, I made you the star map, but looking at you today, I'm afraid it will no longer be of much help, Sitting Mountain Guest said. Although you may only be a pinnacle undying now, you are highly accomplished in the studies of secret engravings. You are already at a strategically advantageous position. If you were to move on to studying the law path in an extremely short period of time, you will be able to achieve a breakthrough and become a universe knight. Even if making your way past the threshold to be a universe knight may somewhat affect you, 1,000 years should be enough. Luo Feng nodded. He was also very confident. Studying the pictures of secret engravings had made him feel that studying the law path would be simple. It would be easy to understand. Previously, he had been restricted to only studying the engravings because of the gamble, so Luo Feng had simply refrained from studying the law path. When you have become a universe knight, you will be using Star Tower while being new to it, but you will already be able to activate the entire Star Tower, Sitting Mountain Guest said. By then, with Star Tower, this star map will be useless. Luo Feng nodded and could not help asking, Teacher, does this mean that I have to undergo another ordeal to obtain the 5th black metal board of the 9-volume manual? To obtain the 3rd black metal board, Luo Feng had sent himself to Ice Hell. To obtain the 4th, he had fallen into this beast god sector. No, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Then, he added with a smile, if your teacher's methods are all so easily fathomed, could I still be called a teacher? Luo Feng was taken by surprise. In terms of training through ordeals, this beast god sector has put you through enough, Sitting Mountain Guest said. 180 million years. You can now create a universe master ultimate technique based on your studies on pictures of secret engravings and the law path. We have mutual confirmation that's enough. What about the 5th black metal board? Asked Luo Feng. He could not wait to get his hands on the 5th black metal board right away. When the time comes, you will know, Sitting Mountain Guest said. Luo Feng was left with no other choice. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Luo Feng with a satisfied expression. Continue to work hard. Your power is extremely strong now, but just wait until the day you use Star Tower. No one in this universe will be able to look down on you as your teacher. I have hopes for you to become even stronger. Yes, teacher, said Luo Feng. He was expectant, too. Over the course of these 180 million years, he had undergone a total transformation. He was no longer a weakling unarmed with battling techniques who could only depend on setting his godly being ablaze, to obtain power when facing his enemies, hoping that his enemies' powers would be consumed before he was finished. Consuming his opponents to death was only achievable in the land of extremists, because that was a place where no one could send out calls for help to other great beings of their races. However, in other places, such as the original star, when one met with danger, it was always possible to obtain help from other great beings. After all, every supreme being was important. Sitting Mountain Guest turned his head, transmitting his voice to Ancestor, who Stood in the distance, Space Ancestor, thank you for all these years now. That he has met my expectations, I will take him and leave this place. There is no hurry, wait a moment. Ancestor was by their side in a flash. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Ancestor, there is something else. Nothing to do with you. Ancestor looked at Luo Feng, I have something to tell Luo Feng. He is my disciple, said Sitting Mountain Guest, how is this unrelated to me? Luo Feng, from how I see it, I think you should still focus on staying within humans, but Sitting Mountain Guest was still mid-sentence when he suddenly started laughing. Luo Feng, he said, since Space Ancestor has something to tell you, you should stay and chat with him. I will wait for you here, then we can head back to the primal universe. Yes, teacher, Luo Feng replied. Right, it was time to head back to the primal universe. Sitting Mountain Guest walked off into the distance, and Luo Feng followed him. He bowed to show his respect, then addressed him. Ancestor, he said. Ancestor looked at Luo Feng and asked directly, has the thought of leaving the human race ever crossed your mind? Luo Feng had known that Ancestor of the Space Beast Alliance wanted to admit him, but he hadn't expected Ancestor to be so straightforward. No, Luo Feng answered without hesitation. It would have been ridiculous for him to say yes. The human race treated him with great generosity, and besides, after 100,000 years, Earthlings had been spread across the entire Ganwu universe, and they had blended in the human race family. Besides, Luo's family had had people reach all the regions in the universe. How was it possible for him to break away from the human race like that? He needed to think about his parents and his wife. Ancestor was dazed for a moment, but then nodded. I almost forgot that. You're still fairly new. Your family and friends are still alive. Yes, Luo Feng nodded. How about this? Ancestor continued. Your golden horned beast can join my Space Beast Alliance. He can be known as Golden Mountain Knight. This won't affect anything you have within the human race, just as you can call for help on the original stars as a human, and you can also call for help as a space beast. From now on, you'll have two powers to support you. However, said Luo Feng, I'll also bear responsibilities from both sides. It was beneficial for Luo Feng to join a new power. However, he would also bear new responsibilities. He understood why Ancestor wanted him to join the Alliance. Once he became a Universe Knight, his godly body would be close to some Universe Masters, as he had reached the perfect life gene level, and together with ultimate techniques of Universe Masters, a top-tier set of true treasures, and pinnacle true treasures, he would be much stronger, and once he became a Universe Master, he would rival the top-tier Universe Masters like Primal Chaos City Leader. Besides, he had Sitting Mountain Guest behind him to help. How could he not draw Luo Feng to his side? Yes, the Alliance gives you assistance, and meanwhile, you will need to bear some responsibilities. Ancestor looked at Luo Feng. Great power comes with great responsibility. What you think? No problem, I can bear them. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Wonderful. Ancestor nodded with satisfaction. It was better for him to have more help on the path of great beings when he was trapped or in danger, and if the Hong Alliance couldn't help him in time, he would now have the Space Beast Alliance. Besides, Luo Feng had gone to Space God Mountain once, and the members of the Space Beast Alliance were like brothers, contrary to the strict hierarchy in the human race. Just when Ancestor and Luo Feng reached an agreement, Sitting Mountain Guest walked towards them. I didn't hear your conversation, he said, but it seems that you've successfully admitted him. Space Beast Ancestor Master, Luo Feng greeted sitting mountain guest. Luo Feng, did that old man give you some benefits? Asked sitting mountain. Guessed he was being quite blunt. Luo Feng was smart enough to say, not yet. Sitting mountain guest turned around and glared at sitting mountain guest. Your alliance will definitely bestow a universe knight with great potential, a true treasure if you find one. How come this disciple of mine didn't get one? It's lucky for you space beasts that my disciple has joined your alliance. Ancestor was dazed. I just gave. Don't mention the beast god armor, sitting mountain guest scolded. That was because of the bet you lost. That's not something your alliance gave to Luo Feng. There was, indeed, a rule within the alliance that a universe knight with great potential would be bestowed with a true treasure if he didn't have one. However, the alliance wouldn't waste true treasures if the individual in question had already had one. They needed to earn them through their contributions to the race. As for Luo Feng, he had a top-tier set true treasure, so obviously, he didn't lack true treasures. Ancestor looked at Luo Feng. Haha, it makes sense. Luo Feng has already stood at the top among the universe overlords. It is indeed lucky for my alliance to have him. Luo Feng, you should know that no matter which power you join, you need to exchange true treasures with your contributions. Even if your great potential deserves true treasures, the one bestowed to you won't be precious. Luo Feng nodded. It was like Bark Mirror Emperor. He only had an ordinary true treasure armor. Your golden horned beast doesn't need true treasures anymore, said Ancestor. But your original earthling body is better at close combat. I know that. You've been using spiritual force weapons. I'll give you a senior true treasure that's a weapon for close combat. Thank you, Ancestor, Luo Feng responded. He would definitely take a free true treasure. It was more than enough to have a senior true treasure weapon for close combat. So stingy of you, sitting mountain guest murmured. Sitting mountain guest, unlike you, I have an entire space beast alliance to take care of, Ancestor said with resignation. If you think the true treasure I gave him is not good enough, you should give something better. Rest assured, I'll definitely give him a better one. Sitting mountain guest glared at Ancestor jokingly. What kind of close combat weapons do you need? Ancestor asked Luo Feng. A sword, said Luo Feng. I'd like it to look like this. He pointed to the sky, and his godly power concentrated, forming the shape of a ghost sword. I don't have one that's exactly like that. How about this one? Ancestor waved his right hand and transported a true treasure from somewhere else. The sword was slightly bent, the handle was purple, and there were complex patterns on it. It looked like a two-handed sword in the shape of a saber. The blade part is close to the one you want, but the handle is longer, said Ancestor. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Great. Take it. Ancestor smiled, and the ancient blade flew toward Luo Feng. He penetrated it with his godly power, and information flooded his mind. The sword was called Cutting Pearl Sword. Cutting Pearl. Luo Feng held the sword and slashed the space. Selah. There were cuttings left in the space it touched, which satisfied Luo Feng. It was like the first time when he used the ghost blade on Earth, which was exciting. This is the information about our Space Beat Alliance. Ancestor threw a golden book towards Luo Feng. There are many other gathering places for our alliance aside from Space God Mountain. Every gathering has a portal to space God Mountain. You can leave some keepsakes in the gathering places, and transport yourself there, and thus, to Space God Mountain anytime. Be sure to come back to Space God Mountain sometimes, at least to get keepsakes from Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master so that you can get some help from them. When you're in danger, you belong to the bloodline of the Golden Horned Beasts. I understand, Luo Feng nodded. There were different bloodlines in Space Beast Alliance, and the leaders of his bloodline were Golden Horn Master and Xianmia Master. I'll leave with Luo Feng, then Sitting Mountain Guest asked. Sure, Ancestor smiled. I'll send you two back, it'll be faster. Hong Long. Space and time became twisted. Suddenly, Luo Feng and Sitting Mountain Guest disappeared and reappeared elsewhere. We've been transported back to the original universe, said Sitting Mountain Guest. I'll separate us from the universe operation law temporarily. Sitting Mountain Guest looked at Luo Feng and added, after a while, when the universe operation law senses the change in your life gene level, there'll be a sharp change in your golden horned beast. Your godly body will become significantly stronger and will reach the perfect level like last time, but there won't be inherited techniques this time. No inherited techniques. Luo Feng was confused and disappointed by this. That's right, Sitting Mountain Guest nodded. Bestowal of a supreme inherited technique is a great opportunity for great beings who reach the perfect life gene level. Their minds will be drawn to the center of the universe origin, and they'll receive an inheritance. Your mind has already been given an inheritance, so you don't get a second chance. Nobody does. Luo Feng understood. Besides, it means nothing to you. Sitting Mountain Guest shook his head. One supreme inherited technique is enough, and you've created an ultimate technique of universe masters. If you need more techniques, just create them. Luo Feng nodded. When you can drive Star Tower, you won't need any supreme inherited technique. Sitting Mountain Guest smiled. When you can drive all the complex engravings in Star Tower, those techniques will mean nothing to you. Luo Feng nodded. Although he was already a high achiever in techniques, those engraving sculptures in Star Tower still looked quite intricate. No wonder it was a supreme true treasure. If he would be able to use Star Tower in the future, all he needed to do was drive the engravings in Star Tower, as Sitting Mountain Guest said. This is a token. Sitting Mountain Guest threw Luo Feng a token that looked like a blue stone. Luo Feng took it. It was specially made by me, and it's an ordinary true treasure, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Just put your mind into it. If you need to connect to me, I'll receive it instantly. Okay, said Luo Feng. Go back to your god country now. It'll take you a lot of energy to become more than 55,000 miles tall from 600 miles, and you need to prepare those energies by yourself. Luo Feng nodded. He knew that the universe operation law would only evolve his godly body. As for the energy he needed for evolution, last time it was world energy that remote ocean had absorbed to evolve. Go, said Sitting Mountain Guest. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng could clearly sense his god country and where his original earthling body was. Suddenly, his original earthling body sent an undying slave through god country. Wang. Luo Feng left in the green light of god country transportation. After 3 teleportations through space ripples, Luo Feng returned to his god country. He could already feel the power from universe operation law. Hong Long. Ho. Golden horned beast, wearing beast god armor, roared above the remote ocean. Pili Pa La. His bones, flesh, horns, and muscles started to bulge sharply, and he began to absorb all the godly power in the boundless remote ocean. The golden horned beast stepped on the water of the boundless remote ocean. His hoofs were tens of thousands of miles tall, and his body was more than 55,000 miles long. That tail, covered with scales, perfectly matched the main body. The wing, also covered with scales, looked as if it could cover the sky, and contained endless godly power. Each inch of his skin merged with the top-tier, set true treasure beast god armor, his natural scales perfectly integrated with the scales of the true treasure, and there were 5 small horns and 1 large horn on his head. Wearing the beast god armor made the golden-horned beast look fiercer than ever. A perfect godly body that's more than 55,000 miles tall. Luo Feng was thrilled. The godly power I have now is much stronger than what I had before. From now on, he would be able to perform I Am the Universe anytime, and he would be considerably more powerful in his own miniature universe. The golden-horned beast howled loudly. Everything's ready now, it's time to find Tianyang Knight. Luo Feng smiled. I bought the domain-type true treasure, 9 Tiger River, and obtained the 4th black metal, because I couldn't deal with Tianyang Knight, but I didn't expect to gain so much. The original plan was only to get the 4th black metal and make the golden horned beast perfect so that he was able to perform I Am the Universe. Yet everything was going much better than he had anticipated. The top-tier, set true treasure beast god armor, the senior true treasure cutting pearl sword, and a self-created ultimate technique of universe masters. After practicing on the engraving picture path for 180 million years, he had become quite confident he would definitely be able to kill Tianyang Knight and seize the other wing. The problem is, I need to find this Tianyang Knight first. Luo Feng was wearing force armor and carrying the cutting pearl sword with his wing open. He left his god country with his golden-horned beast in his world ring and departed for the original stars. Although ordinary great beings of the human race would make an avatar to connect to the virtual universe when all their bodies were leaving for the original stars, it was unnecessary for Luo Feng to do so. Remote ocean body was Luo Feng's largest body, and he could connect to the virtual universe using the sensor. Luo Feng walked into the open-air bar in the virtual universe where universe knights from the Hong Alliance shared information. Luo Feng. Blade River. The universe knights greeted Luo Feng, but they isolated themselves from the surroundings and started to gossip as soon as he walked away. Many universe knights went to ask Luo Feng for true treasures when the original stars just opened. One of them said, and I heard that even his brother Guai Knight went to him as well. However, he didn't lend anything to anyone because he said he wanted to go too, yet he hasn't stepped foot in the original stars yet. He won't unless he seeks his own death. He's no fool, he's like a moving treasure chest and carries great fame. He'll definitely attract widespread attention if he goes, but it was lame for him to refuse to help if he didn't dare go in. He shouldn't have used it as an excuse. Why didn't he just say he didn't want to lend his true treasures? That's right, why couldn't he just be straightforward? Why did he lie and tell others that he was going to? There were thousands of universe knights in the open-air bar, and discussions transpired when Luo Feng walked in, but they all kept them as secrets. After all, Luo Feng was able to kill Bark Mirror Emperor as an undying fighter. He would almost certainly become a universe overlord when he became a universe knight. Nobody wanted to mess with Luo Feng. Guangzhou Knight, shouted Luo Feng. The built man with 3 horns on his head turned around and laughed. Blade River. He walked toward Luo Feng. Come here. Luo Feng walked to an empty table and sat on the giant table. Great beings in The Hung Alliance were of different sizes, and the chairs were not only exquisite but also gigantic. Guangzhou Knight sat down. Luo Feng ordered a glass of grape wine, and an undying waiter served him the wine instantly. It was the dream of many undying fighters to be servants here, as it was easy for them to meet Universe Knights, who were almost impossible for them to meet otherwise. They might even become friends with some Universe Knights if they were lucky enough. Besides, they could also overhear some confidential information about the universe. Blade River, you wouldn't have come to see me if you didn't want my help. Guangzhou Knight said. He put down his glass and laughed. Tell me, what's the matter? Their voices were blocked from the others. Help me find a Universe Knight from another race, said Luo Feng. Who? Asked Guangzhou Knight. Tianyang Knight, said Luo Feng. I want to know who he is, which original star he's on, and what the coordinates are. The Universe Overlord Tianyang Knight of the automaton race, the one known for his 8 shuttles. Guangzhou Knight was surprised. Why are you looking for him? He's a handful. Although he's not as terrific as those Universe Overlords of special life forms, he's still very difficult to deal with. No need to be concerned about that, said Luo Feng. Please just do me this favor. Once you get his information, tell me. Of course. Guangzhou Knight nodded. Haha, thank you so much. Let's drink. Luo Feng raised his wine glass, but it was the mind of his boundless remote ocean that went into the virtual universe, which was why he looked so relaxed. He was talking to Guangzhou Knight about what happened on the original stars. And a lot had happened in the past 20,000 years. As Luo Feng and Guangzhou Knight were drinking, they heard a yell of exasperation. Ganwu, I'm not pushing you, but I was just revived by a Universe Master. Because I got killed on the original stars, you know that I needed to pay a price to be revived. After being resurrected, I've owed our race 13 true treasure points. I can't fulfill it even if I devoted all I had to our race. I didn't force you to give me back the valuables you owe me, but now many Universe Knights looked to where the fight came from. So did Luo Feng and Guangzhou Knight. Luo Feng frowned. There were 2 great beings sitting in a corner. One of them was a Universe Knight with purple skin and silver hair, who was accusing in anger. The other was Ganwu Universe Country Master. Ganwu Universe Country Master looked embarrassed and blocked their conversation from the surroundings, seeking to placate him. The Universe Knight destroyed the blocking and yelled, Why are you blocking us from others? Ganwu, we've been friends for hundreds of millions of years. I know that you've had a hard time yourself, which is why I've never asked for what you owe me back, but look at me now. How can you still delay the payback? Ganwu Universe Country Master sat there with his face in his palm. The Universe Knight lowered his voice gradually. What happened? Luo Feng said with a frown. It's because of the resurrection, exclaimed Guangzhou Knight, shaking his head. It's against the universe operation law to turn back time and revive someone, which is why even Universe Masters will get hurt if they do it. That Universe Knight, Meihua Knight, died on the original stars and was revived. After which he owed our race 13 true treasure points. That's worthy in ordinary true treasure. Ordinary Universe Knights could only pay them back by devoting an eternity. As for Ganwu Universe Country Master, his situation is even worse than Meihua Knight's. Worse? Luo Feng frowned. Yes, Guangzhou Knight said. All 1008 Universe Country Masters are ancient Universe Knights. Luo Feng nodded. After the 1008th Universe Country was found, no more Universe countries were founded within the human race, the main reason being That there weren't enough territories apparently, those who could become universe country masters were all ancient. The longer you live, the less potential you have. Guangzhou Knight shook his head and sighed. Ganwu Universe Country Master died 3 times, and every time after he died, he was successfully resurrected. However, it cost him dearly to be revived. One time, he died on one of the original stars, and lost all the true treasures he borrowed. As for the other 2 times, he lost some set treasures. Luo Feng sighed in his heart. It was true. When you died, you lost your true treasures. What's worse is that those who lent him true treasures came after him after he was revived. Guangzhou Knight continued, he can pay the race back slowly, without being pressured, but as for that which he owes to other great beings, they are continuously demanded payback. After all, it's not easy for other great beings to have a true treasure after being resurrected 3 times. He not only owes 6 universe knights, but he also owes our race. It's almost impossible for him to turn things around unless his power surges and he becomes a universe overlord. However, that hasn't happened even after billions of years of practice. Actually, continued Guangzhou Knight, those universe country masters won't dare to go to dangerous places like original stars even if they have the clone talent, unless they have power or ambitions. That is, Ganwu Universe Country Master has been staying inside his universe country for a long time to train himself, and he also cultivates generations of juniors, which is another way to earn contribution points. Although it's extremely slow, it's safe. Sometimes, he'll also go to the universe secret regions without much danger. It's unlucky that he has fallen so low. However, he's also fortunate enough to be with us humans, as we have universe masters to resurrect him. If he was part of a weaker race, he would be dead forever. Luo Feng turned around. Ganwu Universe Country Master was conversing with Mei Hua Knight, and Ganwu was trying to appease Mei Hua Knight. A short while later, Mei Hua Knight left. Ganwu Country Master also left. Straight away. After all, staying on was embarrassing. Luo Feng watched everything in silence. Ganwu Country Master, was he lucky or unlucky? Luo Feng was not able to tell for sure, but he could see that Ganwu Country Master was in a difficult position. Guangzhou Knight, I will leave it to you to look for news of Tianyang. Knight, thank you for helping out. Luo Feng continued chatting with Guangzhou Knight for quite some time before he stood up to leave. Haha, I will inform you once I have news. A small matter, Guangzhou Knight said. Then Luo Feng vanished into thin air. On the mountains of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, in the palace of Ganwu Country Master, he was alone, pacing about the gallery area with furrowed brows. Deep in thought, he was indeed frustrated. He had not expected the quiet, peaceful days to be disrupted once again. After such a long time he had good relationships with the 6 universe knights that he was indebted to, so they did not press him. The peaceful years had led him to forget about the difficult times in the past. But today he was really in a spot. Humph! Ganwu Country Master slapped the stone pillar beside him so forcefully that it shook, and some powered bits fell off. Ganwu, a voice resonated. Ganwu Country Master turned and saw a figure descending a distance away. After one look at who it was, he immediately walked over to extend his welcome with a smile. Luo Feng. It's been a long time since I visited your humble abode. Luo Feng smiled. You have not spent much time on cultivation, and yet you have made tremendous progress. Time is definitely of the essence. Ganwu Country Master grinned. Come, 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 we shall take a seat over there. He led Luo Feng to an open sitting area not too far away. Servants were already laying out a spread of delectable food and fine wine. The two sat across one another. Young Hai is not getting himself into any sort of trouble lately, is he? Luo Feng asked. No, he is quite talented and also very hard-working, Ganwu country master said with a smile. If not for me forcefully keeping him under my reins, he would already have become undying. Luo Feng nodded. His son, Luo Hai, had also cultivated himself for hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, he had an abundant supply of resources that would make any undying emperor green with envy. Given Luo Feng's status, even if his son did not hold very high qualifications, he could still rely on the richness of resources to become undying. Besides, Luo Hai was indeed quite talented and had always considered his father, Luo Feng, his role model. Staying as a sector lord for a longer time will be good for him, too. Luo Feng said it would be best if his law comprehension could reach emperor level before he achieved a breakthrough to becoming undying. Yes, that is my plan, too. Ganwu country master nodded his agreement. Haha, young Hai is the only one that I am worried about in my family, said Luo Feng. Luckily, I have you as his master to help him all this while. Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. His older son, Luo Ping, and his wife, Su Xian, were all at their family nest. His father, Luo Honghua, and mother, Gong Xian Lan, had indulged in virtual games for a good many years. Although unintentionally, they had unknowingly attained the 9th stage of domain level. If they were to put in a little more effort, they would have become sector lords. Of course, he could allow such uninhibited use of resources, but such use was limited to his parents, wife, sons, and brother. The other hundreds of millions of clansmen of the Luo family would have to follow the rules. Otherwise, even if there was an abundant supply of resources, it would not be enough to provide for countless clansmen if they consumed what they had at a crazy rate. There had to be some rule system within the clan. Counting only Luo Feng's closest kin, it would only be his youngest son, Luo Hai, out there wandering. The fact that he considered Luo Feng his role model worried him a bit. Luckily, Luo Hai had found his way to the Ganwu dojo, and thereafter, he had been taken under the wing of the dojo's founder, Ganwu country master, who accepted him as a special disciple. Luo Feng looked at Ganwu country master and thought about how indebted he was to him when he had just made his appearance among the human race with the identity of merely a genius. Ganwu country master had taken good care of his family. As he became stronger and stronger, Ganwu country master provided him with even more help, and without reservations he even went to save Luo Hai in person. Now, he was Luo Hai's teacher from the very beginning. Ganwu country master had not asked Luo Feng for any help. On the contrary, he had been helping Luo Feng all this while. How could Luo Feng not take all these things to heart? That was why he had come here. Ganwu, I witnessed what happened in the inner city of Hong Alliance City, Luo Feng began. Ganwu country master's expression froze momentarily, but the next moment, he shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Greed. It was greed. He shook his head and sighed again. The very first time I was annihilated, I reversed time and space to resurrect myself. If, thereafter, I had not been greedy and wanted to recoup my loss, I would not have taken the risk to borrow a true treasure and would not have gone back into the original star. That moment of Greed, the last annihilation. Because of these, I am indebted to my clan and owe them a true treasure and a series of treasures. That was the greatest loss I ever incurred. 3 falls would naturally bring such an outcome. Ganwu Country Master shook his head. If you want to go to the original star, you must be very careful. One careless mistake, and you will be annihilated. If you are annihilated, the price to pay would be exorbitant. If I was able to divide myself into other bodies, how advantageous that would be. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. The talent of dividing bodies meant that even if one body was annihilated, the main body could still recover over time at its own pace. There was no need to reverse time and space just to be resurrected. The price to pay was small. I need to think of a way to repay my debts, continued Ganwu Country Master. Some of my good friends have transferred a portion of their contributions to me, so I could at least return the true treasure that I owed. Yet being able to pay off that true treasure also meant that I would end up owing a few friends another favor. As for my debt to my clansmen, accumulated until today, I can't tell for sure how many eras it will take me to finally repay everything. Greed, he said again. If it weren't for greed, after the first annihilation, I would not have taken another risk. I would have amassed an amount to completely recoup the loss I incurred from being annihilated. By then, it would not have been too late to move on to the next adventure. Ganwu Country Master shook his head. Luo Feng understood him. A clan was no charity. Its existence would help its own clansmen, but to do so, it needed the contributions from great beings of the clan, the privilege to enjoy benefits and the responsibility to contribute were interdependent. If Ganwu Country Master continued to owe his clan repeatedly in such a manner, the debt was bound to multiply. Luckily for him, his clan was not forcing him into a corner. How much do you owe? Luo Feng asked. Ganwu Country Master was stunned and looked at Luo Feng. He could roughly guess his intentions, and was hence unable to suppress his agitated emotions. Could it be Luo Feng, known to be a mobile treasury, was going to help him? I am indebted to 6 universe knights, he said. The smallest amount is a few hundred treasure points, and the largest amount is 2,000 treasure points. All 6 debts put together equal about 1/6 true treasure points. As for my clan, I owe a total of 2 true treasure points. Luo Feng was secretly taken aback. Ouch, no wonder he could not pay off everything. 3 true treasure points was enough to exchange for 2 to 3 ordinary true treasures. Such an amount could be worth the entire fortune of a Universe Overlord. Ganwu Country Master had accumulated an alarming debt. Of course, Luo Feng did not really care from killing Bark Mirror Emperor. He had obtained a true treasure armor then, in the land of Extremis, when he killed Demon Sword Knight, who had the abilities of a Universe Overlord. He won himself another 2 true treasures, of which one was a heavenly sword that was a supreme true treasure. As of today, Luo Feng owned Tower Pearl, Star Map, Sherwu Wings, 9 Tiger River, Golden King Armor, the Heavenly Sword and Armor of Demon Sword Knight. Top Tier True Treasure Series Beast God Armor, Pinnacle True Treasure Force Armor, the Senior True Treasure Battle Sword, Cutting Pearl, and he would be getting the Supreme True Treasure Star Tower soon. The quantity was plenty, and their quality was high. Of course, the top 3 were God Beast Armor, Force Armor, and Star Tower. Out of the 3, Force Armor and Star Tower had both been bestowed to him by Sitting Mountain Guest. The Beast God Armor series had been won from Ancestor. These 3 all came from Universe Supreme Masters. Given Luo Feng's techniques, getting hold of true treasures was no difficulty. At all the strong would always be strong, that was the underlying theory behind his success. I will lend you 1/6 true treasure points, Luo Feng said. As for the amount you owe your people, you'll have to figure that out for yourself. 1/6 true treasure points. Ganwu country master felt every cell of his godly. Roaring with joy, his emotions ran high. Trillions of years' worth of debt owed to 6 good friends, all of whom were universe knights. It was so torturous, especially with Mei Huan Knight constantly berating him as a universe knight. He was very particular about pride, yet in the face of all his good friends' denunciation, all he could do was tolerate it. But from this day on, all of these problems would be things of the past. Luo Feng Ganwu country master began, but said no more. He was thankful beyond words. At that moment, he received a notification package to tell him that he had received a contribution worth 1/6 true treasure points, and another package that was rushing him to return the contribution to his clan. Of course, Ganwu country master was not in a rush to return to his clan yet. After all, his clansmen would not be put through embarrassment. I can only help this much, the rest is up to you, Luo Feng said, and he stood up. This favor is really haha. Ganwu country master could not hold back his laughter. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting myself here. This stress that has been weighing on me for what feels like an eternity today, all of it has been lifted off me. What follows will be to gradually return to my clan. Luo Feng nodded. Ganwu country master had helped his family so much, and this would be a way of repaying his kindness. Helping him with 1/6 true treasure points should suffice. What he owed his own clan would serve as a form of reminder and pressure on Ganwu country master. I will make a move first. Luo Feng disappeared the very next moment. Ganwu country master stood unmoving, his eyes lit up, bright, then brighter. Ha 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 ha. Ganwu country master turned up his head and laughed, his joyful laughter resonating throughout the entire palace. Servants, hand-picked by Ganwu country master, looked at one another. They had never heard him laugh so happily before. He was laughing without inhibition. Ganwu country master immediately transferred the contributions to his 6 good friends accordingly. The 6 universe knights contacted Ganwu one after the other. Ganwu, you actually returned the contributions. Where did you get them from? Ganwu, what I did in the Han Alliance city earlier on was unintentional. I just had an anxiety attack. Where did you get the contributions from? If you are really at wit's end, do not just act recklessly. Taking a little more time is fine. I can still pull through. Ganwu country master was in a very good mood, so he chatted with every one of these 6 universe knights. All my stress gone in a day. Ganwu country master felt relaxed, but at the same time, he sighed to himself. This Luo Feng's progress was unbelievable. Within the blink of an eye, he had transferred 1/6 true treasure points over to him. In the starry sky of the universe, amidst the darkness, there was an indistinct space whirlpool. The path to original star number 02818. Luo Feng stood in the middle of the starry sky with silver wings widely spread. The force armor that he donned appeared silver on his back was his cutting pearl sword. Previously, I entered secretly, so no one knew that I, Luo Feng, has entered an original star. He said there were a few knights within the Han Alliance already discussing this, saying that I was purely making excuses when I said that would not lend anyone my true treasures, because I wanted to go into the Original star, haha, of course, I should now enter as my human form universe. Overlords of other races, the mobile treasury in human form is coming. Luo Feng took one big step across the starry sky and stepped into that gigantic space whirlpool. There, he was rapidly brought to the original star. Towering mountain ranges stretched across the land, and above the mountains was a great space whirlpool. A silver-winged and silver-armored man walked out of the whirlpool. He stood in the sky and looked around. All was silent. Based on the information I have, said Luo Feng, during the first few hundred of years when the original stars were open, it was more likely for valuables to be born, and the great beings who had suppressed their desire for an eternity were more excited. This led to more killings. However, after that time, almost all the great beings have gone into hiding. Luo Feng shook his wing and started to fly. He looked down at the ground. Although he had arrived at another original star, there weren't significant differences among the original stars. After flying for half an hour, he saw a purple object in a lake in a mountain valley below. Huh! He immediately dove, stood on the lake with his feet, and walked to the target. What is this? Luo Feng picked it up and examined it. It was a purple cloth that was about 30 square feet in size. Luo Feng penetrated it with a trace of his godly power, and the information contained in it flooded his mind. The treasure was called Imitation of Purple Sky. The invisible godly power could immediately enlarge the purple cloth to cover enemies instantly. Although it was only a treasure, it was the first time that Luo Feng had seen a treasure that looked like a cloth. He sensed that it was a top-tier spiritual force weapon. Imitation of Purple Sky. Luo Feng whispered, the name is bizarre. Could there be a more powerful valuable named Purple Sky? Why would a valuable born in the original stars is called Imitation of Purple Sky? The more Luo Feng thought about it, the more mysterious he found the universe to be. He already stood among the supreme beings in the universe, but there were still many secrets waiting for him to uncover. This treasure might be worth thousands of treasure points. I'm really lucky. Luo Feng smiled. This was what usually happened in the original stars, and many great beings were aware that there were numerous valuables on the original stars. However, there were usually many great beings gathering here as well. No matter how many valuables one obtained, once he was killed, he was doing others a favor. Only those with great power could roam the original stars like Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't need to be afraid of universe overlords anymore. As for universe masters, they couldn't teleport themselves on the original stars, and if a universe master arrived, Luo Feng would have known about it through the virtual universe and hid himself away. Besides, with Luo Feng's power, universe masters' control over space and time didn't intimidate him. Luo Feng strolled on the original star as if he were in the garden of his own home. He was waiting for an opportunity, and his remote ocean body was connected to the virtual universe and waiting for the update about Tianyang Night. Once he got it, Luo Feng would immediately race to where Tianyang Night was. 29 hours after Luo Feng arrived at the original star, a giant, two-headed being lay in the forest. His skin looked like purple crystals, the armor on his godly body was dimming, and he was lying there, waiting for an opportunity. He was an energy life form, a great being from the purple smelting race. The fact that he was walking alone on the original stars proved that he was a universe overlord. Energy life forms were one of the few races who were naturally immune to soul attacks, and the purple smelting race belonged to That category, they preferred to be closer to the ground. Many life forms loved to sit when they practiced, but great beings from the purple smelting race loved to lie down. Flourishing light horde leader lay with one of his head's eyes closed while the other had them open, fully alert. All his eyes suddenly opened, and he spotted a human shape flying across the sky, between the leaves of the forest. It's a human. Flourishing light horde leader stood up. A silver wing, and that look. Flourishing light horde leader looked shocked. Isn't that the legendary talent of the human race, Luo Feng, that true treasure wing? How is it possible though that human killed Bark Mirror Emperor? He is, after all, only undying. He is, at most, as powerful as a secondary universe knight, and those who dare to show up on the original stars are at least senior universe knights. Flourishing light horde leader was thrilled to see Luo Feng. After all, purple smelting race was one of the numerous races that belonged to the Northern Territory Alliance, and Bark Mirror Emperor, who had been killed by Luo Feng, was from the Northern Territory Alliance. The great beings from the Northern Territory Alliance surely knew about Luo Feng. Additionally, the great beings who had inside information had already extrapolated that this peerless genius had at least 6 true treasures: a soul type true treasure, a spiritual force weapon true treasure, a wing true treasure, and an armor true treasure. Plus, he had at least 2 true treasures from the ancestral god school. 6 true treasures were much more than all that. Many universe overlords had especially soul-type true treasures, which were ardently desired by universe overlords. They all perceived Luo Feng to be weak, as he was only undying. He was like a human-shaped, moving vault full of valuables available for the taking. There were even discussions within the Northern Territory Alliance that if Luo Feng entered original stars, it would be like giving true treasures away to those lucky great beings of other races. However, all the races had assumed that Luo Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to enter the original stars. Based on the information gathered, Luo Feng hadn't gone to the original stars in the past 20,000 years. He's here, and I haven't got any news. Am I the first one to find him? Both of flourishing light horde leader heads were raised up and looked at Luo Feng as he flew. He's a peerless genius in the human race. I didn't think he'd be stupid enough to put himself in danger. He was both exhilarated and wary. Luo Feng surely had something to save himself. However, after hesitating for 3 seconds, flourishing light horde leader reached a conclusion. He's only undying. Even if he has a trump card to save himself, can that kill me? Only universe masters are able to do that. It's impossible for him to hide a universe master in his world ring. Flourishing light horde leader smirked. I don't need to worry about what he has. He can't threaten my life. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, thought flourishing light horde leader. A human-shaped, moving vault full of valuables. I can get at least 6 true treasures if I kill him, and I can exchange one of his true treasures for a senior true treasure armor. The soul-type true treasure Luo Feng had was useless to him, as he was a life form from purple smelting race, but he could still exchange it for something he desired. It's an opportunity one can't miss. If I do, I'll regret it for billions of years. The eyes on flourishing light horde leader glinted fiercely. So he started to speed up in silence. The forest. As for Luo Feng, he was flying in the sky at a moderate speed and looking down at the ground, and flourishing light horde leader caught up with Luo Feng immediately. Luo Feng didn't notice Flourishing Light Horde Leader at the beginning, but Luo Feng saw him when he flew out of the forest. Human. Flourishing Light Horde Leader surged, and his purple crystal skin was glowing. Both of his heads turned to face Luo Feng, and his eyes glared at him. Luo Feng looked down and frowned. Flourishing Light Horde Leader from the Northern Territory Alliance. Luo Feng immediately identified him and took out his cutting pearl sword. Die! Flourishing Light Horde Leader shouted. All 6 arms of Flourishing Light Horde Leader reached out, glowing with a cold light, and when they approached each other, Hong Long Long. Their surroundings were trapped in Time Law domain, which also affected Luo Feng. Flourishing Light Horde Leader took the chance and attacked him. He puts all his efforts into fighting me, the legendary undying fighter. Luo Feng thought he used Law domain first, after which he is now going to start attacking me. No wonder he's a universe overlord. Hua hua hua. The sky started to glimmer as if stars were shining, but all the lights looked aggressive. It was as if they all sought to kill Luo Feng directly. Luo Feng still held his cutting pearl sword still after seeing this. Flourishing Light Horde Leader's technique. Flourishing Light World. Luo Feng nodded. I'll use you to test the training I've had in the past 180 million years. Luo Feng, who had already burned his godly power, started to move the sword in his hands. Meanwhile, engravings showed up on the blade. The engravings were delicate, elegant, and mesmerizing. When Luo Feng waved the sword, gold and space merge law were triggered. You dared to fight back, said Flourishing Light Horde Leader. Even if you have an ordinary true treasure armor, you'll die under this attack. And then Flourishing Light Horde Leader was terrified. What's that? He gasped. A gleaming, golden light, cold fierce. It slashed through all the flourishing lights, and the technique of Flourishing Light Horde Leader was shattered, smashed, like an ant. The golden light hit Flourishing Light Horde Leader's armor, and the power was so strong that the ordinary true treasure armor could only weaken half the power from the attack. The rest of the attacking power was all taken by Flourishing Light Horde Leader's body. Hell! A roaring sound from afar blasted the ears of Flourishing Light Horde Leader. I, Flourishing Light Horde Leader still floated in the sky, and then, just like that, his godly body was annihilated and disappeared into thin air. Only his black armor and 6 lights were left. Luo Feng stood in the sky and smiled. Under the control of his godly power, the black armor that was suspended in midair and the 6 hovering lights made a turn and flew toward Luo Feng. An ordinary true treasure armor, said Luo Feng. 6 ordinary true treasures. Weapons should be considered as a series. It has a value that is comparable to a senior true treasure weapon. Luo Feng stored the true treasures and then summoned a world ring to him from afar. This world ring had fallen to the floor immediately after Flourishing Light Horde Leader was annihilated. Upon checking its contents, Luo Feng only found a dozen or more treasures and some other things. Their accumulated value was not even the value of an ordinary true treasure. After killing Flourishing Light Horde Leader, Luo Feng gathered the loot from his victory. His human godly body was set ablaze to display his most powerful trump card and was hence greatly consumed. However, there was his remote ocean body to supplement whatever was lacking. Thus, he was able to maintain a pinnacle condition. So, the moment Luo Feng spread his wings, he transformed into a beam of light and took off. His speed was neither too fast nor too slow. He maintained his flying speed near to the speed of light. His surroundings were quiet, there was no movement, no traces, no one would be able to tell that a universe overlord had just annihilated Ben at that very spot just moments before. The Northern Territory Alliance had an immensely large territory under its control, and within the starry sky where the purple smelting race lived in, there was a life planet that was dark red all over. The Palace of Flourishing Light Horde Leader could be found on that planet. The palace was not big, but it was considered to be one of the sacred grounds of the purple smelting race. The purple smelting race had a total of 6 existing universe overlords. Universe overlords were by far the strongest beings within the race, which was why the entire race was divided into 6 different territories, each managed and cultivated by these 6 universe overlords. From within the palace, several disciples and servants bowed in worship as they watched a faraway figure approaching. It was the body that Flourishing Light Horde Leader had left behind before he made his way to the original star. This body was weak, but it was, after all, Flourishing Light Horde Leader's consciousness, so it could still provide guidance to disciples and handle certain matters without a hitch. A Flourishing Light Horde Leader revealed a shocked expression. Pung. Suddenly, he was annihilated and dissipated into thin air. Huh. Horde Leader. Teacher. 3 disciples and a bunch of personal servants who were waiting in the distance were in great shock. The area surrounding this planet was in a sealed space, so even Flourishing Light Horde Leader could not teleport and leave the planet. So how did his body suddenly disappear? Don't worry, there must be some very important matters that needed teachers' undivided attention, so he has retracted his godly consciousness. Then, of course, the body will disappear. Let's take a look at the tokens teacher gave us. Let's take a look at the tokens. The 3 disciples immediately took out the tokens. The tokens were all parts of a collection of Flourishing Light Horde Leader's belongings. They were all items that had his life imprint. They were valuables that recognized their owners. Once these items were crushed, Flourishing Light Horde Leader would sense the urgency and go to his disciples' rescue. The token has become an object without an owner. A high-pitched voice suddenly shouted from among the disciples. 2 other voices corresponded with the same comment, adding to the bleak and grim atmosphere. An object without a master. Mine too, an object without a master. The 3 disciples of the purple smelting race looked at one another, eyes filled with fear and uneasiness. They had no doubts about what this situation meant for an object that recognizes its master. That were only 2 ways to reverse this recognition. One was for the master to personally remove his life imprint on the object, and the other was for the master to be killed. Since Flourishing Light Horde Leader was not present, there was no way he could have personally removed his life imprints. Then the answer was undoubtedly that Flourishing Light Horde Leader had been annihilated. Hurry up, we have to quickly notify the other Horde leaders. Quick, immediately. Notify the higher-ups. 6 universe overlords oversaw the entire purple smelting race. If one got annihilated, it would be equivalent to the collapse of one of the races. Pillars of support. This, to the purple smelting race, was a very scary blow. A short while later, 3 universe overlords of the purple smelting race, who had not entered the original star, came rushing over. First and foremost, they asked Flourishing Light Horde Leader's disciples questions about what happened. Then they dismissed all the disciples and servants. In the palace, the three universe overlords who took the form of purple, crystal-skinned, two-headed life forms stood in their designated spots. The atmosphere was suffocating. Flourishing light was annihilated. Who could kill flourishing light, and to think he did not even have the chance to ask for help? Flourishing light owns an ordinary true treasure. Armor, and his attack techniques were strong. To kill him, could it have been a universe master? Even if it wasn't a universe master, it must be one of the most powerful universe overlords. The three of them fell in silence. Flourishing light horde leader, Jiao Feng Knight, Pei Feng Knight, and Qi Blood Palace leader were all considered normal universe overlords. There were some other powerful ones. For instance, there were special life forms of the universe overlord level with life genes level of 8,000 or 9,000 times. Their godly powers were purer those of normal universe overlords by 100 times. When launching attacks, their powers would be 100 times stronger, too. Furthermore, these powerful universe overlords would be obtaining even stronger true treasures. Their combat powers would certainly be extremely strong, with godly bodies that were massive in size. Even if they were to go head-on with universe masters, they would be able to hold out for a long time. Going into the original star, there is always a risk of being killed. We had better banish that thought. If someone is able to defeat flourishing light, we, the purple smelting race, really cannot afford to offend them. The three universe overlords nodded in unison. We have to enlist help from the Northern Territory Alliance to resurrect flourishing light. Flourishing light is a universe overlord. His resurrection is only possible at the hands of Main Master of Alliance, but Main Master's temperament is notorious. I'm afraid we have to wait for his mood to brighten up before we can ask him to help resurrect flourishing light. Elementary Universe Knights, Secondary Universe Knights, Senior Universe Knights. Once they were annihilated, it would usually not take too long for them to be resurrected. If there was a delay, it would, at most, be 1,000 to 10,000 years. But in the case of universe overlords, things were not that simple. In the whole of the Northern Territory Alliance, only Main Master of Alliance had the ability to resurrect a universe overlord. Other universe masters were unable to do so. Even if the Main Master of Alliance was caught up in some other matters for billions of years, no one would dare make a single utterance. Heck, let's just submit our application to the Alliance, then we will wait patiently. Agreed. When flourishing light comes back, we will know how he was annihilated. The original star was closing up on the land of origin of the universe. Cruising the sky of the original star, the feeling was wonderful. Luo Feng smiled while on the move, reminiscing about the battle earlier on. My first time going all out in a battle, the power is massive. Luo Feng was extremely satisfied with his power. It is unquestionably an ultimate technique of a universe master. The amount of godly power it consumes is alarming. If I did not have remote ocean body consistently supplementing me with energy, I think just that one stance alone would be enough to lose half of my godly body. Previously, in the Beast God sector, when Luo Feng and Ancestor were engaged in combat, he did not have to burn his godly body to become an undying body. When his body was not set ablaze, no matter how long he had to toil through a battle, he would not be consuming much of his godly power. However, in the battle of life and death, Luo Feng had to burn his godly body. Like Qi Blood Palace leader and Demon Sword Knight, when displaying their ultimate skills, they, too, would consume much of their godly bodies, and Luo Feng's ultimate technique of a universe master, golden light, was on a much higher level, compared to those of Qi Blood Palace Leader and Demon Sword. Knight Luo Feng's consumption of energy was unintentional, but after the golden light absorbed his godly power, it consumed more than half his godly body. Of course, remote ocean body was rapidly supplementing him with what was lost. What a large consumption! The force was insanely strong. Too strong, said Luo Feng. I could feel his ordinary true treasure armor becoming helplessly weak under my blade. If I were to just increase the strength of my attack by one level, I think I would have destroyed that true treasure. Luo Feng analyzed the situation himself 9,800 times of the life gene's level. 100 times of godly power amplification. Luo Feng's godly body was not inferior to that of a general universe overlord, even for the one and only special life forms such as the world tree in the ancestral god's secret region and the cold. Well, they might be universe overlords, but their battling powers were comparable to those of universe masters, and their godly powers were purer than Luo Feng's, by just 2 levels. But Luo Feng's ultimate technique of a universe master was stronger than those of the world tree and cold whale, by 2 levels. The advantages he had in terms of his secret technique made up for the lack of godly power. The moment Luo Feng displayed his ultimate technique of a universe master, he would be comparable to the powerful special life forms of universe overlords. His true treasure armor was simply substandard, weakened to only half his power. Of course, his godly body would be annihilated if he had a senior true treasure armor. I guess I might only have been able to injure him. To kill him, I would have needed a few more strikes. This exemplified the importance of armor even for universe masters. Not many could achieve attacks that would bring force armor to its limit. 180 million years of cultivation has indeed brought me great success. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was highly accomplished in the studies of pictures of secret engravings, making the mastering of space laws a breeze. Although it had only been a few days since he left the Beast God sector, he already comprehended the final space law, which was none other than the mysterious and complex strangulation. Now, all he needed to do was combine 3 space laws, namely, teleportation, space sealing, and strangulation, into one. Then he would become a universe master. However, the final stage posed a small challenge to Luo Feng, just like how some great beings were highly accomplished in space laws, yet were stuck in the final stage of the gold laws. Luo Feng was highly successful until now. He was slightly affected at his current stage, just like Sitting Mountain Guest had said, a breakthrough could happen anytime, regardless of how slow he was. 1,000 years would be more than enough to become a universe master. When I become a universe overlord, my godly body will be comparable to powerful special life forms like world tree and cold whale. I will be even stronger in my techniques by then. I will have to go all out in becoming a universe master. Luo Feng was secretly looking forward to this. By then, I will be able to make use of Star Tower readily. Luo Feng smiled, then continued flying. He was waiting for the next great being, like flourishing light horde leader, to make a move against him. Bring it on, I am the mobile treasury. Luo Feng smirked. In one of the hilly valleys amidst the deserted plains, 3 senior universe knights from the Thorn Ring Alliance were hiding. They were silently waiting for energy waves among them. Ji-Chi Knight was appalled when he raised his head to look up at the sky. He immediately transmitted what he found aloud. Look, that is the human form of Luo Feng. Luo Feng, are you referring to the human fellow, who is always so lucky? The other two universe knights looked up with a jerk. The three looked very carefully and tried to make out who the figure was. Silver armor, silver wings, and a black-haired human form. It is him, it's the human form of Luo Feng. It's him, he has at least 6 true treasures on him, and that is definitely a soul-type true treasure, and even possibly a flying palace-type true treasure. He dares to come to the original star, this extraordinary genius really thinks he's invincible. Such arrogance. Arrogance is good. He is a mobile treasury in human form, but this human form of Luo Feng might have a strong backing. What backing? Even if there is a universe overlord in the word ring protecting him in secret, what can he do? The weeds around them kept them hidden from view as they looked up at the figure flying across the sky. All three felt their hearts burning. The shortest yet sturdiest four-hoofed being transmitted his thoughts as the other two universe knights immediately lent him their undivided attention. We have to succeed. Our powers put together will be far stronger than his. Once he escapes, he will take off at a speed near light speed, then we will not be able to catch up anymore. I have a plan, and I will make it a point to prevent him from escaping. The four-hoofed being started to transmit his voice, and the two universe knights listened to it carefully. The four-hoofed being finished the entire plan in less than 1 second, though they had been staring at Luo Feng, who was flying in the sky in silence. He was their prey, and it would be easy to get his true treasures. Get out, the four-hoofed being gave an order, but he was shocked after that. Hong Hong. Two beings flew toward Luo Feng from 2 different directions. The four-hoofed being and Jiqi Knight could see clearly that one of the beings who dashed at Luo Feng had a godly body that was more than 300 feet long, with dozens of claws. His knees were covered with hair, and the green eye he had on his face was glinting with fierceness and greediness. As for the other, he looked like a human, but he was of bug race. He was lanky, with blade-shaped hands. There in the lead, Jiqi Knight opened his eyes wide. They're from the Northern Territory Alliance. Our plan, another knight said anxiously. The four-hoofed being roared, forget the plan, let's attack him. Hong Hong Hong. 3 beams of light shot to the sky and flew toward Luo Feng. Both of the universe knights from the Northern Territory Alliance were nervous as well. The strange beast knight transmitted his growling voice, it's the bastards from the Thorn Ring Alliance. We were the ones who found Luo Feng first. Don't let them take him. Luo Feng is ours, shouted the lanky knight, clenching his teeth and looking fierce. Luo Feng was the calmest one. He flew leisurely in the sky and saw universe knights of other races flying toward him. He immediately identified them. Kubai Knight and Ba Xiu Knight from the Northern Territory Alliance. Ba Xiu Knight has an enormous godly body, much larger than the body of Flourishing Light Horde Leader, who I killed before Flourishing Light Horde Leader is around 30 feet tall, but he's over 300 feet tall, but I bet he doesn't have a true treasure armor. I can kill him with one move. Universe Overlord's godly bodies were not much better at defense than senior Universe Knights. Usually, Universe Overlords relied on their true treasure armor. Ordinary true treasure armors were enough when it came to attacks from ordinary overlords. However, in the case of the World Tree, the Cold Whale, and Purple Rain Knight, ordinary true treasure armors wouldn't help much. Only senior true treasure armors, or their better, could protect one from being killed after one move. Of course, if one's godly body was over 600 miles long, like that of Golden horned beast body, he could survive longer even if he only had an ordinary true treasure armor, but if one didn't have an adequately sized, godly body, or senior true treasure armor, they would be walking toward their own demise if they were dealing with top-tier universe overlords like World Tree, Cold Whale, Purple Rain Knight, or Luo Feng. Of course, no one alive on the original stars knew of Luo Feng's real power. The only one who knew about it was already dead. They still thought of him as a human-shaped, moving treasure vault. Another 3, Luo Feng, glanced around. Jiqi Knight, Zhuka Knight, and Sunya Knight from Thorn Ring Alliance. Are they all senior universe knights? Well, they're not a threat to me. Hong. Luo Feng waved his wing and sped up, starting to flee. He's running away. Don't let him run away. Quick that direction. Kubai Knight and Ba Xiao Knight from the Northern Territory Alliance grew anxious, though they were not afraid of the 3 great beings from the Thorn Ring Alliance. They only had 2 beings, while the Northern Territory Alliance had 3. Besides, their power was at the same level. Luo Feng might be seized by the great beings from the Thorn Ring Alliance. Chase him. Hurry up. Let's separate and encircle him. The 3 knights from the Thorn Ring Alliance went 3 different ways and tried to outflank Luo Feng. Their speed surged. Weng. Both Time Law Domain and Space Law Domain arrived, and they started to stop Luo Feng. Want to run away? Ha ha ha. Luo Feng, you're coming to the original stars for your death. Kubai Knight grinned hideously, and a circle showed up around his hand. He threw it out, and the circle started to bulge. It dashed toward Luo Feng at lightspeed under the control of godly power. The 3 Universe Knights from the Thorn Ring Alliance also grew anxious, but they couldn't do anything, as the Universe Knight from Northern Territory Alliance had a spiritual force weapon. Don't worry, that Luo Feng has a spiritual force weapon. True treasure, Jiqi Knight said. They were relatively farther from Luo Feng, as they had taken off later. That's right, Luo Feng has a spiritual force true treasure weapon. Want to catch me? Luo Feng roared. Hua. Luo Feng held his right first, and stars showed up in the sky. All the 1,000 stars had tightly carved engravings on them, and they formed a gigantic beast god under the godly power. The beast god roared and raced toward that circle. The beast god's tail slashed at the circle bounced away, and it tried to charge Luo Feng again. Under Kubai Knight's control, it wanted to dodge beast god, who splashed it away again. Kubai Knight clenched his teeth. No wonder it's a spiritual force weapon. True treasure, it's so powerful. Ha ha ha, you can't run away. Ba Xiao Knight made a rumbling voice, and started to stop Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned around. The 3 Universe Knights from the Thorn Ring Alliance also started to approach Luo Feng from 3 different directions. 5 Universe Knights were encircling Luo Feng in the sky, and Luo Feng was like prey trying to flee. He manipulated his spiritual force weapon to resist his enemies. Hong. The power from the clash between 2 spiritual force weapons spread. Energy ripple. Fight. It must be a set treasure, or a true treasure. Quick, go there. The ripple attracted the great beings in distance, and Luo Feng was still trying to run away like a frightened bird. Quick, stop him. Ba Xiao Knight transmitted his voice. Beings from Thorn Ring Alliance, we've already attracted attention. Although the knights from other races are still far away from us, the longer we spend here, the more likely those other races will arrive here. Following the energy ripples, we won't be able to get Anything if everyone's here, how about we cooperate with each other? Damn it. The 3 Universe Knights from Thorn Ring Alliance were all nervous, but Luo Feng was too swift. He was able to turn his direction and change his speed at will, and with that spiritual force true treasure weapon, the 5 failed to encircle him. Another reason for the delay was that the beings from the Thorn Ring Alliance and the Northern Territory Alliance were not cooperating. The 4-hoofed knight transmitted his voice, "Okay, let's cooperate, let's kill Luo Feng together, and as for his true treasures, we'll see how powerful we are." Okay, Ba Xiu Knight agreed. They wouldn't divide the true treasures equally. After all, they were from different alliances. It would be a joke if they believed in equal distribution. The 5 Universe Knights officially formed an alliance. They started to block Luo Feng from different directions. By encircling him, he now had less and less space to change direction. Besides, Kubai Knight and Jiqi Knight had spiritual force weapons, which put Luo Feng in a worse situation. Hong. Suddenly, golden, tumbling waves showed up in the sky. They covered an area with a diameter of 19 million miles, enveloping those Universe Knights. It's a domain. It's a domain type valuable. We can't catch him anymore, Jiqi Knight shouted with haste. The resistance from the domain is not strong. It might only be a domain type treasure, not even a top-tier treasure. Quick, catch him. All 5 Universe Knights were stunned by the endless waves, and Luo Feng took the chance to escape their encirclement. However, they quickly found out that the waves didn't have strong resistance, and it wasn't even a top-tier domain type treasure. If it were a domain type top-tier treasure, it would have been more valuable than an ordinary true treasure. The resistance is not strong. Catch him. All 5 Universe Knights returned to outflanking Luo Feng. Although the resistance was not strong, it made it much easier for Luo Feng to dodge and stall for him. Ha ha ha, look, it's the human, Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Quick. 3 teams flew from different directions. It was difficult for them to see clearly what was going on in the waves, yet Luo Feng was the one who moved the fiercest and most quickly. Although everything in the waves appeared blurry to them, they could tell which shadow was Luo Feng through the true treasure wing and the beast god formed by spiritual force weapons. The human Luo Feng came here as well. Look, it's the Thorn Ring Alliance, ha ha ha, and Ba Xiu Knight from the Northern Territory Alliance. No wonder they're trying to encircle him. It's the human, Luo Feng. Quick, Luo Feng has at least 6 true treasures, and one of them is a soul type true treasure. Go. There were now a total of 8 Universe Knights in 3 teams. They rushed into the golden waves. In the waves from 9 Tiger River, Luo Feng was peaceful inside even though he appeared to be in a panic. Another 8, he thought, from the Demon Alliance, the 9 Territories Alliance, and the Bug Race Alliance. Oh, there's a Universe Overlord among them. Luo Feng nodded. 12 Senior Universe Knights and 1 Universe Overlord. Time to reel them in. Luo Feng finally manifested all his power. Hong. He burned his godly power infused in the 9 Tiger River Gold Law domain. Arrived at the same time, merging with the 9 Tiger River. Hong Long Long. The resistance within the golden waves became much fiercer and denser, as if it had transformed from harmless stream to strong glue. The resistance surged threefold, making it incredibly difficult for the 12 Senior Universe Knights to fly. Nine Tiger River was vast and mighty as it hovered in the area, occupying an area that was tens of millions of miles wide with Luo Feng's godly power, giving it the ultimate boost, especially now that Luo Feng was so highly accomplished in his techniques. Merely the secret engraving sculpture of this Nine Tiger River posed no difficulty. He could easily decode the engravings, to boost it to its limits. Its mighty power had ridiculously strong pressure, combined with Luo Feng's life gene level that was increased by 9,800 times, and his godly power, which had been amplified 100 times if Nine Tiger River were to undergo a complete boost with such conditions. If the 9 great beasts within the Nine Tiger River were to join forces, they could easily annihilate a secondary universe knight. Even if they were to attack as separate entities, one was more than enough to seriously injure a secondary universe knight. Falling into Nine Tiger River, even a senior universe knight would find it arduous to fly or move about. True treasure. It's a domain-type true treasure. That human form Luo Feng hid his true powers earlier on. He concealed the power of this domain-type true treasure. Jiqi Knight used voice transmission to communicate with Xu Ka Knight, who was nearby. The four-hoofed Xu Ka Knight tried his best to make his way to Jiqi Knight, but found his speed of flight absurdly slow. He used voice transmission out of anxiety, saying, "Why did that human form Luo Feng hide the power of his domain-type true treasure? If he released its power earlier on, he would have been able to escape from us easily, yet he didn't. What is his motive?" Jiqi Knight and the four-hoofed being were flustered. The sudden surge in power of Nine Tiger River made them feel uneasy. They sensed something amiss. "It's a trap." "Yes, it must be a trap. We have to leave this domain quickly. Within this domain, the speed we are flying at is laughably slow. If a strong enemy appears, we will be defeated. Hurry. Hurry up." They were not confident, but taking risks on a place like the original star kept the knights of other races vigilant. Every single one had been blinded by their greed into a frenzy as soon as they saw Luo Feng. Out of 13 knights of other races, there were some who were still reluctant to give up or still sought his treasures by seeking his human form. However, for most of them, now that they realized something was amiss, the immediate decision was to leave right away. In the middle of Nine Tiger River, Luo Feng stood in silence with his wings outspread. He had a bird's-eye view of the entire Nine Tiger River and knew every move the 13 knights of other races made. "Starting to panic," said Luo Feng, maintaining great vigilance. "What a pity. You are too late." Luo Feng grasped the handle of his cutting pearl sword from behind and lightly drew it out. The cold blade met with no obstructions within the waters of the Nine Tiger River. He was in total control, because this was Luo Feng's territory. Hung by his side, a golden-horned beast that was black all over was also hovering in midair. "Golden-horned beast body shall stay on the outside to attack while I kill from the inside. Let no one escape." Luo Feng gave his orders silently. "God. Beast, transform." Hua hua. Luo Feng and golden-horned beast transformed at the same time. Golden-horned beast's hooves and claws grew bigger and bulkier. Its head also changed other than its pair of wings. It looked just like a golden beast god. Luo Feng's human form was also changing. His godly body grew slightly taller. Scales began to appear on his skin, and his eyes glowed with a faint tinge of gold. Although his godly power amplification had reached the limit of 100 times, Under the transformation to a beast god form he was even more at ease as he carried out a slaughter with the heart of beast god. Kill, let's begin. Luo Feng made his move and swooped directly at the strongest one of the group. Trapped in Nine Tiger River, a universe overlord known as Parachopper Knight. Parachopper Knight was the calmest of the group trapped in Nine Tiger River. He was from the Bug Clan Alliance, but he was not originally from the Bug Clan. He did, however, enjoy a most respectable status, because he wielded great power. He was skilled in close combat and was very powerful, plus, his soul was naturally strong in defense. The only weakness he had was that his godly body was small. His height was a mere 2.5 feet, that was why he was very particular about defending his godly body. The most valuable thing on him was none other than a suit of senior true treasure armor. Once he sensed the great surge of power of Nine Tiger River, Parachopper Knight understood what was going on instantly. We have been tricked, it's a trap. Human form Luo Feng was the bait, purposely used to attract our attention, to get us to move nearer his world ring. Must have universe overlords or equivalent life forms hiding away. The situation is unfavorable to us here. We have got to leave right away. Parachopper Knight held onto a gigantic sword. He sliced through every obstruction in his way and flew off. His speed was the fastest. Huh. Parachopper Knight frowned. He sensed that the other races were near. Although he had unsettling feelings, he was not afraid. He did not sense that there were universe masters hidden in Luo Feng's world ring, and if there were no universe masters, common universe overlords did not pose a great threat to him. Within the human race, the most fearsome universe overlord, Heaven Erosion Palace leader, has since been spending his time hidden deep within the human race secret region. He rarely makes appearances. There is no news about Star Prison Devil Master's intentions to enter the original star, so other than 2 or 3 of the most powerful ones, universe overlords from the human race, are nothing to fear. Parachopper Knight had just finished analyzing the situation when a golden light appeared before him. Its beauty was so enticing that it was soul awakening. This golden light came from the blade that sliced through the water surface of Nine Tiger River. Seemingly slowly and with an unrivaled gracefulness, the blade found its way to Parachopper Knight. With widening eyes, Parachopper Knight grew shocked and increasingly furious. He waved his huge sword with all his might, using his strongest skill, arbitration of fate. Pung! His huge sword was cast into the air, where it tumbled about in the golden river water. Icy cold, razor-sharp pain erupted as the golden blade hacked right through Parachopper Knight's godly body. This, what swordsmanship is this? He gasped, paralyzed with fear. This is more fearsome than any other universe overlord I have met in a long time. The swordsmanship was so beautiful that it was earth-shattering. It could certainly bring the limit of the path to a whole new level, a new limit of the law. Pung! The power of this one strike reached the limit of a senior true treasure armor. Straight away, where the true treasure armor was supposed to weaken the impact of attacks to 1/10,000th of their power, this one strike was weakened merely to 1/1000th. In an instant, 62% of Parachopper Knight's godly body was consumed. Barely scraping through this strike, Parachopper was scared out of his wits. Even with my senior true treasure, more than half of my godly body was consumed, he said. Not good. He had no doubt that the next strike would take his life for sure. This poignant golden light from that blade would once again appear before him. Quick, escape! Parachopper Knight transmitted a shrill voice with his godly power. Pung. But under the glowing blade's next strike, Parachopper Knight's petite godly body was annihilated in an instant, leaving behind an exquisite true treasure. Armor that emitted a faint purple light suspended in midair as for the world. Ring and huge sword, they had been cast into the distance a moment before. 2 strikes to kill him, thought Luo Feng, seems like with my ultimate technique of a universe master, those universe overlords with senior true treasure armors will still be able to put up a tough fight, and this time, it was just a small godly body if his godly body had been as big as the golden horned beasts, no matter how many thousands or tens of thousands of strikes I make, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have been able to kill him. Luo Feng was quick to realize his weak points. His swordsmanship was already very strong, but it barely surpassed the limit of a senior true treasure armor. Senior true treasure armors would still able to provide his enemies with an extremely strong defense. Oh, starting to panic, said Luo Feng, looking around. Let's continue then. Luo Feng held his cutting pearl sword, his pair of wings spread wide open to form an arc shape as he charged toward another senior universe knight, his next kill. Yes, panic out of the 13 knights of other races trapped in 9 Tiger River. When the most powerful of them, Parachopper Knight, knew he was never going to make it past the second strike, his shrill transmission made the rest of the knights crazy with worry. Hurry up and escape. It's a trap. Even Parachopper Knight cannot ward off his strikes. Quickly escape. Ah! It's a great beast. Ah! Piercing shrieks were transmitted throughout 9 Tiger River with godly power. As the medium hung, the aftermath of the fight came in rumbling waves compared to Luo Feng's cold, decisive, clean-cut swordsmanship. The golden-horned beast was wild with fury, simply unstoppable. Roar. In sync with the looming roars, the hideous black beast god, the armored golden-horned beast, lowered his head and charged forward at high speed with one single collision. The longest horn on his head rammed hard into Ji-Chi Knight's body. Ji-Chi's eyes widened in fear, then bam, his godly body was annihilated with only a single top-tier treasure armor on him. There was simply no way he could put up any resistance against such an attack from golden-horned beast. It's a trap. That human form of Luo Feng is only bait. There is a strong universe overlord who is much stronger than Parachopper Knight. He is after our lives. Hurry. Hateful humans. Bitter and forlorn, sad and shrill, reluctant and begrudging, all sorts of roars rang out. Yet, with his cutting pearl sword in hand, Luo Feng, who had been beast deified, was cold-blooded as he roamed the sky above the golden river. His cutting pearl sword cut through the universe knights one at a time. Under the poignant golden light of his blade, senior universe knights were annihilated one by one. Most of them were from other races that did not even have any ordinary true treasure armors. They did not have a shred of hope of warding off Luo Feng's advances. Luo Feng attacked from the inside out, but golden-horned beast worked in the opposite direction, attacking from the outside, and there was no way any of the universe knights of other races could escape. It was clear that these senior universe knights were moving at a snail's pace in 9 Tiger River, and the only one who was able to fly at a high speed, Parachopper Knight, had been the first to be exterminated. As for the remaining ones, all hope was lost. The number of knights of other races trapped in 9 Tiger River was consistently dropping. 8, 6, 3, 2, 1. Outside the mighty Nine-Tiger River, the battle had attracted the attention of knights of various races who were slightly further away. As many as 6 teams of Universe Knights were already observing the situation within Nine-Tiger River from a distance. Among these 6 teams of knights, there was a total of 15 knights and 1 Universe Overlord. It's a trap. He's just the bait. Quickly escape. Shrill voices were transmitted via godly power. A multitude of voices were transmitted all over, and the 6 teams of 15 knights of other races watching from a distance could not help but shudder. They watched on from afar. Their view was obscured by the massive river waters, so they could not clearly see what was going on, yet they could sense the happenings within Nine-Tiger River. In the beginning, there had been a very strong sources of energy, followed by piercing screams and begrudging roars shouting, "Luo Feng is bait, it's a trap, Universe Overlord." But a fleeting moment later, silence prevailed. All was dead silence. At this point, the 6 teams of knights of other races, all hovering in midair, while watching the entire episode from afar, felt a hair-raising horror. They knew every one of the knights trapped in there had lost their lives. Hua hua hua. A lone figure appeared in the middle of the golden, flowing river. He carried his battle sword on his back with a pair of wings outspread, and he sported a head of black hair. He was scanning the 6 teams of knights from thousands of miles away. At that moment, none of the knights dared make a sound.